But for some reason, the chat decided today, I want to be different. So you know what we're going to do? Yeah. Great. Wonderful, even. You know, it was working when I tested it earlier. Oh boy, okay. Let's see here. You know what? When scuff meets scuff, you know what you gotta do. You gotta adapt, evolve over— oh wait, no, it's working. Huh? Well, how's your day going? I hope a lot better than whatever this is. Oh boy, let me go ahead and get the roll call on YouTube side of things. We have Glaxy, I believe it was, right? Please correct me if I'm wrong again. Welcome into stream. Welcome into certainly not scuffed. Oh boy, let me go ahead and slide up here. Let me go ahead and get the roll call on Twitch's side of things. Let me go ahead and just slide this guy here. Alrighty then. Welcome in, Catsa on keyboard. We also have Blood Kruznik, as well as Banafi, Lazy Loaf, Melsy, and we also have here, let's see, check. We also have Shatter Fantasy Studio. We also have and I believe that's his. Oh, welcome into stream. Welcome in, and congratulations on a 35 stream streak, Lazy Loaf. And I don't know if I'd say it's a 35 scuffed streams in a row. Hold on now. Let's not be hasty here, right? Let's get, you know, at least a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. Welcome in all, and thank you as well to, is it Alyssara? Possibly? Thank you for the follow, and please correct me if I'm wrong as well. Oh boy. With that said, let me go ahead and read these messages now. Oh me, oh my, let's see. We have Bobby took her R, oh no, scuff, chat's gone, problem solved, you gotta wiggle. It's more than that, and that's it with the benefit of the doubt. There might have been before I started my streak. Are you saying you've cursed the stream with your presence? Is that what you're willing to admit, huh? Oh boy, let's see here. And sometimes I wonder, does Bobby enjoy no snacks? No, he does not. He doesn't know anything about that. He'll never know. Cover your ears, Bobby. That's whatever's being told right now. Yep, I was right. I was 100% right. That's an evil laugh if I've ever seen an evil laugh before. Let's see here. We have arms, scuff, chat, problem solved. I think we're all caught up. Lovely, lovely. And I thought it said streak, steak, and was worried about someone dying of 35 steaks. You know what? If anyone has 35 steaks to spare, I will certainly take them off your hands. You know, it'd be such a shame if anything, you know, considering the fact that 35 steaks is, you don't need that many. I would be happy if you would donate your steaks, should you have them, by all means. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over. I was trying to figure out a good idea for today, and I think I have a good idea, though. I say that and then we try things. So the hope is that we'll see how the beginning at least goes and then go from there. I'm hoping for a lot of fun, but all in all, 55 steaks, 55 fries, 55 drinks, and well done steaks. Well done, though. That's like when it's super duper cooked, right? That doesn't taste too good. It's when it's it's not too undercooked, but it's also not like super duper cooked. Like, I think there's a few levels to steaks, and I'm more of a fan of the one where it's not, it's not still breathing, but it's also just a little, it has a little bit of character to it. Let me make this guy over here, and I think we did read that in this row. Lovely. Let me see if I can also grab these screenshots before we get started. If I copy, let's see, copy you here. Oh, if it lets me, I need to grab, let's see, this guy here, will it let me do that there? Yep, there we go, that there, and let me grab one more thing here, and it's not breathing, it's dead. I mean, some steak I've seen, it's like so alive still, and howdy Napa, welcome to the stream, welcome in, welcome back. There's one more I want to grab, which is this guy right about here. Okay, I grabbed the images I want it to be able to show a little bit later, so we should be good to go there, and there. I don't believe there's any other images. Nope, we're all good. Let me close that guy here, close that guy here. Should be all good to go now. And let me go ahead and bring you to the page. If I can find it, hold on, there we go. Okay, and if I drag this guy over to here, and then I drag this guy here, click on that screen there, should be good to go, double checking, yes! All right, transition time. And the cow's soul needs to be felt, hold on now. I definitely don't want steak where I can still, the cow's soul is still palpable. That's not a good idea. And oh, hold on, is the chat deciding not to work here too? Let me just double check. And how amazing would a dead steak taste like? Isn't it just a dead steak in general because of the way the steak tastes? And hold on, I think everything's just trying to break. I don't see the chat at all. It's not visible in the slightest, which means that's all right. What about that chat? You're working there? You're not either? Okay, that's fine. How about that chat? I have so many chats here. Okay, that one's not working either. That's A-okay, good to go. I will... Huh? Every time, I think that's the second time that's happened. I said the chat's not worked. I go to try another chat. Then Blood Crucic makes a comment or a gif, and then it suddenly works. I think we're lazy loaf curses the stream. I just think you're doing something that makes it work again. Oh my, let me go ahead and sorry, chat machine broke. Not anymore, apparently. Knock on wood. Knock on so much wood. With all that said, today should be a lot of fun. Usually when it comes to cases like these, where these are like the first we've ever done of a topic, the first time I've ever studied this topic, I always say, I have no idea how today's going to go, if it's going to be long or short in the sense of what you see on screen, the plans. I'm not sure if the plans are going to plan or if we're going to veer off into outer space. Who knows? The idea is that we have something to start off with, and then depending on how we feel it out and then go from there. So the hope is that we have something and then we can kind of tweak it. And oh my, Eastward Best Mouse, and hi, I did read that. And hi, Beatus, welcome in the stream, welcome in. Eastward Mouse, could you elaborate a little bit? And Eris, what kind of lips are we talking about? Hi, Pixelart Journey, and welcome in the stream. I'm glad you asked the question. That's something I do want to touch on a little bit later, so when we get there, but there's different types of lips, different types of mouths, depending on what you're trying to draw. We'll definitely talk about that. And how do we feel it out? If we feel it, we continue. If we feel good, we continue. Exactly, yeah, bit by bit. We'll start off with the Pixar of the day. We'll talk about some resources. And then we'll look at the anatomy of the lips, try to get a good idea of what actually the lips look like before we even look at what cartoon lips look like or anime lips look like. Then we'll try drawing lips, and then we'll try drawing lines, and then we'll try drawing expressions. Those are the order, that's the order I thought we should do, but we'll see again, and then we'll do the community review. And Eastward characters have a lot of unique variations, so this will probably be a good reference. I've tried before to hunt down the Eastward sprites. It's a little bit tricky. I couldn't find many sprites on the Spriters resource, and their website on the wiki, it's also a little bit difficult to find the sprites and navigate, but I do know about the esports sprites. I do most certainly. And hi, Hardronics. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I hope your day's a lot better than it was yesterday. And power's on my headset. That's all. I'm guessing maybe a little bit. And if so, or if not, I do hope things get better. And oh, good. I was worried about it being the other lips than the mouth. I'm a little confused on that one. With that said, why don't we go ahead and get started with the Pixelart of the day? And hi, young Jiraiya, possibly? Welcome in the stream. Please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. I usually tend to be. And how is the lovely rhythm game development going? Health check before the weekend. The game development is going lovely. We worked on it yesterday, and we'll be working on it a little bit more tomorrow as well. Let me click on this guy here, click on that guy there, make sure things actually show up before I transition, apparently. And then we'll go ahead and transition. And, well, I'm more or less better. I actually just had another Despair episode, not much. Thank you for your concern, though. I see. I hope things get better. And you missed Hardronics' streak, by the way. It does not show up in my thing. I have to have the Twitch thingamajiggy open. Congratulations on your 5-stream streak. Congratulations, and thank you for coming 5 back to back to back. And here we have closes my eyes, powers my headset on, and squeezes my eyelids. Oh my, let me make sure I have the tab open here since there's no sound. I have to see it pop up. And you stream daily? I stream from Fridays to Sundays from 1 to 5 p.m. EST. And if I do hear exclamation SCHEDULA, you should be able to find the schedule. With that said, welcome into Pixelart of the day. It's a section I like to do at the beginning of stream where we attempt to look at some pixel art I can either find on Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, of the sorts, anywhere online. The idea is that it relates to whatever topic we're trying to study, whatever topic we're trying to look at. In this case, since we're doing characters recently, we've been doing it for I think the past month or 2 months just now. We're doing lips today, so I found a character that had some lips. And the idea is that we can look at this art, figure out what we like about it, and the overall idea is that I think an important skill when it comes to making things is the skill of observation. So not only do you need to be able to do the thing, but you also have to be able to look at people who know what they're doing. So be it you want to make games, you gotta play a lot of games. If you want to make art, you gotta look at a lot of art, because how can you make something if you don't know what's out there? You're basically trying to reinvent the wheel when the wheel's already been made like 20,000 times and you just didn't know about it. So the hope is that we can find pieces of this art that we enjoy, put it into our own art, and then as we go along with these pixel of the days, or just art in general, you become like a melting pot of sorts. Is the best way to describe it. And if we have here, right after you said that, my headset just went boop, boop, and died. Did I jinx it? And looking at something, I don't even know. And by the way, I saw the portrait you made. It looks so good. Thank you. Oh, that is such a compliment. Thank you. It is I can thank all of the studies we've been doing on stream recently. From studying the eyes to the ears to the nose. I took all of that and put it together, so I'm glad to hear it. Today's art we have is by Psychasai. If you like their art, consider following them on Twitter. I think that this is lovely just looking at it. I always try to find art that I really enjoy to look at before I try to dissect it, because I can think to myself, I like the way this art looks, but I know I like it, but the question now is, why do you like it? Maybe there's things about it that you don't like, and if you find things that you don't like, it's the idea of, well, now you cannot put it into your art, and everything I make in Pixelart eventually degrades up your tooth decay type beat. I do hope, or next week we will be studying tooths. With that said, let me go ahead and click on this guy to get us started. Hold on, is the timer not going to work? Hold on, let me just reset the timer there. We have the timer up, click on 8 minutes here. And then if I click on that, there we go. Lovely. Okay, it's working now. And I did read that as well. Lovely. With that said, if I slide over here, what are some things you notice? Usually when I take a look at pixel art, the biggest thing for me is finding out the colors and the uses of colors and how many colors. I tend to find that art that has 3 to 5 colors tends to be the sweet range anymore, and it's like a rainbow. But I've also found artists who use a lot of colors and they somehow manage to balance everything. And some found a new artist. Yeah, that's another reason why I like doing the Pixelart of the day, because the hope is that I can just find more people to follow and look at, because this right here, it reminds me, the texturing feels like a crayon, but it's pixel art. Let me zoom in a little bit more so you can see it a little bit better. And talking about colors, let's start there first. I see the colors of red. I see the colors in, hold on, let me make sure that this is the right name. There we are. Okay, so there's red, I see green, I see orange, I see pink, and is that all? I could say, yeah, I think there's 4 colors going on here, 4 main colors. I would consider the skin to maybe be a color of orange and pink, so kind of mixing those colors together. So I would combine them, this pink and orange, and maybe you could even call that a yellow if you're being generous, but I'm going to call it an orange. Oh, I think 4 colors. And peach? Yeah, peach is like, at least these colors together, I'd say, yeah, peach, pink, somewhere in that range, and icy green. Yep, there is some green everywhere. And hold on, let me make this guy a little bit smaller. If it lets me, a little bit smaller. How about like 8? There we go. That should make things easier to see. And peach, and I did do that as well. And they are very underrated. So it seems to be. I really enjoyed that art, and I definitely want to take a look more. And I kind of see blue in the hair. Interesting. Oh yeah. Now the question is, would you consider that like a blue or blue-green? I could definitely see, and oh, we even have some purple. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the Guardians. It's not Guardians of the Galaxy. There is like the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy from Galaxy Guardians. If any of you know what I'm talking about, that's what this color reminds me of. It's like the Tooth Fairy, who was like a hummingbird. That's what this reminds me of. And imagine if one realizes colorblindness on this stream. Oh, we have yet to do things that attune to that, but the hope is that our art looks good in both black and white and with colors, as I try to have a big focus on contrast. I'll put on here not only pink, but there's also on here purple, P-U-R-P-L-A, and you know what? Yeah, let's say blue. Blue. This is I barely see many art, much, how do I say this? I don't usually see art that I grab for Pixelart of the day having this many colors. Maybe that's why I really enjoy it. It manages to balance out a lot of colors, and yet it feels like it's good and looks like a cerulean blue. Yeah, and wait, is that a dryad of sorts? I'm not too sure. I couldn't tell you. And cerulean blue, very specific, but I do like specifics. And I did read that as well. Lovely, lovely. Okay, so with that said, another thing I usually like taking a look at is once I find the colors, then I try to look at what type of lines there are. What type of line art are they using? So for that answer, line art, I can say, I don't even know if I would call this a classification of line art. It feels like it would be its own thing. Because if we look in, sometimes the lines are thicker, sometimes the lines are thinner, and maybe that's why I like it. I like it because it feels like it's paint, or it feels like it's crayons. It feels like it's got a lot of texture to it that I barely see with a lot of pixel art. Usually the line is either like 2 thick or 3 thick or even 1 thick, and then it's different colors. But here, pigment, I see, and got ya. Yeah, I'm going to say line art. Line art? Yeah, no, yes, there's line art here. Yes, but it varies to make feel like paint, texture, T-X-U-R-E, texture, and C-R-A-Y-O-N-S, texture and crayons. That's what I'll put. And all I can do is draw a skewed stickman with 1 pixel brush, and I love it. That's good, as long as you like your art. Regardless of how simple or complicated it is, what matters is that you enjoy it. Looking at this here, I've never tried the style of pixel art, so it's another thing too, where I didn't know you could do this sort of thing. And now that I've seen it, maybe I'll give it a try for myself. For example, take a look at the way they do the texturing on the hair. The way here for the clothing, that it's thick here, and then you have thin here and thick here. It's super duper interesting, isn't it? Paint and crayon sounds so yummy. Hold on now. You stay away from that box. So I'll put on here texturing, line art, variation, and no, the wax ones. Oh, not the wax ones. I see. Not any, really. You shouldn't be eating any. I'll put on here, I suppose, let's see, that there are orange and pink highlights. Pink highlights. H-I-G-H-L-I-G-H-T-S. And areas where lines coverage are mostly thicker, areas where lines converge are mostly thicker. Ooh, that's a fair point, yeah, let's see. Lines touching, T-O-U-C-H-I-N-G equals T-H-I-C-K-E-R. Let's see. I would say possibly, or also shadows too. Shadows also tend to have the thicker lines. For example, there's a lot of shading here because of the shadow. There's a lot of shading here because of the shadow. I'd see a lot of shading here because of shadow. So we can say not only lines touching equals thicker, but also shadows equals thicker. I can say that too. And but why? They're tasty. Crunch. Tastes like blue. Lies. Or she just has insane chest hair. This reminds me of plants, leaves. That's what I'm getting the texturing of. And the thing is too, when you zoom in, it doesn't really look like leaves. But when you take into consideration everything in the piece, I think it just comes together so well. And it makes me wonder, why is that the case? What I'm saying here is that orange and pink are used for highlights. For example, I would have never thought to use orange and pink for these areas here. We've seen it before when it comes to lights and having it have like a yellow and pink. I think yellow and pink when we've done a different study the other day with bows, ribbons. I'm also noticing here, for areas that are darker for shadow, there's also a highlight. So for example here, for the blue highlights, where it's cooler, there's a blue instead. And you can kind of see there's even highlights for the shadows. And even down here, highlights for the shadows, highlights for the shadows. Or is it even shadows, would you call it, or is it just blue? I'm going to say highlights for the shadows, so it feels like it's a highlight for the shadows, or maybe you could even say highlight for the blue. But the blues here are used as a highlight, so blue is a highlight, H-I-G-H-L-I-G-H-T. Also, let me do orange and pink highlights, and also blue here, so hold on, let me move that here. Highlights, orange, pink, and blue. So pink and blue, B-L-U-E, pink and blue. And then let me also do a comma here. Orange, pink, and blue highlights. I think that's the best way to describe it. And desaturated shadows look like a desaturated purple. And you mean reflected lights. Oh, yeah, it could certainly be right. Would that be called bounce lights, I think? Where the light reflects off of it. So for example here, it's blue because, I'm guessing, maybe because where she is, the area she's in is very blue. So the blue of the environment bounces onto her. I can definitely see that. And the darkest is the core shadow. I see. So that would be probably this color then as the darkest color. And then these guys are the highlights if I had to guess. If that is the case, that's super interesting. And then if I blur my eyes heavily, she looks all green. Fascinating. Interesting. Definitely I can say that the green is the main piece, and then I'd say the skin second. And it's also neat that they put a red flower here. It makes me wonder why. Why instead of like maybe purple for the eyes, what do you think made them choose red instead? Since I think red is only chosen here. Yeah, it would make me wonder. Is it because it's a character? Did they design this character? What's the reason for the red flower? It could just be also just for fun. It doesn't even have to have a meaning to it. And I don't know color balance. It's wild, isn't it? And how there's a lot of colors going on, but it feels super balanced. And in my eyes, at the very least. And you know what? Timer's just about up. I also want to see the contrast on this art as well. Speaking of color blindness, something I also like taking a look at sometimes, especially when we do it for this, and it's to have complementary colors, maybe? Complementary colors, I know red and green, right? Red and green go well together, and then maybe red and purple also go well together, so maybe red, purple, and pink. It's interesting, it works, that's the thing. My question is the why it works, because if we can figure out the why, we can put it into our own art. Let me go ahead and click on this here. What I really wanted to take a quick look at was the contrast on the art. And sometimes green is the opposite of red. Yeah, color contrasting, at least complementary. That would make a lot of sense. The thing is though, is it's red and green for complementary here. It's interesting too. Let me go ahead and hide this guy for a super duper quick second. All I wanted to do was, I wanted to bring this into here to take a look at the grayscale version of it, and that's interesting. The contrast on here, I'd say, is not too high, not too low. The green and the blue are all in the same color values, while the shadows are super duper dark. Even here, you can kind of see dark areas for the shadow, but notice how even when it's in black and white, this still reads really well, which shows that even though the colors aren't too contrasting, so they're not very brightly apart, they're different enough that this piece can even work when it's black and white, which is super duper interesting. Usually I try to make my contrast very high, so I try to have a lot of bright colors and then dark colors. I think at some point, I definitely want to have something a little bit more like this, where everything's a little bit more balanced, yet you can still tell everything apart. I can still tell that this is hair, I can still tell that this is clothing, and skin here as well. It's interesting, and I have fun, no worries at all, Hardtronics. I hope whatever you get up to is enjoyable, and I hope the rest of your day goes well, and even better, even better too. Words. Let me go ahead and close this guy here. Thank you for all of your comments. And hi, Hollow. Hi. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. And yeah, the balance adds the natural feel of character. Interesting. So do you think then a character that has high contrast would feel a little less natural then? It smiles? Well, I'll be back to the Android development. Have fun. Let me click on this guy here, and then let me go ahead and close this guy here. And I feel like my commentary was useless. Your commentary, the thing is though, is that commentary alone is very helpful. And for example, if I blur my eyes heavily, she looks all green. That's a good commentary. That's a notice. That's something you notice with observation. That's handy as well. It's just the things of, even if it doesn't feel helpful to other people, it's what you personally notice that I think helps a lot in trying to figure out your style and trying to understand things and dissect things. Because while your eyes might see something, other people's eyes might see something else. And that's the great part about observation, is that everyone can look at a painting and take something different from it. Let me go ahead, and if I click this guy here, and then if I go ahead and do exclamation study, you should be brought to the proper page. If you didn't know, hello, I am Eris Ezra. I am a game developer. I try my best to cover all aspects of game development, so from programming to music to also art. And the idea is that we do these studies once a week in hopes of getting better at our art, specifically pixel art. And the hope is that the better I get at my art, the better I can put it into my, or the more that my art, when I put it into my games, will look nice. For example, here, at some point in time, I did do digital art. This portrait here was drawn by me. But halfway across the point, I realized when I make my games, I don't think I could do all of those sprites for characters like that. So then I found out about pixel art, and the rest is history. It's been a lot of fun. And yeah, I'm trying to get off topic a lot, or I'm just getting off topic a lot for this, but I'm trying. No worries at all. You're doing just fine, I'd say. Let me go ahead, and as I type into here character like that, character, here we are. This is what you have been linked to. And the idea is that this website here will hopefully, as we go along, and I do hope to update it soon so that the layout's a little bit easier to see, but the idea is that every time we do one of these studies, I have an area, so an article of things you can look at, and the hope is that for a lot of people, the hardest part is getting started when doing something. So for example, if you want to learn how to draw characters, you might not know where to start. So the hope is that as we go along with these studies, I have a lot of resources here that might give you a good direction to go into, and hold on. Hiya! Yeah, can I get a Big Mac? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. The shadow creates some really nice lines to divide the section of the character, and the contrast is perhaps created by the hues. Value is important, sure, but when it's orange versus green, there's not too much risk of clashing values, especially with all that lovely shading going on. Hold on. Let me grab that guy here. I will add that comment into the area. Yeah, that's a good point. The thing is, it's like, while a person might use a lot of colors, the fact that the values are similar enough means that you don't have a lot of information overload. The contrast doesn't feel too loud. Everything feels soft and natural because it's not too harsh on the eyes. I can agree to that. Let me click on this guy here. Let me click on that guy there. We should be all good to go. Lovely. So different people learn different ways, and I usually learn best by watching people do things or by doing things myself. So I tend to find that watching tutorials, watching videos is the best way I understand things. So you can see here that we have different aspects of a person, and for here we have mouse. Now, I haven't had a chance to look through this entire playlist on mouse I found, and what you'll also notice is that there's unfortunately not a lot of pixel art related videos on here. The only pixel art videos specifically I could find on drawing mouse were these two, and they were on how to animate mouse, how to rig mouse to models. And the thing is, I thought that could still be helpful for some people. Maybe by learning how to animate something, it helps you understand it better. So I did add those, but you'll see that most of these are drawing videos either to be traditional or digital. And the idea is that while pixel art is a sort of not, I guess you could call it a scarce topic, but not very common, the unfortunate bit is that there's not a lot of information out there. So it feels like a lot of the time it's a DIY project. But the good news about pixel art is that usually you can find videos, even if it's not pixel art related, learn it that way, and then translate it into pixel art. So that's what we'll be doing. And hi, Fountainian Waters. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in and welcome back. And hello, Eris and everyone else. Hello, and welcome into stream. I hope your day's been well so far. Welcome in. With that said, I have not gotten a chance to watch all of these videos yet, but though I can say I can highly recommend specifically this video here, so the one by Angel here, as well as the one here by Cynics. I've been going down slowly, and then I kind of started skipping through these, but these two I found to be the most helpful when looking at things. And something I've noticed is that if I'm trying to draw something, if it happens to be something alive, usually looking at the anatomy, breaking it down with the bones and the muscles is also super duper helpful, which is why after talking about the resources, we won't immediately start into pixel art. We'll look at the anatomy of the mouth, because I tend to find understanding what's beneath and the really complicated look of something helps to understand why people simplify certain aspects of it. If I scroll down here, not only do we have playlists here, we also have websites, and I really do enjoy, for example here, this website here, because it's an article, and I like reading these articles from time to time, but what I really enjoy are things like this, where it's a GIF, and it's simple and sweet information in one tiny spot. So the idea is that while you're drawing, you can have this on to the side, well, for your reference, and the hope is that as you go along, it's not too much information overload. That's the whole point of finding little GIFs like this. So if I slide down here, we also have some websites and articles I was able to find. For example, we have this guy here, and if we let it load for just a second here, again, another article. So if you learn best more by reading articles, hopefully, maybe this can be handy too. Let me go ahead and close this guy here. Let me go ahead and slide down here. Not only that, but we have a website called the Writer's Resource. Now, this is a website I can wholeheartedly, hands down say that if it's one recommendation I can give to learning pixel art, to getting better at pixel art, it's is to look at this website, is to use this website. This website is where people come together and they find sprites and assets of different games that they enjoy, and they upload the direct assets from those games. And the idea is that as artists, what we can do is take apart and break down these assets to understand them. So we hone our observation skills. That's the whole point. And hi, Ame. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. The Mouth is also her wrestler name. Mouth. And sorry I couldn't stay for long. No worries at all, Glaxy, right? Glaxy, no worries at all. But I promise to return soon. Feel free to come and go as you please. 100%. Feel no pressure at all. Thanks for stopping by and chatting as much as you have. And Spriter's Resource also has 3D models and textures used in game as well. Yeah. I believe the Spriter's Resource, I think, has a total of, yeah, look at that. They have models, they have textures, they have sounds. There's also VG. There is an entire different area. And I say recently, but maybe like for almost half a year now, the website's also been updated. So if you're just looking for references in general, you don't know where to start with learning something, I think the best way is to break it down. What we have here is a list of games I was able to find that have character sprites in them. So the hope is that you can click through these guys and think to yourself, I like this style. Let me try to break it down. And let me show you why I enjoy something like this. And here is the Mouth, Ezra. And hi, Ame. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in again. And if I go back to our Pixelart of the day here, so if I go into PRF here, what you should be able to notice is that this. Say I wanted to draw something like this. How would I start? Where would I go? Something that's super duper important in Pixelart is the idea of canvas size. For example, how many pixels wide and tall is this? Am I going to have to zoom in to kind of estimate? Am I going to have to download the image and upscale and downscale it? It can get a little bit tricky, especially when you don't know where to go. So a website like the Spriter's Resource, what it allows us to do is, for example, if I wanted to draw, let's see. If I wanted to draw this little snowman guy here, I'd be able to drag and drop this guy into my Pixelart program of choice, or I could just click on the download button. So if I grab this guy here, I can then immediately figure out the sizing and the look of it. And note, there seems to be new features for zip files tile sets on the Spriter's Resource website. This is so useful for learning tile sets. Interesting. I do not know if there's a zip file feature for animation, so there will be like a whole zip file of animated sprites and everything. I didn't know for tile sets though. We haven't done a tile set study recently, but that is good information to know. Thank you. What you'll see here is that I can now 100% tell for certain that this guy is about 80 by 80. And looking at him, I wouldn't have thought that he was that big. But the hope is that now that I know his size, I can kind of get a better guesstimate of what's going on. It also allows me to get a good look at how the sprites are exactly detailed. So the hope all in all is that you get good references so that you can hone your observation. And by honing your observation, you're able to upgrade your art. That's the hope of it. Let me bring you back into this guy here, and let me bring you back into this guy right here. With that said, let me go ahead and close you here, close you here, close you here, close you here. And Cadence of Hyrule Crypt of the Necrodancer has a zip tile set. I was actually looking at the stone walls earlier on. Hold on. I think I have heard of the Cadence of Hyrule one. I did not know Crypt of the Necrodancer was on Spriter's Resource though. I've been enjoying that game. I'm not good at it, but I like the feel of that game. So let me hold on. Spriter's, S-P-R-I-T-E-R-S, R-E-S-O-U-R-C-E. Let me copy that guy, save that guy here for later, as I'm curious. I'm super duper curious, and the hope is that I can find more games that have a lot of references to use as well. Since the hope is that since there's so many different styles, hopefully you can find one that it works for you. And one of the few games Nintendo actually supported people using for fan art and ripping. Interesting. I feel as though the Hyrule one's on here. No. I have the Minish Cap. I see. Not only is there a website like the Spriter's Resource, but there's also a website called itch.io. And if you are a game developer, you most likely know about this website, be it for uploading games, downloading games, or downloading assets to use into your game. However, have you ever considered it from an artist perspective? As an artist, you can find character packs here or any packs of assets you're looking for, drag and drop them into your program for art, and then you can take them apart. For example, in no particular reason or order, there is this lovely character template pack right here, and it gets me every time that as soon as you click it, it's right there. It's just so neat. And the idea is that you can find free packs, download them, and again, figuring out the sizing, figuring out the animation specifically. So yeah, find out how to draw animations. And what I always like highlighting too is, for example, we will eventually do a dancing study on how to draw dancing animations. And say I wanted to learn how to draw something like this. I'm able to download the direct files of this, even if the sprite was supposed to be used for putting into games or something. I can drag it into my art program and also take it apart so I can figure out how to exactly make the character move, or my character move, or even taking that character apart and trying to make different animations and keep them the same. It's just all good study material that I always enjoyed looking at. with all of that said, let me go and close this guy, go close this guy here. I believe that is everything, which is great to always see, which means let me go ahead and bring you back into our planning screen here. Or, hold on, let me actually keep you in this screen for just a second. Hold on, there's so many screens right now. Oh boy. What I wanted to do was double check on this guy here before it gets shown. So if I enable you here, give me one old second here. I click you, then I click you. We should be good to go. I should be able to see it, but it's not popping up. So I'm glad I did check. That should be good. Lovely, lovely. Okay, so at the end of stream, what we will be doing is we'll be taking a look to see if any of you have drawn any pixel art you'd like to share. So if I go ahead and do on here !discord, what you should be able to notice is that there is a Discord link. And from the Discord, what you'll do is you'll navigate down from the welcome page all the way down to Pixelart Study with me. And the idea is that, once again, the hope of sharing... Oh, you can't see. Hold on. Here you are. Oh boy, if I click on here, our welcome page, and you scroll down to Pixelart Study with me right here below stream, you'll see that there are previous topics we've done. And the idea is that, again, even if we aren't currently studying that topic, you can hopefully click into these, see what other people have drawn, take inspiration, use your observation skills, and you can also post here. So even if we don't do another tree study stream for like another year, if you upload your art here, we can always take a look at it at the end of another tree stream. And what you'll see is at the very top here, pinned is the mouth and lips. So if you happen to draw any mouths and lips, or you've drawn any characters with mouths or lips in the past that you'd like us to take a look at, we'll take a look at the end of stream as well. So that's there too. Let me go ahead then and hide this guy here. And with all that said and done, let's move on now to the anatomy. Let me go ahead and click on you here and you here. And hi, Sonic Edits. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hello, I am taking a haircut. I hope your haircut goes well. Let me go ahead and drag you back into our PRF here. And with all that said and done, let me now get some lemonade and also put this guy here for my tea. All right, let's see. Tasty. And are we allowed to also drop resources? Yes, 100%. The hope is that it becomes an area where if people don't know what to research or what to look for, we can kind of just share notes back and forth. That's what I like to call these studies with me's, or yeah, that's what I like to call them. The idea of we're both in the library passing notes back and forth between each other. For example, I've never drawn lips before or learned about drawing lips. I've drawn characters with mouths, sure, but I've never taken the time to learn how to draw mouths. So the more information you can share back and forth, the better, since we can all learn from it, which is always nice to hear. What you'll notice is that what I was talking about earlier with the videos I was watching, I found, and hold on, let me hide this guy here. There we are. Lovely. I found this guy to be the most helpful, as well as Angel, since they broke down the mouse into different shapes. And this is what Pixelart was talking about earlier with the idea of what type of mouse are you trying to draw. As what you'll see is that for some character sprites, learning how to draw character mouth can be important. For example, we have lips here, or like a big orc type of face. We have also cute mouths like this here, but then you also get mouths like, let's see, some more lips here. You'll also get mouths like this here. Look how simple the lines are for this mouth. There's no lips going on, or this one here. And you'll also be able to see the artist too. So if you ever find art that you enjoy from here, also feel free to check them out as well. So it's the idea of different mouths, or even this here, from Miru, and you'll see that these are super duper detailed mouths. And I think a tricky thing is that when people get into learning a topic, it's a tricky thing to understand the purpose of it, because on one hand, it's a lot of fun to study something. If you're trying to have, or if you have a specific goal you're trying to aim towards, then maybe not doing studies like these where you're drawing super duper realistic lips will be important. And maybe you'll be better off learning how to draw, for example, mouths like this, where it's only a few pixels. And this is my gate kid here, you can even see small mouth again here. So it's about choosing your purpose, choosing your goal, I think, which can make a big difference too. Since if you're going for something super detailed in texture, then looking at this or trying to draw in that size is important. And I say this because if I bring you into draw here, what you'll be able to notice is if I close this guy here and I bring you into this page here. This is a page I grabbed, or I grabbed different games from the Sprite resource, and I made an entire page of different sprites. But what you'll notice is that my goal is to learn how to draw better character sprites for characters in games. So I look at references from different characters in games. For example, this is Fields of Mistria, and take a look at their mouths. Look how detailed their mouths are compared to the big lips we saw. So while drawing big lips as big as the character here, so something this big, could be fun, is it going to help me towards my goal? Most likely not. Even here you can see the mouths used in these sprites. Is this something you're trying to go for? Is this something you're trying to make? Even here you can see the character sprites. This is 2 dots. 2 dots for how to draw a mouse for the Pokemon sprites. This is from Pokemon Black and White too. So it's a matter of knowing what you're going for before you even start that I think can help a big difference or make a big difference. Even here you can see this is from Fire Emblem. The mouse here too, as well, just super duper small mouse. So what we'll be doing and what we'll hopefully be doing is, this is why if I bring you into our planning screen here, this is why I have a difference between lips and lines. What I want to do is I first want to take a look at how to draw big mouths so that we can understand what goes into a mouth. Why does a mouth look the way it does? And then when we do lines, I'm talking about these, where it's more like a line here for the mouths, since there is a way to do it. But I think starting off super duper detailed and then simplifying will help us a lot, since it'll make us understand why you would choose to use this size of mouth for the lips and why you choose those highlights in those certain areas. Because if we understand the big picture, then it can hopefully be a little bit easier to understand the smaller picture. And we also have here too, characters from Traveler's Rest. And then look how big these lips are. And if I were to just copy this guy super duper quickly, we have these lips, and then you put them beside the character. Look how big the size is. So it really plays a factor into what style are you going for? Are you going for sprites that are this big with their portraits? Or are you going for something of this size, or maybe of this size? It really depends. So if you can figure out a goal, that can help by a lot. And the snowman, it's alive! Look at him! Isn't he adorable? This is from the Traveler's Rest, which I think it's been an enjoyable game. It's still in early development, but I am always a fan of cafe simulators or cooking simulators. So boy, am I excited for the full release. With all of that said, what I wanted to do next was take a look at some mouths and trace over them. So let me go ahead and open up Clip Studio Paint, which I thought I had opened, but unfortunately not. So give me just a second to open that guy there, and then we'll take a look at some mouths. So if I click on this guy here, I click on a new draw here, let me get some lemonade here. Tasty, tasty. Though, oh, I was about to say, though for some reason my screen went entirely black, but we're good, we're all right. And someone make that snowman into Eris. What I can say is that we have drawn a, what is it called? A snowman study before. Ame, I don't remember if you were here for that. It was like, it was a good while ago, but from that study, we made a character that ended up crashing stream for some reason. So this is the snowman. We ended up making this guy, that snowman guy right there, is Man Snow. He was made. I'll be excited to draw him more during our Christmas studies. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. Let me make a new guy here. So let's do File, New, New guy here. We'll call it Pixelart. Pixelart, P-I-X-E-L-A-R-T, Mouth Study, S-T-U-D-Y. From there, I'll go ahead and click on OK here. Let me make sure I grab the save here. We should be good to go. Lovely, lovely. Okay. And then if I click on you here and guess I will drop a mouth anatomy study for a resource, that would be lovely if you would not mind at all. And a Man Snow, how horrifying! Oh boy. Let me click on this guy here. It should bring you into this page, which should be great. And I wasn't here for that time? Probably before. Oh boy. Well, the thing is, I think, no, in August. August is when we'll be drawing him a little bit more, but that's A-okay. Let me go ahead and grab this guy here. And then what I'd like to do is I'd like to grab, let's see if I can find it specifically. And let me show you what I'm looking at as well. I want to grab a mouth that's super simple, a super simple mouth to look at that we can try to break down. And we're going to try to draw a detailed mouth first. And then we'll go from there, making it a little bit more simple. So looking at these people from a mouth looking forward, what do you think? What do you think could be a good mouth to draw? A forward-looking face. I'm thinking, let's see, we have some of these guys too. We're looking for specifically lips. These are expressions and these are lips. You know what? I think we should draw this guy's lips. I think they are simple enough to look at and they have a lot of detail to them. So I'm going to copy this guy. Let me see if I can copy this image and let me see if I can post it here. And I forget, 8 bits per play. Your name was Shatter Fantasy, right? The video you have from Cynics, I do have that linked into the, what's it called? I had that linked. That is, yeah, that video helped a lot. This is a screenshot from the video, the breaking down of it. I do agree that that is a great video to look at. Let me paste this guy here. So if you want to look at this guy, you can drag and drop him into your digital art program. And what I'll do is I will make this guy a little bit smaller here. So about maybe this size here, about this big here. There we go. Lovely. Make that a little bit smaller so that we can have the video here. With that, I'll go ahead and paste this guy here, make him a little bit smaller, and what I wanted to do was try drawing over his face a little bit, and drawing over his lips to see if we could get a good idea of the lip structure. And this fellow looking at me funny, and for starting out, forward face would be a good, because of allowing symmetry tools to help with both sides at once. Oh, that's a fair point too, yeah. The issue is, and what I've realized as well, is that when we did, for example, the skull study, it was easy enough doing the front of the skull since we had the symmetry tool, but when we did the side of the skull, oh boy, don't get me started. Let me go ahead and click this guy here. And with that said, what I wanted to pay attention to, what I wanted to note first was this guy here. Let me see if I can find a better picture. If not, I can always grab it. Nope, I don't think I have one on hand, which is unfortunate. Let me go ahead and grab that picture then, as I found one that I want to share that I think is super duper handy. So if I go back to here and we do mouth muscles and MUSCLES, mouth muscles, I saw someone, or I say someone, I read in a book, I have an anatomy book that I read a little bit earlier this morning, and it was talking about the muscles on the face. It was described, the mouth muscles, it was described as a muzzle. And what you'll see here is, I kind of agree. It's the idea that all of these muscles on the face make a hole for the lips, and the face that Bobby makes all the time. This is not his face that he makes. And why I thought it was important to take a look at the muscles as I copy this guy and I also move this guy to another layer, and oh, is that what it's called? Pixelart journey. Hold on, let me do this guy here. Let me paste here. Orbital, orbicularis orsis. Is that how you pronounce it? Let me go ahead and click on OK here. And depressing angular orsi. Hold on, let me see if I can Google that term right here. Let me copy this guy here. Let me go ahead and paste this guy here because I moved. Yeah. Though that area of the mouth, if I grab you here and here, it's the idea that there's this kind of round section as the mouth and the jaw, and or. This area is what's being referred to, that highlighted bit there. But it's the idea of the fact that when you bind the muscles onto the skull, where do they appear? In this circle here, and the lips. So if I bring you back to here, what we're noticing for the lips, just not even going into the muscles or anything just yet, what are we saying for different features? And I really do like how the mouth was broken down right here with this area here. I think this one makes it a little bit easier to understand. This one's by Angel if I zoom in here. So let's go ahead and just draw the areas, the different sections, and see about doing them in different, or not even different angles just yet, just using shapes first. And the highlighted is the presser. Interesting. It's always interesting to know that, like, the face is so, not even the face, the body itself, there's so many different muscles. For example, here, you have this image right here. If it lets me open it, give it a second, it's loading. Here we are. Look at this. There's so many different names for different parts of the muscles, which I think is super duper interesting. Here, you're talking about the, orbicular, yeah, this part here. Yeah, that's the part I was talking about. Indeed, and hi, Cinnaba. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. Yes, indeed. This is what I was talking about. This area specifically here. And if I also grab a side angle of the face, let's see, side angle of the face, side angle, face muscle, side angle. There we are. I think the body has more than 4 muscles. Are you sure? And I was crazy enough to memorize them. It's often worried that as an artist, you'll have to memorize all the different muscles to the face. And the thing is, I think for some people, learning how to memorize every single part of everything is super duper handy. And I hope for you, it was really useful to learn everything. What I end up usually doing is that, oh yes, look at this round piece. I will call you now round piece. I know that technically speaking, it's the orbicular orsis, but all in all, round piece of the mouth. What you'll notice hopefully is that when looking at the side of the face too, that there is a bit of a bump for the mouth. So try to think of it in 3D. That's the hope I'm trying to look at, is the fact that the mouth is just not a single flat piece. You have to try to think of it as a round piece. So if we zoom out here and go back to here, this guy here, there we are. Okay, this guy here should be super duper handy. I think that's Russian, if I'm not mistaken. But what I wanted to do was grab this guy here and then drag it over here. And for this lip here, what I wanted to do was look at the different areas. And good old round piece, that used to be my stage name. And it's orbicular airs from now on. Whatever helps you remember, sure. I always remember people referring to this area of the mouth as the heart shape. So I'm gonna go ahead and make that into a shape here. It kind of goes outwards, as you can see. So we'll do this guy here, this outwards bit here, outwards bit here. There's also a kind of outwards bit here. So we can kind of make that go outwards here. That's this area I'm trying to look at. And then it kind of goes up a little bit. So if I go up and down, it's that bit there. And it's kind of going around. So we'll also add some lines. Let's do a different color. And that's Greek. Oh, really? Interesting. If I zoom in here, interesting. I've never looked at Greek as much. That is lovely to know. I want to learn a lot of different languages, but Greek was never on them. One would be nice, but not on the top priority. Let's see. If I go ahead and do this here and do this here, all I'm trying to do is figure out the dimensions of it. So I know that this guy is wrapping around and down. So I'm adding this guy here, wrapping around and down. I can also tell right away too, and I do like how they do this here. I like the idea of making it into circles because that does feel nice. And yeah, I see pi and delta. Oh, interesting. Hold on, pi and delta. I'm guessing those are symbols, the delta symbol. I have seen that before, like the alpha and omega symbol, if I had to guess. We also see another area. If I grab this guy here, I see the mouth kind of in this circle shape. So I did see that circle shape here. It's kind of like a circle shape you'd say maybe here. And then I'd also say maybe there's also another circle shape here. I see that circle shape. So we could kind of describe it as that. And again, we have the lines coming outward. So maybe you could say this is rounding out about here, like that and that. I'd say it's just rounding out. So maybe we could say that and there, maybe. Let's see. That would go there. I think that would go there. That would go here and here. There we go. So something like that, I think. And then lastly, I see another piece that would go maybe here as it's wrapping around and down. So this is kind of an area that gets tucked inwards and something like that, you could possibly say. And then this guy here as well would go down a little bit, so it's curving outwards. And since we're using green, let's stay consistent here and also use a green. And I wonder if the fellow's aware that his mug is drawn over by a skull collecting freak. Hold on now. And hi, Agape. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I assure you, I'm not the one that made the collection. I'm simply observing all of the things that have been gathered. That is all. I would want to grab not only this color here, let's also wrap it up by grabbing this color here, as I think this is the last bit, the corner here. The shapes of the lips seem to be about, I'd say, maybe that area you could call it, and then this guy kind of goes over, and hold on, we were using green, right? So let's keep using green. So something like this here. And I know we were going to immediately or first start off with looking at the front of the face, but I think it would be a good idea to also take a look at the different angles. So let's also look at another direction of the lips to see if we can get a good feel for just how this shape, these different shapes here, look at different angles. So let me go ahead, and what I'll do is I will grab another direction here. Let's look at this lady's lips here to see. Let's look at, yeah, let's do this lady's lips. So I'll copy this lady here. I'll also paste it here too. So if you want to use a lady and copy your image over, you can as well. And then I'll go ahead and I'll grab this guy here. I'll paste it, slide it over here. We'll make it a little bit smaller here. And let's see if we can spot those shapes that we did earlier. And ads already, my goodness. Let me go ahead and slide this guy down here. We'll also slide you down here. This should be our layer that we're working on at the moment. So actually, you know what? Let me slide you up here, actually. And then we'll grab you here. There we are. Okay, so with that said, when we're looking at it from this side of the face, what are we seeing? Well, we know, and let me grab this image too to make it a little bit easier to tell everything. Let me grab this guy here, and then let me grab this guy here so you can see the bit of the lip. So looking at that reference that we made, can we spot those areas on her face? I started off with doing the heart area, so I can kind of see maybe the heart area would be considered here, right there and there. And then we have this bit go here, and then this bit kind of goes here, and then this bit kind of goes here. So I do see it kind of rounding out again, and I don't know if we can do it the size at least, if we do like that there, that there, that there. Another bit I'm seeing as well is the circle bits at the bottom. So you could say maybe this bit here for that area, so that kind of circle there, and then you'd also say maybe this circle here. So I'm definitely seeing some dimensions already with the different angles, and so us doodling over photos in newspapers was actually a highly educational practice. Exactly. Anything can be educational if you believe hard enough. Maybe. Don't quote me on that. I'm sure that you'll be able to find some way, some rhyme or reason how that would not be a good idea. Oh boy, let me go ahead and slide this over here. We have, let's see, this goes over, and then this goes over. And we have those areas here, which I'm finding. And then if we look at our blue areas, I barely see that area over there. But I see, and maybe it's because either the angle, or maybe just because her lips are a lot different. And now we're back to all the organs she's harvested. I have not harvested these. These are all given to me freely on own will. If I draw a line here and here, I'm noticing that maybe it's either going to be the case of this triangle's a lot longer than this triangle, either because of the angle or because of the person. Maybe she just has thinner lips or longer lips instead of him. And if we grab this guy here, we can also say, let's see, you would go about here, I'd say, and then here too. And hi, memorable man. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. Still as enthusiastic sounding as ever, I see. Well, thank you. As long as it is a topic I enjoy doing, by all means, I can yap for days. Let me go ahead and draw that line there for the other area, and then we have this area here too. So let's do one more, and then we'll do the front-facing look. I think I'm starting to understand, though, the idea at the very least. It's the feel of that we have a small little heart shape. So let's see if I can, just from my understanding, if I'm getting this a little bit correctly, you'd have a little heart shapes. You'd have something like maybe this here. Hold on, let me make this a little bit smaller here. You do something like, let's see. You do something like here, and then you'd have the heart area here. So you'd have the little guy here, depending on how you want the face to look. So maybe we can say something like that there, that little heart that we see. So it'd be this here, and then you would take the two circles here. So you would take a circle here, so maybe you would take a circle here. So that circle there, and then you would add like another circle here. So it'd be this circle here. So let's see, that circle there, something like that there. And then you would add in your blue squares. So you maybe add a blue square here, something like that there. And this is me just eyeballing it, but I think I'm starting to understand at least the feel of the structure of the face. Because if I can think about it in terms of cones in different directions, the hope is that eventually it becomes easier to understand. For example, doing something like, I'll redo that there, doing something like this here, where it's the idea, of it turning this direction here, if we're looking at the lips from this direction. So I'm just trying in my mind at the very least to understand the 3 dimensions, because then it can make it easier to look at from different angles and figure out my own feel of it. You can kind of see here if I do it from this here, and then we do the pointy bit here. That might be at least the very start of the lips, and then we would do that here, so we'd add that triangle here and add that triangle here. I think at least I'm starting to understand it a little bit. Let's do one more, and then we'll start drawing a more detailed look of the lips from the front view. So let's look at one more person here. Let's see. Who shall be the person we use? You're from the side. You're from the side too. Do we want to do your smiling? Do we want to do a smiling face? Nah. I think we should do this lips. Or let me grab a different one. Oh, ads are starting soon. Lovely. Okay. So we'll do the ad break now, and then we'll do one more lips when we come back. One more lips. One more set of mouths, lips. Let's do that there. I'll also wrap this up by adding a little guy here too. There we are. And with that said, let me grab one more mouth image. Let's see. Portrait photo, Portrait, PHOTO. Let's see. Portrait photography. Save that guy there. Let's see if we can grab one more. And the thing is as well is that I want to do my best to not pay attention to mouths that are open or any teeth. But the thing is, to understand the mouth, I do think we have to at some point take a look at it today, because when you open up your mouth, these muscles pull back and slide. So that's where these bits here become a little bit more important, and why I want to make sure, at least while we're drawing, that we're thinking about the fact that the skin has to pull itself back. And well, this morning while I was gathering images like this, it started feeling a little bit weird. It felt like I could feel the flesh itself all wet and mushy. But you know what? Technically speaking, that is a good idea to think about it. And zygomatic is major and minor. Hold on. Oh yeah, it's right here. I see. That's this line here. Yeah, that one here, and then minor. Minor. I don't see minor on here, but I do see the major one here. That bit there. I do see that one there. Let me see if I can find another person here. Let's see. We have a side face, side. Oh, this one here. This one here seems to be pretty good to use. So we might use that one there possibly, though. Maybe we can use... Let me see if I can find a little bit of a different one here. Maybe one person that's not smiling as much. We have... Let me check on the outbreak time. About a minute or so left. Let me see here. Drag this here. How you have taken all of your meds today, right? I have. I assure you, Chuck, I have. It's just a matter of, I think, the more you do more studies like these, the more you can feel like, yes, something, the faces stop looking like faces after a while. It feels a bit weird. This guy has a mustache, so it's a little bit hard to see a reference photo of him. Maybe we can use, let's see. Let me see if I can find a good reference photo of face. We still have a little bit of time before the ad breaks are up. So let's see about maybe we look at you here. Maybe that can work. Yeah, this is kind of a turnt face. It's not the same as the lady here, so I think it'll be useful. We can kind of see, yeah, maybe we can do that one there. That one could be a good one to do. And the face stops feeling like faces. It does after a bit, because all you see are muscles and bones. It's a really weird feeling. And suddenly brings out White Jack. He's back with that. Back, you fiend. Oh boy. Let's see here. Maybe we can grab this image here. Are you a clear enough image? Yeah, you know what? Let's go with this one here. I think this is the image that we'll use. This one here has lips kind of pointing up forward. So yeah, this is the image I'll use, and I'll post it here too. So if you'd like to use that image, you can, most certainly. We'll go ahead and hide this guy here. Ads are about to end in just a good second here. So let me go ahead and drag this back to here, move this here. So this is our draw layer. Let me make you our draw layer here. Let me then go ahead and grab you here. That's that bit there. That's this bit here. These are all the images. Let me go ahead and grab this guy here. A shame that it makes it a new layer every single time. You know what? That's fine. That's okay, I suppose. We'll make that a little bit bigger so that we can see the trace over of it. So I'll move that to about there. There we go. Make you a little bit thinner. There we are. Okay, so when ad breaks are up, which they are, welcome back from the ad breaks. I assure you, do not read the comments. I am not crazy, not at all. With that said, let's do one more, and then we can see about converting these once we start understanding a little more. And CW for body dysmorphia, people. What's a CW? And welcome into Raymar. Welcome in Raymarch. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. When we look at these lips, what do you see? And content, oh, I see, content warning. Interesting one. We are taking a look at a lot of muscles, at least. What I'm seeing here again is that heart shape. What you can see is if I do this, and there's still no updated palette for your design. Oh, hold on. Let me go ahead and save that one here. Let me just make sure, where's, I'm not even gonna make it a new tab, a browser tab. Give me 1 second. Let me grab a pencil here. Yes, update palette, PALETTEDESIGNUPDATE. Palette design update. Okay, I have written it down on the sticky note. I'm going to put a sticky note on my screen. This way I can't ignore it unless, of course, the sticky note falls off. But thank you for the reminder check. Thank you. I completely forgot about that. My goodness. Let me go ahead and then drag this guy here. Okie dokie. With that said, and thank you. Oh boy, it completely slipped my mind. Let me go ahead and drag this guy back up to here. Where are we at with the? Oh, where'd you go? We had the image of the guy's lips, and I don't see them anymore. Did we lose them? I think we lost them. They were here, and now they're not. Apparently, that's fine though, I suppose. And apply directly to forehead. You know what? Technically speaking, that's not a bad idea at this very point. Let me grab this guy here. We'll just grab his mouth again. Zoom into here. There we are. Okay. And now taking a look at Dave escaped. It ran off. It didn't enjoy my attempts at what I was going to do, which was going to be a good thing. It was going to be a great thing, actually. Looking at this, though, can we see that heart shape again? I kind of see it looking like it's kind of wrapping around. This is actually really, the mouth is open in this one, but I do think it allows us to see just a little bit more. I kind of see the lips looking like this, and then we have the little heart shape here. So it kind of feels as though the lips are moving like this. It's kind of moving around and around here. I can see the lips kind of doing that sort of feel here as it's moving outwards. And then again, we have our blue lines. Let's go ahead and grab our blue lines here. I see the blue lines kind of wrapping around. I'd say like this here. So it still goes into a triangle thing. So I'm getting a good idea, at least, of the shapes we'll need to pay attention to when we're drawing it in Pixelart. That's the #1 thing I'm trying to make sure I pay attention. Oh, hold on. Let me also make sure I do that. There we are. Lovely. So we have that shape there. And then we have another triangle shape here again. I've seen that triangle bit there that kind of wraps around. Though it is important, I think, as well, to again remember the idea of that it is wrapping around. So let me grab the green here. And hi, Mr. Bleeze. Welcome in, stream. Welcome in. She's becoming a vampire. Hold on now. I know my teeth may look like let me just see if I can do. Nope, that makes me longer. What is it? This one? Aha. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna. Aha. I don't know if you can hear. I have sharp teeth. Just because I have sharp teeth doesn't mean a thing. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. Hello, and welcome in. And hold up, I'm remembering using a palette in the portrait video. Yes, I am about to upload that too when we get to the Pixelart portion. But yes, I will be uploading that. And why do you have sharp teeth, huh? I like eating meat. We talked about it earlier. 35 steaks, delicious. What we'll do here is I'm seeing that kind of circle area here again, and I'm seeing that other circle area here again. So I'm seeing those circle bits kind of as well. And then the idea that the triangle probably goes back here, and then this triangle here is also probably bending backwards a little bit like that there as it's wrapping around. That's the overall shape I see. So I am seeing a lot of different shapes with these lips, and I'm enjoying this. This is helping out a lot, and I'm back. Hi, Glaxy. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. This is helping a lot. Let's go ahead now and try drawing his lips then. And if I go ahead and just make sure I do a super duper quick save, let me hide this guy here, and then I will link you all the things I have. An anatomy? Yep. The thing is, I think the best way to begin or to learn a subject, even if we're doing Pixelart, is by looking at a little bit of anatomy. You don't even have to know, for example, the names of all the pieces, but just understanding, looking at actual people, I think can be super duper handy. As if you give me 1 second here, as I save this guy to our character here, and then we go to our pink here, save that guy here. If I go and hide this image right about here, when we take a look at Pixelart lips and mouths, sometimes you'll have mouths that are super duper simple. For example, here, if I go back up to here, this mouth consists of 3 dots. Yes, however, depending on the size of your Pixelart, I think it is important to know about anatomy, because while you can get away with 3 lines here like they do in Pokemon, what if you wanted to draw bigger lips? For example, look at these lips here. They're super duper big, and if I grab them here, this is from a game called Traveler's Rest. If I grab these lips and I put them beside a character here, like Fields of Mystria, look how big the lips are compared to the character sprite. So depending on how big, how detailed you want to make the lips, I do think anatomy is important. Even if we are doing Pixelart, knowing what goes into the lips can help you get better at simplifying it into a really small area. And let's see here, do you believe it's the best way? Best way for what? What do you mean exactly? I believe it's the best way, my apologies here. I believe it's the best way to my opinion. I tend to find it to be the highlight of. It works for me, but it might not work for you. And so you can enjoy screams of the victims. Hold on now. And why do you have such big ears? Because I am an eldritch big, so I have a lot of little features and things of that nature. With that said, now that we have this face, or now that we have the lips traced, what I want to do is I want to grab these images here. So if I go ahead and grab you, I want to grab our notes and I want to put them down in a little area here. That way we can take a look at them, try to remember the shapes, and then let's try drawing really big detailed lips, and then as we go along, we'll slowly start to simplify them. I only just noticed that you have 4 pupils. Indeed, I have a thing called polychoria as well. Another eldritch feature too. Let me drag that guy here, so we have those lips here too, and then let me also grab these lips and these lips here too, as well. Okie dokie. So now that we have a good general idea of how the lips are, the idea of the shapes that make up the lips, let's go ahead and try to draw the lips from the front. We'll also see about drawing them from the side, and then we'll just start to simplify it over time, bit by bit. So what I'll do here is I'll go to this area here. Now, the question now becomes, do we want to make the the lips? How big do we want to make the lips? We could do 32 by 32. I think that is something we've done before. The last study we did an ear study. As you can see, the ear study turned out to be very well done. I don't know about you, but look at that progress, look at that productivity. Can't you tell? If I zoom out here, you'll see ear study. We made our ear last time, 32 by 32, when we took a look at our ears, and that ended up being the result of this ear. We made a super teeny tiny ear for this lady here, and what I'm hoping is by the end of stream, amazing, thank you, and John ear, majestic. I'm hoping by the end, maybe we can upgrade her lips. So her lips are super duper teeny tiny compared to all the other characters, but we'll see. With that said, let me go ahead, close this guy here, and now I'm thinking either 32 by 32, or we can do 48 by 48. Which one do you think would be best? And while you are deciding on that, let me go ahead as well and grab all of our color palettes and things like that I'll be using. So if I go back into our material here, I do think at some point I'm just going to have a basic page of things, because I think that's the easiest way to do things, and as opposed to looking at it a little bit differently. So if I grab this guy here, grab this guy here, there's a few things we can use. I don't believe we'll be using these guys specifically, but I do want to have them open just in case and use a coin flip. That is a fair point. We can definitely see if the fates will decide our reality. I am not opposed to that one bit. I also like using this guy here. Let me do a file export here as well. File export as well. Let me grab that. That guy here. Go back to here too. And then let me go ahead and grab that image that I grabbed. Many grabbing here. If I drag and drop you into here like so, grab you there, go into downloads here, and 1040 by 10. Oh. Why would you curve something like that? Do you know how long we'd be here? Ages, eons, years, decades. Let me go ahead and grab our character here as well. And we almost need a PhD to draw lips. They never learned this in geometry class. It depends. Some people like drawing lips a little bit less detailed than others. So to think of, depending on. Now, some people do find that just sticking to drawing super duper simple lips is more than enough. So really, I think just depends. Super duper just depends. Replace that there. Okay, so this is what Check was talking about earlier. So let me grab this guy here, grab that guy here. So I should have everything linked now in the Discord. If you check it, smiley face. Yeah, the thing is, I want to make sure that anytime I'm drawing lips and mouths, that I'm keeping in mind that it's 3D. I don't want to think of it as a flat image, because that technically that is a way to do lips. You could, for all intended purposes, you could just take lips like this here. You could say, this is the skin right here. Let's make it look like a peach here. There we go. And then if I want to draw a mouth, this is my mouth right here. If I grab this color here and we go a little bit darker here, I grab this then here and we go to that there, and we drag this guy over to here, and we do this guy, let's see, here and here. Technically speaking, you could draw this here. This is your mouth. That's a mouth. Technically, that's a mouth and smiling. Thank you for the routine, Chapel. I am not sure why you didn't do the thing. Welcome in, and thank you. And have to scram for a second. No worries at all. Check. Thank you. And if it happens that I did come back, have a lovely one. You too as well. And thank you for your comments too. Let me grab some lemonade here. Tasty. Technically speaking, if you want to draw a mouse like this, you can do it. The thing is, I run into is I'm always wondering, when I look at sprites like this, how do they do it? And I believe it's that they have an understanding of how lips look, especially the 3D ones. So if we go back to our guy here, initially I thought that doing the, if I can find it, initially I thought that, did I close it? Okay. Initially, I thought that 32 by 32 might work, but in fact, how big are these lips? How big are these? I think we can base it around whatever size this is, and this size here, you know what? Okay, we'll make ours 48 wide by 32 tall. And yeah, because faces themselves look 3D. Yeah, I mean, they are 3D, it's the thing though, unless you're talking about just not, well, yeah, art itself's not 3D, but when you can think of it in 3D, I find that it can help a lot. So we'll make our mouths, we'll make our faces 48 wide by 32 tall. I think that's a good compromise. We'll go ahead and save this guy here. And what I can do is I can grab the skin color palette that I've been trying to work on. It's not 100% still good to go, but the hope is that at least gives you a good starting point to get started with ideas of skin tone, as I have never been good at figuring out the shading colors. So I took a lot of references, images I could find offline from different like shadows and shading and highlights. So hopefully at the very least it can give you a good starting off point. Let me then go ahead and grab our this guy here. Let's go ahead and then grab we're going to need our guy, aren't we? So let's copy this. And hi Eris, hi chat, how's the lips? Are they lipping? No, not yet. Lipping. What does that even mean? Is that me just talking smacker? Oh boy, let's go here and here. Let me zoom in a little bit more. I'll go about here and here. I think that's this gives us a good idea of the mouth itself. Let me click on this guy here. Should be good to go. I'd say we can do this skin tone. I think this skin tone should be pretty close. Oh, let me also make a new layer here. We'll name this new layer here to our palette layer here, if we make this into a palette guy here. So palette layer here. And what I want to try doing first is I want to see if at all the shapes idea can help us, at least with getting started. So we're going to make this the skin layer, and then we're going to have the lips layer. So I'll do a new layer here, and we'll call this the lips layer. There we are. And I can mean whatever you want it to mean. Oh yeah, that helps out quite a lot, doesn't it? Oh boy, we'll make it this skin here, this tone here. And with that said, let's go ahead and grab this guy here. Let me make sure we have our 50-50 guy here. I believe this is just about 50-50, about here and here. Let's see if if I grab this color here. And wait until we start adding teeth. Oh boy, teeth will be next week. Since I thought doing mouse before teeth would be the best approach. Since how can you figure out where, I guess, technically speaking, learning about the teeth might be better at the start, since when you're drawing the mouth, you do have to consider how the teeth kind of poke out the mouth, or yeah, poke out the mouth, since the teeth sit at the bottom and then the lips go over top. Maybe teeth would have been better to start off at. But the hope is that we can draw some mouths without teeth, and next week we'll be able to add some. With that all said and done, what I want to start off by doing is I want to start off by attempting to see about our shapes that we talked about earlier. So for example here, I'm going to make this guy a little bit lighter to see. And then from here, let's see if we can have that kind of heart shape that we added before. So we kind of have that heart shape that we talked about earlier. Oh, teeth! Love Pixelart teeth and lips and face and body. I agree. It's so nice when you can draw like different things, and when they start looking great together, it's lovely. And hi, bye. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. Hello, ladies and women. Hello, and welcome in the stream. I hope you've been well. So we kind of have this guy here, right, with them six-pack. Oh man, I don't know if we'll get into drawing, and if we'll do an ab study. Maybe for like summer could be a fun thing to do, but not necessarily. When do you have to? Yeah, probably we'll do it for summer, sometime in summer. And well, that's easy to draw. There are 6 cans of beer. Oh boy, let's see. So we have this here and this here, I think, for the lips, right? The kind of round bit. We can even see about doing a longer heart. Next up, we have our blue. So we'll grab our blue here. and muscle study. Yeah. But the thing is, my hope is that we do studies aimed at what we'll need to know, and then we can kind of do some that are fun. I don't often see many beach episodes, many beach-related things. This game here, Fields of Mystria, it is part dating sim, part Stardew Valley, if any of you have seen it before. So it's a farming simulator. So since the seasons change for your crops, characters have different outfits. So I think in that sense it'd be handy. Or if, for example, you're making a game where everyone's going to the beach or something, or maybe you make a game around building muscle, I think it could be very important for that too. Let's go ahead and see about adding. I'm wondering, maybe if we do something like this here, that there for the area, and then if we have it kind of come downwards here, and they're here, folks, the doctors are born, then they start by drawing lips. Oh boy, the studies, the things you can do, it's wild, isn't it? So let's go ahead and draw this guy here. I'd say that this could be the area you could consider for the rest of the lips possibly here, right? No, the heart part is the top of the lips? Yeah, I always like thinking of it as the heart, the kind of bit here, because the idea is, and let me show you, because I'm not sure if you were here, Vi. If I close this guy, I like thinking of it as a heart as, if I enable this guy here, you should be able to see, when you start doing it in different angles, having that idea of a 3D shape can kind of help in those different directions. So I like thinking of it, thinking of it as a 3D heart. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here. And why does it feel like the heart from Undertale, but it got a bit too mad? Oh boy, the goodness is that if it helps you memorize the shape of it, by all means, think of it as the Undertale heart. I'm seeing this shape, and you know what? I'm actually thinking that it might go downward a little bit more. The one I'm seeing, the one we've traced, it was a little bit sharper, wasn't it? So something like this maybe, and and you know, students, it's kind of slow. Hold on now, you're not a student, you're not my student. I have not a clue what I'm doing. I don't know if you can tell. This is the first time I've ever drawn lips, so I'm learning as I go. It's much of the case of, we both have no idea what we're doing, so let's try and attempt something together. Oh boy, I want to make this guy a lot longer in these areas here, so something like this, I think, looks a lot different, or maybe we could even also move this up, and interesting. Let's also move this guy, I think, down here a little bit, so possibly we can have this kind of going outwards, do you think? So something like this to hopefully be, and oh boy, yeah, was that a writing emote? Hold on now. Yeah, it is, noted. Let's see. So I want to do something that looks a little bit more like this shape here, and it looks like, oh, wonderful, we can zoom in here. Those blue shapes, is there a better way we can draw that for the triangles? I'm wondering, and just draw some lips. They look like my grandma's lips. Or just I'm drawing some lips. I see. And changes 2 pixels. Interesting. The thing is, with Pixelart at least, the more pixels you modify, it definitely can change things by a lot. You need the glasses to be a teacher. Actually. The fact that you redeemed it. Now the question is, since I toggled them on, does that mean I have to toggle them off? Oh boy, let me gliddle the clock. I'm not sure why the notifications wants to act a little bit off today, but that's all right. I did catch it. 10 minutes on the clock. Thank you for that redeem, Chapel. And are lips supposed to be that big? It depends on the person. That's the thing. Depending on the person. For example, I'd say this lady has a lot thinner lips than this guy here. So it depends. Do you want to have a person that has bigger lips, thinner lips, wider lips, shorter lips? It truly depends. We're going based off of this guy, so I'm trying my best to follow these shapes I see here. For example, I made my heart a little bit more narrow than I saw earlier. Hi, Teacher Eris! Teachers always! Hold on now! I did not agree to those terms! Let's make this guy, I think, go out a little bit more, so something like that, I think, works a little bit better. It's giving me the shape I want a little bit more. And then let's go ahead and add our purple circles, right? And can simple lines work? Yes, indeed. If you mean lines such as, simple lines such as, let's see. Who can I show for a simple line? This guy here, like this guy. For a line, yes, we'll get into that. The hope is that we start off detailed so that we know why these simple lines work. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here, this guy here. And with that said, let's now try drawing our circular guys here. You know that the circular guys don't seem to really touch, so let's go ahead and remove that here. And then let's see if we can make it maybe like a circular bit here and here, fill that in there. Possibly could work, maybe if we slide it up here a little bit. And the thing as well is that because it's pixel art, we can't be exactly one-to-one, unfortunately, but we can at least come a little close, is always the hope. So now, let me go ahead, and now it seems to be the case that we have some orange. So there's a bit of orange that goes here, just about here, and then there's a little bit of orange that goes about here and here. That seems to be the case, about there, there, and there. Maybe you can even close, say there and there. Now, with all of that said, I do think our heart's a little bit too tall. If we maybe move it up to there, and then have this guy go in a little bit more, so maybe there and there, and there and there, like that. Does that look like a lip, do you think? If I do a copy on this guy here, and then we do a new layer here and paste it, if I were to just make this all dark, it definitely gives us the shape of a lip. But the thing is, right, I didn't want to draw a lip starting off like that. I didn't want to just draw a silhouette. While that is a good tactic, and while people do that, I want to make sure I understand the feel of it before, because usually when I draw shapes, it's a little bit hard for me to think of it as 3D. When I draw shapes, I tend to see them in 2D. For example, draw a tree. You might say, okay, I know that a tree has a stump. I know that a tree has some leaves. Tree, done. But it's a little bit hard to figure, okay, I know that a tree trunk needs to have multiple dimensions. So instead of drawing shapes, I try my best to think of it in terms of 3D, which is why I wanted to attempt to try drawing first the 3D feel of it. And those look like kidneys hiding behind wings. Oh boy. With that said, let me go ahead and delete this layer here. It should be deleted if it allows me to. Delete here. If I can, delete here. Delete here, delete layer. There you go. Lovely. Okay, and then we'll copy these lips here. Copy, paste, slide them all the way down here so that we can keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and try to detail it now. And at least it was. I see. We'll then go ahead and go back up to here, Now, with that in mind, what are some things we're seeing in terms of lighting and shading for our lips? If I click on this guy here, click on this guy here. Now, the issue is I'm not sure if this is going to work out quite well just because of the colors. So if anything, I might just grab the colors from his face here, because while these guys are good for making people that we're not looking at, I'm half wondering if we should just grab his colors and kind of modify them. That might be our best bet to get a good feel of the palettes. You know what? Yeah, let's try that. The thing is, while I do like using palettes, I also like trying to make my own colors and choose from them. And most notably, the middle is darker. Yeah, the middle is darker. So I'm gonna grab this guy. And you know what? Let's take some ideas from him. So to start off, I'll just grab that color, I'd say, for about the skin here. So is it about, let's see, that's Vincent. We have that there. So I'll set the skin to about, actually, no, let's keep that instead. I think is a little bit better. And then we'll grab, I think, this color here for lips, something about here. And then let's see. So I'd say the top was probably that color, and then the bottom lips are probably this color, just about. And then let's see. So if I do a new layer over our lips here, something to be a darker opacity, just so we can see it a little bit more. Let's take a look and see what we can do. So we know for certain that we have this color here and this color here. I think they can work. They're a little bit hard to see, but I'll keep those colors up there just so we can keep them in mind. We know that the top lip seems to be darker, and that the top lip seems to be darker. The bottom lip seems to be lighter. So let's go ahead and see. I'll start off by making this guy have a little bit of the arch that we see, so we'll kind of cover everything up and over. And then we know that this guy kind of dips down, so let's see about kind of making this guy go up a little bit and then down a little bit. Possibly we could do that there, though I think it's nicer. It seems to have not a very high rise, so let's make it a little bit wider. For example, I'm going to lower these areas around the sides to make it not as bright. And then what I'm seeing here is that there is a bit of darkness in the area here. And sensei, the bottom lip is brighter than the top lip because of lighting. I believe the bottom lip is brighter because it sticks out more, right? And yes, it's because the top lip sort of goes inwards. Yeah. Oh, you know what we can look at? Thank you for bringing that up. And hold on now, remember? No, sensei. There is the, I should have it. Because that's a good note. If our observation skills, right, gotta hone them. Let me see if I can find it. Where are we at? Here. Look at this. Take a look at it. What you can see is that when we take a look at the anatomy reference again, what do you notice, huh? The bottom lip is going inwards. The top lip is going inwards, the bottom lip is going outwards. Maybe that is why, technically speaking. But yes, that is a great point, and I'm glad you all pointed that out as well. The fact that this guy is going inwards, so it's kind of curving inwards. And if I grab a draw here too, and we instead grab a different color, the green we've been using, if it lets me grab the green we've been using, the idea of, again, the little heart here as it's wrapping around, and then this guy's coming outwards. So it's a little different. It's coming outwards while this guy is going inwards. I think that's important to pay attention to. And I find to be the case that drawing lines, and technically speaking, and I knew it was smart all along. Oh boy, let me go ahead and close this guy. Yes, that was a great observation to make, and that is an interesting one to make too. So we know that this then is going inwards and that bottom bit is going outwards. That is really interesting. Let me go ahead then and let's see if we can add that effect at least a little bit. So what I want to do is see about, we know that this bit here too, notice how it's a little bit round, so I want to see about making maybe this guy a little bit round and down. Maybe possibly we can do that guy here and there. And we want to make sure, again, it's the line. So we have 3 here, I then see 4 here, then maybe 3 here. So I'm wondering, maybe we do 3 and then 3 and then 4. I think that might be a little bit better. And then we also know that we have that darker color. So I'm just going to grab this guy now, and we're going to modify the color on our own. So we're going to do a little bit of a hue shift. We're going to go down to the right and then slide over a little bit to the left here. And I'll use this color for our darker color here. So I'll see about maybe grabbing this guy here and making it look like maybe a rounder look here. Maybe we can see about adding that there. The hope is rounder. And the thing is too, is that if it doesn't look round right off the bat, maybe it's just a case of we have to add a little bit of anti-aliasing, which should be a lot of fun too. And I do this one, lovely, lovely. But for now, I think that's okay. After that, what I'm seeing is that there is a little bit more of a shadow on this side of the face. So let's see if we can modify that too. So, since it's not 50-50, if I go back to this guy's face and zoom in a little bit more, and oh, what time, wait, what time is it? For me right now is 12:26. Oh, thank you for the reminder as well. Let me go ahead and make sure I enable this guy here too. That guy should be good to go. Lovely, lovely. But for me right now, the time is 2:26, not 12. Oh boy. Oh me, oh my. I'll then see about adding a little bit of darkness here because this is the edge of the mouth. So I'd say probably there and there too, right? About that area, because this is the darker bit this is the orange area. And then I think the rounder bits here, so all of the pink area. I'm going to keep the pink area not in darker bits here. And then I want to grab that pink actually. So this feels pink, but when I look at the colors, look how actually it's not pink, isn't it? And it's Val Theater, 5 theater time. I see. Yeah, it's interesting. This looks red and purple, but I'm not seeing any of that when I hover over the lights. And when you see it, you can't unsee it. His lips doesn't have symmetry at all. Yeah. Usually people's faces don't tend to have symmetry, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm just so surprised. Oh, hold on, there was like a red. Maybe we can use that one there. Let's see. So if I am not able to eyedrop the red color here, because this doesn't feel red like his lips, right? It's interesting. So let's try to see if we can up the red a little bit. I'm going to go to the right a smidge, then we're going to go up a little bit more. That's more of a red. I would say let's try that color there. So we know that the top of his lips at the very least have that kind of red and towards the area here. So I'm going to grab red and kind of highlight it in those areas. So let's see if I can add it about here and here and here. We know that it kind of goes inwards a little bit more. So maybe we add it in those areas about there and there. And so back when I was young and had a home, I had a pet penguin. Hold on now. I highly doubt that. Let's see, move that there. So I might say something like this here, and I want to try my best to also keep in mind those shapes so we can kind of see. And I noticed as well that there are some highlights as too, so let's also try to pay attention to that. I'm going to add in the highlighter, the lighting bit here. So this is all of our red here. And then we can see that this guy kind of goes out here. And then let's see. And I'd ask, like, you don't do the story time. It makes it a little bit hard to read the chat since that means a lot of things are going on at the moment. And let's see. Move that there, and then have this guy. And I wonder, should we make it go up a little bit or do we make it go down? You know what? I think it's okay to come down a little bit. And then we can have this guy kind of going down a little bit. And then it seems to be the case that at the very bottom of the lips, it goes a little bit brighter. Would you say that this goes lighter, darker? We have kind of a red tone, and then it goes lighter, and then maybe we could say it goes darker. So maybe we can make it go less, actually, towards this bit here. I might maybe make it go up here a little bit more. So it's not, yeah, let's go up a little bit more, probably. That color here, though, it looks very close to the skin, which is not the case. Let's go up here and here and that. But right, we'll hold the theater for now. Thank you. If you are going to do it in one chat. That makes it a lot easier, because when you do multiple messages back to back, it is very hard to read. So if you want to do like a paragraph, that'd be a lot easier to read. Let me go ahead and click on this here. Timer is up, so thank you again for that reading, Chapel. With that said, let me go ahead and click on you here. And I'm wondering, for our colors, I wanted to grab this color here. Let's go a little bit darker, have it go up a little bit more. So maybe we can do that color for the bottom of the lips. So let's grab this guy here, go for the bottom of the lips here. And I see that apparently this area here between our two pinks is where we have the darker areas at. So, or I mean the lighter areas, where we have the lighter areas at. So I might just grab this guy here, might grab that guy there, have it kind of lighter in that bit there. And then there seems to be a kind of darker bit here. So I might grab this color here, go a little bit darker. So let's go a little bit darker in this area here. Maybe we can do about this guy here. It's a little bit darker. I don't know if it's quite the same. And let's use our gray our grayscale. Looking at this, do you think the colors are too similar? I wouldn't say so, though the very bottom of the lips are quite similar. I can't say that much. So if anything, I think we are going to have to change the bottom. And what I did, if you don't know, as I grab this guy here and I do this, I have a plugin to make it into a hotkey button. But if you'd like to do what I just did, what you'll do is you'll go to our sprite color mode and you'll click on grayscale here. Just make sure that you don't close the software or save it, or you can save it, but if you close it, you'll forever have grayscale. So just make sure you undo and redo. You have to be very careful. But the reason why I would want to enable the grayscale is because it lets me know about the contrast. Can I see the features? Are the colors too close together? For example, the very bottom bit here and the skin tone are very close together. Is that what I want? I can barely see it, especially if I'm looking over here, for example. So I might change the color over there instead. And if we were to go to our guy here and we were to do it into grayscale, what you'll notice right away is that looking at his lips, we have the darker area up here, and then this guy all here is lighter, and it is very different. So let's change it a little bit. Let's modify a little bit. Keeping in mind that his grayscale mouth also looks like this too, let's see if we can modify our colors a little bit more. So if I grab this guy here, I'll copy you here, and that way we can have the grayscale and non-grayscale version side by side between each other so we can keep in mind our values. Okay, fine. So since it was very nihilistic, it always lived alone. I was lonely, so didn't spend time with me and grew frustrated. One day he simply ran away and completely betraying me. Let's see, click here, click here, click here, and there we are. Okay, so with that said, right, we know that our skin tone below is going to be darker, so I'm going to grab this guy here since it seems to actually be a lot darker. Interesting. Huh, okay, so we'll grab this color here, go a little bit darker, and I'll make this guy a darker tone. Let's see. If we go down here, we'll slide down and we'll go over here, go down a little bit more. I'm thinking maybe this color instead of the other one, though it was super duper dark. So you know what? Maybe we can grab this color for one guy and put this color down here for the other one. And then I'm thinking maybe for our skin here, let's go down a bit, go back over here a little bit. And I'm thinking we can do the coloring for this area here about over there, I'd say. And then we can kind of have it come down and around town as it's super duper dark over here. And then it gets a little bit brighter. So I'll do the over bit here, kind of over there. It seems to be the case of. And then we'll just leave this blank for now. Have this be the darker bit that kind of goes underneath. Just a little bit there. That said, I can go ahead and remove these colors since I don't think we'll need them. And looking at my grayscale again, trying to compare and contrast here, we know for certain that this bit here is going to be bright, as well as this area here near the light is also going to be bright too. So let's go ahead and grab this guy here since it was our bottom lit area there. And we can grab that guy. You missed something above part. Finally, this is stylistic. Hold the theater. What part of it did I miss? So let's see. And when you can't unsee his lips, symmetry. Yep. I believe I did read that as well. So let's see. That there. This guy is actually a little bit darker. So let's go a little bit darker here. Go down and over to the right a little bit here. I'm just trying my best right now to check the values and see, okay, I know that part's, for example, a little bit darker, so I up it a little bit there. And then this part here is also seems to be brighter, so I'll grab that color here. And I thought it was a different color, but no, that's a bright color. And it actually needs to be, if anything, a little bit brighter. So we'll go up here, we'll grab this color here. We'll see about making this into a little bit of a brighter red up here, maybe a little bit more up about here-ish. And did YouTube censor it? Most likely then. I did read what is shown at the moment. And if we grab this guy here, that definitely looks a lot closer to our, oh, you can't see it. Hold on, my apologies here. There you are. You can kind of see now it's that brighter color that we're looking for, but maybe not this sort of tan color we're seeing. Maybe we can go more towards maybe the reds a little bit more. Something like that can maybe work. But I think, you know what? Maybe the tan's for the best, possibly speaking. Maybe the tan can work out in our favor. And then this guy here is a little bit darker than this guy here. So let's see, or a little bit brighter, I mean. So let's go up a little bit, slide over a little bit more. Maybe fill this guy in to be about this color here. So we can kind of see about maybe making it this color here and that color there, about there and there. Though again, that feels a little bit too bright. So let's see if we can up it over here a little bit, slide over a little bit more. Maybe make it that color instead, but that's not quite the color we're seeing as well. So again, I'll go back over to here. We'll turn off our grayscale, see if we can grab that color area. It seems to be about this guy here. So maybe we can see about using that color instead. So I'll go ahead and grab this guy here. Maybe that color, that just doesn't feel right. And that's the thing too, is where it's the grabbing colors off of here can be helpful as a starting point, but if you're trying to eyeball things, it can become difficult to try to get a good feel of what things look like because there's a lot of different variations in not even just the skin, but everything else. For example, if you grab it from here, you'll see that there's a lot of highlights, but if you grab it from down here, it's a lot of more in the shadows. So maybe we can grab, let's see, something like that there. Slide over back to our guy about here, and maybe we can do the skin as that color here, and then we can make the lips into this color here. So let me grab this color if it lets me. I'm looking for this guy here. So we do that guy there. Is that brighter? Nope, it's not the brighter one, and that is also not the brighter one, but it is a little bit darker. So let's move that to about, let's see, there. Nope, not there. And anyway, this is another victim. He looks alive though. I don't have any victims, I assure you. Let's go ahead and undo this guy. Redo this guy actually. I'm not too opposed to this color instead. This one feels a lot nicer to look at. But that said, we know that this area up top here is actually going to have a little bit of brightness. So let's see if we can modify that. So what I'll do is I'll grab this color here. I just want to make sure, again, grabbing values, checking them, seeing how well they feel. I'm noticing that this guy here needs to be a little bit darker. So I'll make him a little bit darker like that there. Could work out maybe a little bit better in our favor. Not too bright, not too dark. And then I'll make sure that this guy here, I think too, can be the same exact color. So if anything, I'll actually just grab all of that there. I think that might feel a little bit better. And with that said, we also know that we have a light color up here and a light color down here. So let's see. if we were to grab a light color for this guy here, I might go up a little bit, go up to more saturation a little bit more. Maybe we can use that color as our light color. So maybe we can grab that color here. And then maybe we can grab, let's see, this color about here. And are there anyone on Twitch? The chat looks empty. Well, there's no responses at the moment, but it's a-okay. Because this is more of a thing of just trying to find things and see how they work out. Let's see. You there, you there, you there. I'm going to then erase you here and here. And then we can see about maybe making you even go up here a little bit and up here like that there. Maybe even kind of have you go there and there and there and there. Something like that I think can work out a little bit more. And then with that said, we still need to cover up this part here of the mouth, and we also need to figure out that space there too. So let's see. We have this color here. That is our super duper dark color. It's not everywhere. And if we double check again, looking at our shapes and everything, I can notice that this area here is where we have the darker bits. So I might just grab this guy here and then grab this guy here and here, like that, and really glossy. We'll see. There is a little bit of shine on his lips, but there's not a lot of gloss. So my hope is that we don't do a lot of gloss, something that just feels just good enough to count, but not to be too much. So we'll grab this guy here, and I want to go a little bit brighter because this bit here, or actually, never mind. We would want to go a little bit darker. So if anything, maybe we could just fill this in here. So if we grab all of these guys here, we can always lower it down. So if I grab, if it lets me, are we grabbing the right areas? Hold on, enter there, enable there. Yep, there we are. There we go. Okay, something like that there. And we have something like this here. And then we have this guy here, that guy there. There we are. And can you believe it was once a heart? It does feel interesting, doesn't it? Now, I want to make this guy feel a little bit more pronounced because there is a bit of a, what is called a round bit there. So let's try adding more of a round bit there and there. And hi, Seagoat Games. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And what are the lips? What is the lip gloss? I don't think his lips have lip gloss though, Chapel. That's the thing. Do you see lip gloss going on? I don't know about that one. Oh boy, I'm going to copy this just so that we have a backup here. And looks like a coffee bean. Interesting. Let me slide this guy back here. Slide this guy back down here. Okay, and yeah, I do see it. The split between it right here. Yeah, I see it 100%. Let's have this guy go back a little bit more. Hold on. And right now it's just about seeing if we can add those shapes that we saw before. For example, this area would be our heart area. Maybe we can add this bit here so it feels more like the heart area. And something I'm also trying to pay attention to is how it feels from further away. So I'm doing my best to think to myself, okay, we know that that heart area is round. Where do we see that heart area? I see that round a bit there. So let's keep that in mind. And I see the lips at first, think about those glossy lips, and I see lip balm ads. Oh boy, let's see here. We have that guy there, that guy there. We can have that guy there, I think, as well. And this guy goes up, and then it goes downwards. So if anything, actually, I think it might be best to go here instead. If anything, I would want to see if we can make the lips go down a little bit. So possibly, maybe we can have the lips go down like this here, something like that there. But that doesn't feel right, does it? Something's off a little bit. Let's see if we can fix it. So if we go back here to here, and then if we go, let's see. We need a bit of a darker color than this. So let's grab this color here, go a little bit darker, slide you over a little bit more. We might use that color instead then, which I think it feels a lot better. Feels a lot nicer to look at. And if I zoom out a little bit, we should also be able to see our grayscale just to make sure that we're staying within somewhere nearby with the values. I'll zoom in a little bit more so you can see it a little bit better. And with that said, I'm still seeing a few shapes. For example, I see that circular bump that we talked about before here, but I don't see it on my thing. So I might try to add that circular bump. And as the person who finished Danganronpa, those lips are bleeding. Oh boy, don't remind me. Let me grab this guy here, grab this guy here. We'll then see about making maybe this guy have the circle. So we're looking to see about adding those shapes now back in. I might say, for example, here, this might be one of the circles that we see here. And then we have that other circle here, right? So we can see about maybe making this a little bit darker. No matter what I do, I can't unsee it. We'll go down here a little bit, slide over a little bit more here, and then we'll fill this in Danganronpa. The pink reminds me of Danganronpa. I do agree. Oh, do I agree? Go to this color here, then we'll go down a little bit, and then we'll go over here and here. And then with that said, we'll go up to here, making sure this guy here, I think, can be a little bit darker here. That's a little bit too close though, so we'll keep this color that we have here, and then we'll go here, here, and here, and here, like that there. There we go. Okay, so we're getting there in at least, and it's okay. Not everyone's going to know that though, Vi. No reason to say duh. It could easily be a book, a TV show, a movie, a series. It does not at all have to be a game. Oh boy. Let's see. With that said, we have that there, that there, that there. And now what I want to do is I want to move this out a little bit ultra. Let's see. With that said, let's modify this a little bit more. For example, here, we could say that the very bottom here, let's see. We have that there. Let's go ahead and add a little bit of that bit at the bottom. I think that might work out a little bit better. And let me go ahead and slide this guy back to here, back here. Let's move this up so that we can just see the before and after as we here as well. There we are, good to go. Okay. zoom in here a little bit then and slide you over to here and here. That way you can see, oh, you know what, let me also move the skin here too. We'll copy this guy here, copy you, slide you over to here. There we go. Okay, and let me also move the lips too. I think you have to go down a little bit here. Yeah, about down here. There you go. And merge you down. There we are. Okay. There we go. Lovely. Okay, with all that said and done, let's go ahead then and see about again. Just slowly trying to figure out where things need to be. For example, I'm thinking to myself, probably this needs to be the highlight, and we need to move all of this over into being that color there. I think that works out a little bit better, but I don't like the way the color feels quite yet. I still think the colors could use a little bit of work. Let's see if we can work on it. For example, I'm thinking I do like the lips being, let's see here. This guy here, and then, and where's the blood? No blood, not at all. Let's see. If I grab, okay, so let's go ahead. I'm thinking to myself, as I'm looking at this guy here and looking at this guy here, something does feel a little bit off. And I definitely do think it's because of the colors. And while I was eye dropping colors, it might be a better idea to, and hydration, sure can do. Thank you for the redeem, Chapel. Tasty, and I just realized I was watching 480p the whole time. Oh boy, let's go ahead. And what I think would be a good idea is let's see if we can create a color palette from these and then modify it from there. So what I'm thinking is maybe we can make the lips this color here instead. Then let's slide down a little bit, go for a little bit of a darker color. Oh, hold on if it lets me. So we'll do a bit of hue shifting. We'll slide down to the right a little bit. We'll go over to the left a little bit here. So this can be a darker color, though it might be a little bit too saturated compared to everything. So I'm thinking, you know what, let's lower down the saturation. That means we go to the right a little bit more. So maybe this is our darker color, but what you'll notice right away is that that color actually lines up perfectly with the skin, which is not what we want. That's not a good thing, not a good thing at all. So we either need to make it even darker or we could go even lighter, it depends. What I'm thinking is, let's go even darker. So possibly here. So we have this tone, let's then go even darker again. So we might go down a little bit more, slide over a little bit more. This might be our next color. Maybe we lower the saturation just a little bit more. So now we have 3 colors, and I want to get 4 colors. So let's go down a little bit more. Let's go down here. Let's slide you over a little bit more so we have an even darker color. And my hope is just to get something that has a lot of different ranges. You know what? Let's go even darker. One more darker one. So let's slide over here, something like that. I think, yeah, let's do that. After that, let's then try to make some brighter colors. So let's grab this color here, and then go over to the right a little bit. And then we'll also go to the top right here. So this might be a brighter color, for example. Could also be too bright, truth be told. And then let's go up a little bit again, and then up again in here. And at this point, just use black. Don't worry. And the thing is, that's what's what I'm looking for. The thing is, depending on how you like to do your art, I've seen a lot of people have a lovely style without colored outlines, but I never like using black. For example, you could use black. A lot of people do, and it's a style. But I tend to find that my pixel art looks nicer when I use a color that's close to black, but not black. For example, it's like using white, pure white, and using pure black. Usually, I would think to myself, okay, what color do I want it to be? For example, if I wanted a black purple, what I would do is go to our purple area, and I would make my purple this color instead. So it's not exactly black, but it is pretty close. Or, for example, if I wanted a white, usually my whites tend to be on the creamier side, so it's a little bit more yellow. It's got a little bit of a yellow tint, a little bit more of an orange tint. I'll usually go in these areas here for something when I want white. So I never really choose white. And what's wrong with black? It cries in gamer style. I said that they were art styles, and then I've seen many lovely ones. I did say that, Chapel, and Chapel's a great example too. He uses a lot of monochrome, and hi, Sion, oh, I never know how to pronounce it. Thank you for the raid. For some reason, the notifications aren't working, but just imagine it. Thank you for the raid, and welcome in, raiders. Hold on, let me go ahead and do a shout out here. I believe it's /shoutout, right? /shoutout, and then let me go ahead and do Cyan, C-Y-A-N. Thank you. I hope your stream was wonderful, and I hope you had a fun time enjoying it. Right now, we're struggling. This is the first time I've ever drawn lips before, so we're trying to draw some Pixelart lips. I do these Pixelart studies once a week, and I can't show you the lips at the moment because yeah, you can see I'm having a little bit of a struggle, but what I can show you is what this study we did last week, which is we did an ear study. So I can show you. Let's see if I can find it. Ear, and I understand it now. I see. Remember as well, you can use, here we are, ear study. We drew this ear, and then we updated our Pixelart character, which was this lady here. So we learned how to draw ears, now we're trying to learn how to draw mouths. And down to the basics of art style in Pixelart. Hold on, now I know Sensei. And show them the John ears, huh? Do you mean this guy here? Hold on, this guy here? Oh my, I'm reading, there is also a YouTube chat. Unfortunately, I can't show it on, or it's not showing on screen. I would try to show it, but I can't. And let me make sure I did read that as well. Yep, indeedy. And welcome in again. I 100% understand if you have to run and read, but do let me know what you were working on. That said, we were looking at this guy, and we were trying to draw this guy's lips, and I was just talking about how to make a color palette, and how I like going up and sliding over, and how I don't usually like using black as a black color. I usually like going something close to that. For example, I could use, in some areas you could consider that a black, but really it's more of like a purplish black, but I never like using 100% black, because it depends. Some styles, like a Chapel there, have a game that has a monochrome sense, so he uses a lot of like, contrasting colors. His work is lovely. So if you want an example of how black can be used in a wonderful setting, I would check out Chapel as well. But that said, let's go ahead and erase this guy. I was having trouble shading the lips, so I wanted to try to make a palette off of that, and then let me slide this guy over. So now that we have some colors to work off of, let's see how well we can do. Oh, also, I noticed that this is kind of like a whitish color, so I'm gonna grab like a whitish color here too. I'm not sure how well we're going to use that color if we are. Let me see if I can also grab like a shaded color here, so maybe those two colors could also work. And Sensei Master, hold on now, no Sensei, and color theory, if it's one thing I want to get better at when it comes to art, it is colors. I really do enjoy the study of colors. It's a lot of fun. But that said now, let's see if we can modify this guy to make it a lot easier to understand. Remember, when we're looking at it in the black and white, look at how possibly, right, you could detail it. And you know what? What do you say to us trying to use the black and white version with the colors that we have? I think it could be a lot of fun. And by just changing a few values, I think, you know what? Yeah, let's try it. Okay, so what we'll do is we will attempt to use these colors here, and using this guy and only using the grayscale. Unfortunately, I can't grab the colors that we have. I have to go back and forth. But let's just try swapping out the colors that we have here. So for example, I see a kind of medium-ish gray tone. That would be, I'd say, about probably this color here, that color, or that color. So I'll go ahead, I'll go back to this color here. Let's change this color then to be, and also let me grab this guy here. Let's do a new layer here. Palette, or that is our palette. Hold on, let me just slide this guy down. There we are, that's palette, lovely. Okay, so for this color here, this color I'm seeing in that area here, let's go ahead and try grabbing. I'd say it's going to be either this color here or going to be this color here. Let's try that color here. I think this is a good color to use. So we're going to use, hold on, we're going to use that color instead here. So I'd say that color, and then to the right of it, it's a little bit darker, and I'd say to the top of it, it's also a little bit darker. So I'd say possibly what we would do is, if I could undo this guy here, I would say then that this bit here is a little bit darker. So we're going to grab this guy here. Let's then go ahead and grab, let's see, probably grab this guy here, over here. Are those the colors we're seeing? I'm kind of seeing this guy even go around a little bit more. So maybe we could even grab this guy here, have it go up a little bit more, possibly like something like that there. And then let's see. We have that guy there. Then this guy kind of goes inwards a little bit more. So we might grab that guy there. This guy then gets a little bit darker. So what's a little bit darker than this color? This color. So we'll fill it in with that color there. After that, we'll then grab this color here for that area. It seems to be the case of. So we'll grab that color there instead. And then we'll also fill this in, since that also seems to be a little bit darker. So we might say that instead. Then we might have this guy kind of round out a little bit more about here. I'd say possibly more so about here and here. We could say about there maybe for a rounder look. Though, if anything, it kind of seems to be the case that it goes a little bit less. So we'll go back, we'll undo that guy here, undo that guy, and let's have this guy go a little bit less. So maybe something like that instead can work out for our lips. And all I hear is this guy goes there and that guy goes there and we're all here and you're in there and we're all here. Oh boy. We'll go ahead then and have this guy go inwards like that there. And then what I'm thinking is, let's have this guy go up a little bit here. We could even see about adding this guy up a little bit more. Something about there-ish, I think, can be fine, as we're kind of just trying to get the feel of it down, the shape. That's what we're going for. So I'm just swapping out the colors to hopefully feel like something that's a little bit more connected with everything. And hi, is it Zikoto? Zico, possibly? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Let me go ahead and fill that guy in. And then this guy here, we can also have it kind of come out there as well. No, so I'm not the only one who's lost. No worries at all. I am just swapping the colors so that the black and white values match up more with this black and white values. So let's see here. With that said, I also see that there's a really dark color. So right now we're at this color, which is, if I grab this guy here, this color. So we're at this color, and we know for a fact that this color is a lot darker, and I'd say probably it's going to be this color here that's a lot darker. Probably, maybe even a little bit darker. Maybe that color is the one we go for darker. Let's go ahead and fill that in. It'd be that color instead. And just basically shading, kind of, sort of. And so where did every quite go? I'm not sure. Maybe people had things to do today, which is a-okay. So with that said, right, now let's see if we can match that. So what I'm thinking is, on one hand, we could just add a line here,
but I don't like the way it feels. I do think we could do a little bit better. So what I'm thinking is maybe we can have the line kind of go up and down a smidge in some areas. So maybe, for example, we can have this kind of go up a little bit. Do you think that works out? It kind of looks like it's going up and down. And then maybe we can also have it go up here a little bit, something like there and there. So that feels a little odd. I don't like it. So let's not do that. Let's see about adding then. I do notice a shape, and let me see if I can draw it out for you. If I click on draw here, what I'm noticing is a shape that looks like this guy here. This is the shape I'm noticing. And that shape I'm trying to line up with this shape. That's what I'm looking at the moment. So if we copy this guy here, you zoom out a little bit, paste it here. Let's see if we can make that shape. So I will zoom in here, like that there. And then let's see. So with that said, right, let's see. We know that this guy most likely is going to be more on the curved side. So I'm going to make sure it's kind of more on curved side. So let's see. Maybe have that more so curved like that there. Let's maybe have this guy come out a little bit more, possibly up there, but I don't quite like that. So you know what? Let's not do that. Let's have this guy, if anything, kind of come down a little bit more. Maybe have this guy kind of go out a little bit more. We'll see. But I do know for certain that I want this guy to kind of feel more like it's rounder. So maybe we can have the guy kind of have that more shape, like it's curving around, something like that there. I think could look a little bit nicer. Maybe we can even have it kind of go up there, possibly. Maybe even up like that could be a good fit. We can even then see about having this guy kind of come around a little bit more. So kind of a little bit more shaded like that, I think can work out a little bit more. But that said, I now think we could add a smidge of either brighter color or darker color. If I go back to our black and white here, as I grab this color here and that color here, possibly we could do that there. Maybe we can have it go there. Don't worry, you'll understand. Oh boy, let's see. Go back there and that there, possibly. If I'm looking at this, I'm so worried about the guy. Where did he go? His hair, don't you worry. Let's see. From there, right? I do like that idea. And then we can kind of have this darker area. And it seems to be closer to this darker bit here. So let's grab this color since it's a little bit darker. Oh, didn't mean to delete that. This is a little bit darker here. So let's go and add that here like that. I think that works out a little bit better. And then let's see about also having this guy kind of working a little bit here, I think. So kind of having it go out a little bit more, possibly like that there, I think could work out a little bit nicer. But again, I do like the idea of it being more curved. So maybe we can do something like this here, having it be a little more curved. And that guy went into the other guy, and that one here and there and there. And hi, Con maybe, or Con. Welcome into stream, welcome in. And wait, are you teaching or learning? Learning. I've never drawn lips before. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh boy, I'm trying my best to learn and understand it. And glasses stoggle, I can surely do that. Thank you for the redeem. Hold on, let me grab my timer here. The hope is that these studies we do is the idea of, I have no idea what you're doing. You have no idea. I have no idea what I'm doing. You have no idea what you're doing. Let's try learning together and see how things work out. And hi, Colin. Welcome to stream. Welcome. And teacher ears? Not at all. Do I look like I know what I'm doing? I've never drawn lips before in my life. Oh boy. Let's have this guy go up a little bit, I think, and have it kind of slide over there. I do like that idea here, right? And thank you again for that redeem, clown. And that guy's over there. Oh boy, and we're out here. From there, what I'm thinking is, there is a little bit of a lighter color in this area here. I'm going to guess that that's light there. And you've got glasses, that means you're smarter than the teacher. Actually. Oh boy. What then I want to pay attention to is I want to remove this color here. I want to remove that guy right off the bat. And what I think is we can add this color here as well. And let's see about making that curve a little less curved. I'll go into our symmetry tool and I want to oh boy, let's see. I want to erase this guy here and then I want to bring it down a little bit more. Something like that I think might work out a little bit better. And oh the god, where's the guy? Oh, do you mean on here? Or Twitch, I mean. With that said, I see that the highlight is pretty bright at the top. So it makes me wonder, maybe we can grab this guy now, right? And maybe we can have the highlight kind of go all the way up here. So kind of like something here, I'm thinking, and then we can have it kind of go down a little bit, kind of come down and around, and this guy needs to go a little bit darker. So maybe we can go and grab, let's see, a little bit darker would be this color here. So then we can grab this guy here and have it go up and around and down a little bit more. So I'm thinking possibly, maybe, perhaps, I'm not sure how well this is going to look, but maybe we can do something like that there. What do you think? Does it feel like it could possibly work? Well, then to have this kind of color go here and here, something like this, I think can possibly maybe work if we blend it out a little bit. And apologies, but I should take my leave. No worries at all, Glaxy. No worries at all. I hope you have a good day. You as well. A good life and a good learning session. I might come back later, but no promises. No worries at all. I hope you do have a great one for all of the above as well. And as I said before, and no promises, no worries at all. Feel free to come and go as you please. With that said, I also want to add a bit of either a brighter color or a darker color here. I'm thinking what we can do is add a bit of a brighter bit like here-ish, because I'm seeing a brighter area in this bit here. So it's a little bit bright and then goes a little bit darker. So it makes me wonder if we could possibly do something like, let's see. Something like this here where it kind of moves inwards, possibly like that. But then it kind of feels like it's, what's it called? Layering. Layering is a technique people usually try to stay away from, but some people make it a part of their art process. But it's the idea that the word of, or the idea is you don't want to do something like this, where it's just colors on top of colors. Usually you would either want to make some areas thicker or smaller. So instead, maybe you want to do something like this, and then you would do something like this. It tends to. People tend to find that it looks nicer looking like this than when everything is 1 to 1 to 1. So if something feels off, consider maybe it could be because you're making all the lines layer on top of each other. With that said, I'm going to add a dot here, I think, and maybe a dot here. Maybe we add a dot here and here. I do like that a lot better. Let's see if we can add now our highlight colors. But first, I want to see about adding, there's still a little bit of a rounder shape here, so maybe we can add this bit here. I do like that. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Hold on now. That's pretty good. I'd say that's pretty good. Maybe we can make it not as thick. It seems like it's a little bit too thick now, but I do like the way that feels like it's round. I do like the way that rounds. Now it makes me wonder, maybe we can go down here a little bit more. Is that what we did? I don't think so. I do like that. And I got an apartment down. Hold on, guys. I told you before, them no sensei. Let's see. Move that guy down here. And then I'm thinking maybe we can have it kind of move down here and here. Though I do like the idea of it not going up as much up here. So I'm going to move this down by like, okay, let's see. Maybe we can move it down by like 1 here, possibly. Yeah, something feels a little bit off on the left, wouldn't you say? I'm going to copy this guy. Let's go ahead and move it over here so we can have a lip copy just in case we mess up when we need to go back, because there are many times where we've done that before. And what I want to do is I want to drag this guy down here a little bit. So I want to drag him to like down here possibly, have him slide over a smidge over there. I think, and could it be possibly the guy is dead? Not at all. There's no death going on here, I assure you. Everyone you see on here is alive and well. We'll go ahead and then add this guy here, add this guy here, then add this guy here. I do like the idea of it a lot more. Let's see if we can maybe make this guy go up a smidge here possibly. And then we have this bit that goes around a little bit more. So something like that I think could work out a little bit better. And then with that said, and oh, I just realized no worries at all. What did you realize, Quellman? Oh, ads are about to start soon, my goodness. And with that said, let's see. That goes there, that goes there. Then we have this guy that kind of goes back a little bit, so it's a little bit darker. So maybe I can add this guy about here and here and here, kind of going backwards in space a little bit more. And with that said, maybe we can even add this bit here since it's getting a little bit lighter. So something like that there for a lighter to darker feel as it's going from lighter to lighter again about here. And what I'm noticing as well is that on here, it is a little bit lighter. And oops, wrong window, huh? Could you elaborate, I mean? Let's see, let me add this guy, I think, here and here. Then we grab this color. We know that this color here is a little bit darker here. And ads, yes, okay, fine. Ads will start then. We'll let the ad break do its ad break thing. Oh my. And with that said, when we come back, we'll then see about adding the highlights. We'll then add anti-aliasing and see how it feels. And I definitely think it's tricky. Sometimes I do think drawing bigger things like this tends to help. Sure can do. We can surely do some stretches for our ad break. Let me get some lemonade and then we can do them. I see, I wrote in the wrong chat. I see. No worries at all. No worries at all. We'll hydrate again, I suppose, Chapel. Lovely. Thank you for the redeems. And yes, stretches, we can do those too. So let's start off by going to the right here a little bit. And then we'll go to the left here a little bit. And it go slowly, go quietly. If you hear anything break, crack, or stretch, or do something, anything wrong, call Dr. Caller, don't call me. I should not be referred to or should not be on dial. Let's go to the left here a little bit. And then let's go back a little bit. And then let's go front a little bit. There we are. My back feels properly stretched. Thank you for that redeem. But that said, let me slide these guys over a little bit more. And I wonder and breathe. Sure. Alrighty then. Thank you for that redeem. And hold on, let me see if I reset the notification guy here. Possibly. And our room is upside down now. Oh boy, the upside down show. Let's see. I wonder if I grab this guy here and I reset it. Refresh on you there. And then if I refresh on you here. So refresh you here. And then if I refresh you here, maybe now it'll work. So I'll refresh you there. And then I'll refresh this guy here as well. It seems like most of everything broke. So let's say it's connected. So let's see if me refreshing the page helped at all with fixing it because it's the things aren't showing up. So we'll see. But let's do some extra, shall we? Let's go to the left a little bit here. And then we'll want to go to the right a little bit here. Then let's see about going to the back here a little bit. And then let's see about going to the front here a little bit. I recommend doing these about every 30 minutes or an hour. They can help in the long run with you being able to do your sessions longer. Another one you can do is to the left here and hold it. There's also holding that one here for about a minute or so, and this one for about a minute or so. Oh, we don't have time for a minute. We only get 3 minutes for the ad break. And then another thing we can do is go to the left here and hold it. And then we can also go down here and hold it again. That is always a thing that can be done. And if there's no scuff, can you call on Twitch stream? No. At this point, I think the scuff is imperative. If we go a stream without scuff, that would be terrifying. I don't like the idea of that at this point in time. Compared to what we've been doing, what's been going on, no, I don't know if I want to know how that works. And the guy you're referring to is the lips. I already mean exactly fine. Let's see, left a little bit more. And then we can go to the right a little bit more, slowly but surely. I do enjoy the feel of that. With that said, though, our break should be just about up. So welcome back from the ads. Let us continue, shall we? And there's a timeline where Iris has a perfect stream, and that timeline is scary. Oh boy, let's have this guy go down a little bit more, I think. And this timeline, the timeline exploded right after that. I agree. I think explosions would happen. Let's make this guy a little bit darker. So something like this here, I think, for the side bit. So it's still a little bit brighter, but also a little bit darker for that area there. And then what I'm thinking is, I would want to see about maybe moving this guy up here a bit and over here a little bit here. Maybe adding that bit there so it's not too funny feeling is the hope at the very least. And truth be told, it almost feels like the lips are going downwards more. So if anything, I think we would want to move this guy up to here. And then we would want to move, let's see. That guy would go up there, this guy would then go up here, and then this guy would go up here, and now the lips are even just about, it seems, or no, hold on. Where are we wrong in our symmetry? That would go there, that would go there, and then I'm guessing this would go here, and then this would go here. There we go. Something like that would be symmetrical, however, compared to what we need to do, and come on, I was busy for a while after doing Hangman Gambit, you could have shown more appreciation. I am a little bit confused, let me slide this guy over here. Okay, with that said, let's then see about adding a little bit of the darker areas. And I took a while to collect the lips. Let's see, have that there, and then have this go here. And then I want to see about grabbing something a little bit brighter than this. So it would be that color, so never mind, let's not do that. Let's grab this guy here. I want to add a little bit, or never mind. Let's grab this as the darkest color here, I'm thinking, since it shows off super duper dark. And 10-minute timer is up, so thank you again for that redeem, clone. We'll have no more glasses. We'll zoom out a little bit, and I'm thinking we can have this guy kind of go down here, and then we'll grab our second darkest color, which is this one here. And I'm wondering who you were talking about, the invisible people of YouTube. Oh yeah, the issue is that sometimes YouTube wants to work, sometimes it doesn't. In this case, it seems to be YouTube chat's working today, and I've been having issues with Twitch chat. Unfortunately, the programs I've used, they tend to act up, so sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, which is super duper unfortunate. It seems to be the case today that, nope, it doesn't want to work. Oh boy, I'm thinking of something like this we have for the lips, kind of go downwards a little bit. But then I also think we should have this guy go downwards a little bit. So maybe we can have this guy go downwards a little bit more here too. Possibly, do you think? And what are the issues? It's 12:33, I am alone with my partner. Oh, I hope alone is a good thing. Let me have this guy then go over here a little bit. And I'm thinking maybe we can have it go up a little bit more. Nah, I think we're good. And I wanted to retrieve the one nano item. Scuff is keeping the universe intact. That's what it feels like at this point. We'll have this guy go here. We'll have that guy go there. And I think all in all, we are good to do a little bit of shading now. Let's see. Anything else that I think would need some attention? Not really, no. I think we're all good to go. If anything, I would see about possibly making that bit darker, but I think we're okay. I would see about possibly making, for example, here, I would want to make maybe this bit darker here, here, and here, and then have this bit of the lip kind of go downwards. But the thing is, this part is brighter than the bottom, so I'm not going to do that. If anything, I would want to see about adding like something a little bit darker here. So it's not super duper dark. I'm thinking maybe what we can do is do this guy here, have it then kind of come here, have it then kind of go up here and here, possibly have it kind of go up here and here. Maybe we could do something like that and then have it go up here and here. And then let's see about blending the colors. I think this is okay. This is good to go. No problem with anything you desire. I'm glad to hear that. Bye. Let's see. With that said, we're going to go and, oh, I completely forgot. We also have to add the highlights, don't we? So let's see. For the highlights of the lips, I also think that this guy's a little bit too bright. So let's try to modify this a little bit. I'm going to go up again. I'm going to go to the right a little bit more. So instead of going for that highlighty color, I want to go for something a little bit darker. That's still pretty much the same. So let's see, up a little bit more, over a little bit more. So something about here is a little bit brighter than what we had. So that was this color, I believe. Hold on. We have, let's see, this color here, which is that color there. Yes, we want something a little bit brighter. So let me grab this guy here. If it lets me, I want to grab this guy here, there we are. Okay. And with that said, let's go to the palette layer here. So I wanted this there we are, then this here. So we need something a little bit brighter than this guy here. And I'm thinking something like that color is a little bit brighter than what we have. So let's go back to our black and white here. Let's then go over to this color here. And I would want to grab this to make it a brighter color because it's not super duper bright compared to before, which is I think what we want to go for. Not something super duper bright, not quite yet. So something that blends in a little bit more, I think. And then we want to have our highlights now. So maybe, if anything, we make this color the highlights. That could be a thing. Though, compared to what we saw before, the highlights are super duper bright. So maybe we go for something a little bit more on the pale side. So I'm thinking, let's go up a little bit to the right, go over a smidge more. Something maybe here, though that feels more orange. And if we zoom out, what we can notice too is that this color here, at the very least, is more like a gray, kind of a creamish color, isn't it? And that's not what, I mean, that is kind of what we have. That would be this color, wouldn't it? Be that color. So, you know what? Let's see about grabbing that color. So I'll grab that color here, and then what we're seeing is there's a few shapes going on. I'd say that there is a mini teeny tiny triangle going on about here. So let's see if we can add that triangle about here, maybe there, and then maybe we can add a little bit of a line here, and then maybe a little bit of a line here too. Maybe, tricky. Let's try this then, and maybe little triangle there I think can work, or if anything, truth be told, I think that is fine. And then we can see about adding like a square there and then maybe a dot there. Something like that, I think. A little bit stylistic. And you can't see the chat? I can indeed. The issue is, again, you're getting a little bit off topic. So I'm reading them, but I unfortunately, it's a little bit hard to read them aloud, too, because then I start thinking about a lot of different things. But I am reading your messages. I am. Let me go back over to here, go back over to here, go back over to here, and here and there. Do we want to do lines? We could certainly do lines and then have this guy maybe go up here, or maybe have it kind of go up here so it kind of looks like it's curving. Let's try it, see how it works out. So I'll go ahead and I'll copy this guy here, save it here. And now let's see about adding some anti-aliasing. My hope is that we can trust the anti-aliasing process and believe that it will lead us to great things. So you know what we also need to do before that? We also need to add in the bits around the lips. I think that'll also be helpful too. So let's see, if I save this guy here, one other thing I'd like to do and see about doing is maybe we can have this bit kind of go up here. So I want to remove this area here for the darker parts of the skin. And I don't know if this is a part of our color code area. So I'm going to grab our skin color here. We'll go down a little bit, slide it over again, just go a little bit darker here. And that's pretty dark. If we take a look at our palette again, how dark is this dark compared to what we're seeing here for that dark? I'd say it is, if it lets me, hold on. If I click on you here, it's not super duper dark. So let's modify this a little bit. At the very least, we know that if we go into our palette here, that we're going to need a dark color. We're also going to need a super darker color. So let's also go down a little bit more, slide over a little bit more here, have maybe that as our darker color, maybe. We could also go a little less saturated. I think it's a little bit too bright. Maybe that color I think could be a better one. And then we might need a super duper dark color. So I might slide over again, go back down, slide over again for a little bit of hue shifting here. I think these are the colors we can get away with. So I'm going to go back to our lips again. We are then going to grab this color here, and I'm actually going to make all of this bottom bit here below our lips a darker color because that's what I'm seeing here for our grayscale. So let's go ahead and grab all of this here, and let's see about just making this area here specifically a little bit darker. So we're going to grab this guy here, go a little bit darker in this area here, all around the lips. Let me zoom out a little bit so it's not too in detail, too close up. We don't need that close of a lip. Let's see. Go back up to here. Let's then add a little bit up here. So all of this seems to be a lot darker, right? That'll be the darker part of the lips here. I'm also noticing that this area over here, the face is also a little bit darker. So maybe I can just add a little bit of darkness. No, also here seems to be a little bit darker. So let me add a little bit here and here and here. Maybe we can say something like that there could be a darker bit there. And then it seems to be the case that this bit over here, this part of the face is also a little bit darker. So I'll also add a little bit of darkness here. Anyway, here's my dramatic exit. See you next time. I do hope you have a lovely time doing whatever it is you get up to, Vi. I do hope you have a lovely time. I'm thinking something like this here could be helpful to have on the other side of the face. And if anything, I'm wondering, how big do we want to make this lip block? Initially, it was 48, or not, it wasn't 48. What was it? If we hide this guy here, we should be able to see. Initially, got ya. Okay. What we'll go ahead and do is we'll slide over our palette. So grab this palette here, move it over to about here-ish. Then we'll grab our lips and our skin here. Let me go and hide this guy here, or not hide this guy. I want to make this guy lower in opacity, the skin. Make it lower in opacity. That way we can see the lips a little bit more. And what I want to do is drag the lips to about the center-ish here so that it can hopefully feel like it's a part of the face. Let's then go back to our face here so I can zoom in a little bit so we can get a little better look at all of the highlights and shadows. So if I enable grayscale here and then I take another photo, we should be able to get a good idea of our values. So if I zoom in here, have it come about here, hopefully we can get things a little bit more in depth. If I put that there, zoom in here, make you a little bit bigger here, there we are, about there. Then let's go ahead and go back to here, let's see, here, there we are. Okay, so looking at this a little bit more, I can see that there is a little bit of a highlight for the skin. So let's see, grab back to here, There seems to be the case that there is a little bit of highlight, and we're not working on the chin, so I won't worry about that too much. But I'll add possibly say maybe something like this here and hope for the best. We could always modify it too, and in the case that it's not too good, we can always modify it as well. But I want to see about adding, for example, here. No, hold on, that's the wrong color. Let me grab all of that there. Undo all of you guys there. There we go, and paste you into lips here. There we are. Okay, and I just want to paste this guy here into kind of the downward bit as we're going around and down. So I want to kind of curve you inwards a little bit like this here. Something like that I think can work out fine. And then what we have here is the highlights. Again, I don't want to pay too much attention to that. So if anything, I'm going to have this guy kind of go inwards, maybe down here, something like that there. And then I'm also going to have this guy kind of come in around here and something like that there. We can see about modifying the rest of it a little bit later, but I'm just doing this temporarily so we can get a good feel of it, as it also seems to be the case that there's a little bit of darkness down there, so I might just add that guy there. And ooh, fancy pants lips. We do the detailed ones so we can get an idea of the lips, and then the hope is that we can go a little bit less detailed as we go along. But welcome back in, Jack. Welcome back in. With that said, we can have this guy go, have that guy go up a little bit here, have it kind of go down a little bit more, and have this guy kind of go down over here, and a little bit over here too. Okay, now let's see about adding that anti-aliasing, shall we? I'll go ahead and save this guy here, and what we have to do initially is I want to have the area surrounding the lips blend in a little bit more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go about 50% here. I'm going to add a dot there. I'm also going to add a dot about here-ish. The issue is that it's not very visible, but the hope is that from far away, it'll be a little bit easier to understand what I'm doing. So let's add this guy here, and I want to grab this color. So I'm going around the edges and seeing where I can add about 50% of the lips to make it look a little bit more like it's not too flat. For example, I might add that color, then add that color for that edge there. Maybe even add that color here, that color there for a bit more rounding, and add that color there. That feels like it goes rounder a little bit more. Let's then grab this color, which is that color. So we can grab that 0.5% about here, I'd say. Maybe about there we can put it. Maybe then we can put it there and then there to make it feel like it's rounding out a little bit more is the hope at the very least. And then let's see about this color here. So if I grab the 50% of that one for this edge, it's going to be this color. So I'm thinking maybe we can add it here for the darker a bit. But since this up here gets darker, I'm actually going to put it here to make the sky feel a little bit lighter. And then for this guy here, we'll go about 50% again. What's the 50% of this guy here with this color here? It's about this color. So we'll see about maybe making it that color there for a little bit of a darker feel to it. Truth be told, we can also add maybe a little bit of a color here for that extra area there. It depends. And hold on, that is just schizophrenia. No, I assure you, not crazy in the slightest. We'll then grab this color here. Grab this color here as well. See about mixing it. So we'll grab, let's see, and we'll put this color, I think, here. And I'm just looking for areas where it seems like we can kind of grab the cut-off zone. So I'm looking for bits, for example, here and here. Feels a little bit sharp, but these guys here, not too much. So then I'll see about grabbing, let's grab that color here and put it about up here, I think, and up here. So it's not as much up there. I think can be fine. And with that said, let's see now about adding our area edges too. Let's grab this color. Let's go about 50%, and we can see about mixing it for this bit here. So I might grab this bit here, that lip there area. Maybe we can add that area to there then too, so it kind of looks like it's curving a little bit. And then I'm going to grab this color here, go about 50%, and we can grab this color here, which actually, truth be told, is that color. Let's just grab that 50% that we already have here. And if I add this line, hopefully you can notice that over here, it makes it look thinner or thicker. That's the hope I'm looking to find. So that versus that. Does it really change a lot? No, I don't think so. So it's a matter of what feels like it's changing a lot, what feels like it's not really making a difference in the slightest. Let's see. I want to think about maybe adding something here and here. Maybe we can see about adding, if anything, that kind of line there, possibly. We can see about adding that line there, but I don't like that. I don't like the way that feels. So we might add that in, remove it a little bit more. This bit feels a little bit too thick now, so I might lower that there and then add this guy. Let's see, 50% of that would be this guy here. And how come I've never seen you and YouTube people in the same room at the same time? Hold on now, check. There's been times before in the past when we've got YouTube chat working and showing on screen. That's not true at all. Hold on now. Let's add then a 50% to about here and here. So let's grab this guy here for that color there. I think could be a good use of it, possibly. What I then would like to do is I want to blend this highlight a little bit more. So again, I'll grab about 50%, and then let's take a look at the edges. So that would be 50% about here and here. We would then add it maybe about, let's see, there. I'm thinking then maybe we can put it here, possibly maybe here as well. Maybe here too for a sort of smoother feel to it. I then maybe think we should add it about maybe, let's see. It would be a mixing or blending of the two colors. So if I want to blend this color and this color, we take about 50% again, and we add it maybe there, for example. But do we want to add it there? I don't think so. So what we'll do is we'll grab this color here, we'll go about 50%, and I think adding it here could possibly work a little bit better. From there, I'll grab that color, and then we'll go about 50% again. So let's see about that color here. Let's see if we can either add it here, for example. You could do it at the top of the lip, but I think here works out a little bit nicer. So see about adding it right up there, and then we add another guy here maybe. It hopefully should feel like it's starting to blend a little bit more, which is the hope that it's not too sharp. And I always think that it feels like at the very least that adding the anti-aliasing at some point in time does start to feel like it helps a smidge. Not always, but sometimes I do think it does help. But that said, let's see. I think we can add, for example, here. I think it's a little bit too sharp, so I'm going to grab a 50% of this guy here, and maybe we can add it there. And then these two colors here to make sure that they blend, I can add that guy, for example, here. I think that might feel a little bit nicer. I'll save this guy here. Let me get some lemonade here. Oh, hold on. Let me clear my nose first. Hold on. Oh boy, oh boy. Let me grab tissue here if I can do it correctly. There we are. Okay, give me 1 second for my nose if I click on that button. Okay, I'm all good to go. Now let me get that lemonade. Tasty. Alrighty then. With that said, let's go ahead and continue, shall we? Let's start and continue by seeing about these areas here. Do we want to smooth them out? And the radiance are working again.
On keyboard just redeemed hydrate.
Oh, lovely, and welcome back. Cats on keyboard and hydration. Sure can do again, I suppose. Tasty. Thank you for that one. Thank you. Alrighty, with all that said and done, let's see about adding some anti-aliasing in these areas here where the lines are really harsh between each other. So I'm going to grab this color here, and let's see about adding the 50% of that color, which is going to be that color. So what I'm thinking is, maybe we add that color here and here. Truth be told, we could even add probably that color, because that color, they're practically the same. So I'm going to save up on color spaces and just use the color that we already have there and there. I think that can be fine. With that said, another area where I think it's pretty hard at is that spot right there, but I'm not quite sure what color we can use. Maybe we can see about using a 50% about here. Maybe we can add it there. Do you think it feels too dark? Could be not. It depends. I always do like trying to see, how does it feel? And did you change the cooldown for hydrate? I did not. The hydration has always, after almost drowning that one time during stream, aside from changing it that one time, it's the same as it's always been. Let me go ahead and I think we could add, actually, I do like the idea of adding, I think that's fine. Let's then add in a anti-aliasing for here and here. I think we could round it out a little bit more. So possibly round out that guy, for example, here. Possibly we can even add a line here, but I think that's okay for this guy. What I think we'd add next is an area for around here. I don't remember it being 10 minutes. This 10 minutes is a good or bad thing? I have not changed it, but is it a good or bad thing? I am quite curious. We'll then see about adding a dot here, and I think here to make it hopefully feel like it's rounding though. I don't like the way that looks. I do think we could get away with adding one here, for example. Maybe then here and here. I do like that. And how am I supposed to drown you with a 10-minute cooldown? It's always been 10 minutes, aside from the one time it wasn't. Don't you remember? It depends on if we want you to be a fish or not. One time was good enough for me to remember. Never again. Never again. Let me add in, I think, this color. Let's see. I want to add that color here and here, I think. And then let's see about adding in that mixed color now. And again, right, remember the 3 layering? Is that what I want? Am I trying to go for that look? Maybe not. Maybe we can add that more so this color here and that color there. And maybe we can add that color there and that color there. Or maybe we can add this color here and that color there. It truly does depend on what type of feel you're trying to go for. When I go into the black and white, you'll notice that actually, looking at this, the darker bit around the lips isn't dark enough. So either we need to make this area darker to feel nicer, or we need to make it brighter. And you know what I'm thinking? Let's go a little bit darker. So let's grab this color and but look at this majestic creature. Don't you want to be more like that? Not necessarily. Not specifically. Not really. Oh boy, we'll grab this color here. We'll then make it go a little bit darker about in this area here. And we'll have this guy kind of go around, and now we'll have to blend it again with the anti-aliasing. Let's see about adding that color there, I think, and add that color there. It doesn't go down that far, so actually we'll make it go about more so there-ish. And then I think there's less of a darker color here, so maybe more so of a less darker color, possibly. It's like a mixture between these two, or something in between that color. So we'll see about grabbing this color here. Go down a little bit more, go down a little bit more to the side. Possibly that color there is what we'll use. And now let's see about adding about there-ish, about something there. There we go, there we go. That might feel a little bit better now, because hopefully the thing is that this pops out a lot more. But I'm also noticing that there seems to be a little bit of a highlight for this area. So let's see if we can shine that highlight on the situation. So if we go ahead and I will remove the anti-aliasing that we added before, let's try to see if we can add that highlight that we see. It's not too bright of a highlight, but I do think it makes a little bit of a difference. So we're going to need something a little bit brighter than this color. Do we have something a little bit brighter than this color? We have these colors here at our disposal. What's a little bit brighter? I'd say probably that color might work out a little bit better. So let's see about adding, it's about maybe here, the highlight would go maybe here and here, maybe here and here and here, something about here and here and there. Possibly there could be our highlight, maybe. Or maybe we can add a highlight like here and then here and then here. I think that might work out a little bit better. Let's try blending again. So let's see if we grab now this color here. We go about 50%. That's going to be our 50% color. So let's see, where would this guy go? I think you might go here, you might go here, and you might go maybe up here and here and here. Or maybe you might go up there to kind of look like it's curving around. But I like the idea of it going back in time. So maybe we make that guy go more so up here. I do like that. I think that works out a little bit better. So we'll make it go up like that. And now the question becomes, what do we want to do for these areas? We can certainly grab 50% of this guy here. And this for 50% is this here. So these two colors mixing together makes that color. So I might add it to be the case of maybe adding it in these areas here where they kind of move towards each other. And then I'd grab this guy here. Again, 50%. So I might grab this color here. Then we go about here and here for it going upwards. So something like that up there. And then after that, let's see. We'd grab the 50% of this guy here. So 50% again, and it would be this color here. That's not very noticeable, truth be told. So think of, do we really need it? That depends on the person. I do like adding them, but sometimes, especially if you're worried about your color count, you might not want to do it, so it depends. I then think we should add a 50% for this guy here. So we're going to do about this color here. It seems to be the case of that color, which is pretty close to that color, which is already super duper close, so maybe we don't do that. Yeah, let's stay away from that color, I think. But that said, I do like how it's turning out, and you can see as well that it is a little bit noticeable. The thing is, the colors surrounding the face and the colors for the anti-aliasing, it feels as though the lips here need to be different, don't they? I think they don't look like they're popping out as much as I would have hoped. So the question then becomes, are there different colors that we can use? Can we make this guy maybe darker or brighter? So what I'm going to do is a special trick here. I'm going to grab out the areas we want to use or want to change. So I'm going to grab out, I think, the colors here. Hold on. If I grab the face here, let's try to modify the colors a little bit. So I have a new layer here, a new layer here. And then we're going to grab this color here. Then let's remove that layer, do a new layer here. And then what I want to change, the colors I want to change are just the top lip. So I'm going to grab all of this area here. Is that it? No. I don't want to grab this bit here. How can you remove you? I think I have to click deselect, replace selection, subtract. Yes, subtract. I don't want that. Does it let me subtract? Okay. It's this that I want to do. So I'll merge that layer down. And now we have this single layer of lips. Hold on, if I just hide and show, never mind. I merged them down, I didn't mean to. New layer, paste layer. Okay, so we have this section that I want to change. That's the layer I want to change. And I'm grabbing this guy here too, so that we can put you back to where you are for this layer here. There we are. So now, hopefully, we just have the very top of the lips, this guy here. And what I want to do is I want to modify this so that it's more noticeable, especially when we're in black and white. So now that I have this layer, specifically this part of the lip selected, let's see if we can modify it a little bit to feel a little bit nicer. So what I might do is to go to File here. You might then go to Adjustments here. Let's try upping the brightness and saturation. Oh yeah, you can see it, good. Let's see about brightness and saturation. Maybe we can make it a little bit brighter. We could do that. We can make it a little bit darker possibly. We can maybe make it a little bit more higher in contrast, lower in contrast. Sometimes I can find that doing this helps a little bit, but not always is the issue. Is that sometimes this is a quick fix I can do to modify a certain part that's feeling a little off, but sometimes also not. It just depends. What I'm wondering is it a thing of we'll have to make the skin a little bit brighter in those areas? Because right now, something feels off, and I'm not quite sure what. So it's a matter of, now I know something's off. How do we fix it? Maybe, for example, we can lower down the luminosity. It makes it darker. Maybe we can up it a little bit more. That makes it brighter. I don't like the look of that, so let's go to 0 here. Let's see about maybe making it. The hue, definitely don't want to change that because that'll change the color of it. So we'll change that back to 0. Maybe the saturation is something we can modify. Going up, going down. I think possibly that this is a little bit nicer to look at compared to what we had it at. Now, the question is how well it's going to look. I don't know. But it was this versus this. Hold on. Let's see this. If it lets me. Okay. So we'll paste this guy here, do a new layer just so we can see the differences. And now let's change the saturation, I think, again. So let's go to hue and saturation here. Go down a little bit more. Was it up the saturation a little bit more? Maybe make it a little bit darker. So I'm thinking maybe something like that might look a little bit nicer. So it's this versus this. You guys see the difference? Oh, hold on. Do you see what I mean in terms of the being able to see it from far away? However, how well this is going to look? Not good at all. But we do know that I think making it darker. I think that's the key here. So let's see if we can grab this guy here and go a little bit darker. Something like, oh, hold on. Something like that color there might be a little bit nicer. So let's see. That was that color there. And hi, Torin. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Placeholder for a funny introduction. Let's assume it was cool, okay? So, what am I looking at? Lips. You are looking at lips. Welcome in the stream, Torin. Welcome in. I hope you've been well. And I'm also noticing that this guy here actually doesn't have a lot of saturation. So let's lower the saturation a little bit here. Oh, never mind. That's way too low. We'll grab this guy here. There's this layer here and that's that layer there. I'll delete that layer, duplicate this layer so that we can have a before and after. And what I want to do is make this guy a little bit more saturated, just a little bit more, and also a little bit darker. So something like that there. That's still too bright. So let's see. We had initially, it was, not that color. Yeah, that layer and that layer. Lovely. Okay, so hiding this guy here, hiding this guy here. I just want to make sure what layer we have. We have that color there. So hide that guy here, show this guy here. We need to make sure that this layer here is also filled in. There you go. And then we can erase this guy here and erase this guy here. So that guy gets erased and that guy gets erased there and there. Save that guy here. Okay, so that said, let me make sure I lock these so I don't forget. And what I want to do is I want to change the value of this guy here. I think making him a little bit darker is a better idea. Right now, it's very hard to see. So I was hoping to up the color a little bit more. So let's see. If we make this guy just a little bit darker, maybe a little less saturated and slide it over a little bit more to red, we get this color here. That can definitely work, but then I think it's too similar to this color that we have for our darker line. So maybe we can up it a little bit more and go up there a smidge. Does that look better, do you think? We have this versus this. That's the same exact color. Never mind. Oh boy, and then this versus this is different, isn't it? Let's see, that versus that. Yeah, I see. Okay. And then maybe what we can do is then change this guy here and make it a little bit darker about there and there. I think might work out a little bit better. And then we can grab this color here, maybe add that color there and there, possibly. Or we can see about making this guy the 50%. And that 50% with this color here is going to be this color instead. And then this color here, 50% of that darker color is about, hold on, grab this color here, go about 50% here. That's going to be this here. So let's be that instead. And I have been well, how about you? Pulled out a sledgehammer. Don't mind me. What's your most unimportant wall in this chat room? You're not allowed to do nothing, Torn. But I hope you've been well. I hope you've been lovely. And then another thing I want to do is I want to make this guy a little bit darker in some areas. So I want to make this guy a little bit darker there, a little bit darker here, a little bit darker here, and then maybe go about 50% there and make that a little bit darker there, but it's not really a modification, so it's all right. With that said, I think I'll add this guy here so it can go a little bit darker there. And now with that dark guy modified, I would want to see about making this guy also a little bit darker. So let's go over here and maybe we will like it. Who knows? Nah, I don't need no renovations. Not at all, Tor. Not at all. Not nothing. Let's see. There we are, there and there. And I think, let's see, before and after there. Yeah, I do like that. And don't you like surprises? I do. But you have not been authorized to do any renovations. Oh boy. Let's see then about going for this guy here. And if we go back to our black and white, what you should be able to notice is that there is a little bit of a brighter bit up here. Let's try making that guy a little bit darker. So we have this color here. And we need to go a little bit darker. Or a little bit brighter, truth be told. So let's see. How can we go a little bit brighter? Because that guy there, that guy's not good enough. So let's go up there a little bit. Let's slide back over to our oranges. Maybe that color here can work out. How does that color feel? It feels moderately okay. let's try it out. So I'll go back to this layer here. I'll fill in that color in. Hold on. We'll toggle that guy on and off. I see. Okay, hold on. We'll then up this guy here about there and 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 there. And the hope is that the contrast looks a lot nicer now, but it looks okay. You know, it looks all right. And but look, it's a brand new sledgehammer. Pause for the hammers, head for the towel. No. Unauthorized. I say unauthorized. Let's see. If I started allowing people to go around smashing walls, it'd be anarchy. Complete anarchy. Let's see. I'll make this guy go up here, I think, a little bit. So we'll add on these colors here. And then what I'm thinking is, let's make this guy up here instead a darker tone so that it doesn't blend in too much, though. Oh, you see the issue? This guy here is pretty pronounced compared to this guy down here. And hi, Cryman. Welcome in, stream. Welcome in. I hope you've been well. And hello as well, Daniel Pancake. Welcome in. It's so kissable. And those lips are stretching out their tiny hand, asking for a high five. How's it going? Good afternoon. How's it going? And good afternoon indeed. Let's see here. I want to make this guy a little bit darker. So if I go to here, I'm thinking what we can do is make the color this bit here. So if I fill this in here, what do you think? Does that make it? It could definitely be darker. Let's see, a little bit darker here, about something like that there. So it's not as dark as the other one. And I don't tell you how you do your lips, do I? No, but it is my wall, Tor, and that's the thing. You gotta remember, you're my wall. Let's see. I think this could work. So let's try grabbing this color here. And then if we were to replace it in this area here, like this here, what do you think? We'll add then the color here and have this guy go in about here and here and here and here. I think this could work out fine. If anything, maybe we take that color that we have already up here, kind of make it go down a little bit more about there and there and there. I definitely do think the changes are nicer. So, for example, we have this versus this. Do you see the difference? Now, making it a little bit darker, I think makes it pop out a little bit more. My goal is that I'm looking at the grayscale, looking at the contrast. So the idea was, okay, the lips need to pop out a little bit more. So with that said and done, what I'm going to do is I'm going to merge this layer down. So we're going to remove that guy here, merge it down. And now let's smooth things out a little bit, shall we? And it could be your hole in the wall! Super hole in the wall! Let's see. Let me grab this guy here. You need to be unlinked there. There you are. I tell you, if I do need renovations, I surely now know who to go to. Let's slide this guy out a little bit more. Let's go up here a little bit more. And for this guy's face, we can see about possibly adding something about here and here. Again, I don't want to go too complicated on this area here since it's not the area that we're paying attention to. So I might just grab this guy here and hold on. Let me get that. This guy here, I scroll down here. Thank you to Josie.
Roddy3 just redeemed
Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you, and welcome into stream. And why is there no internet on the farm? Because cows were downloading too much music. Bad, very bad. How awful even. Welcome in, but how could you? How dare you? Oh boy, we'll erase this guy then here too. And we'll see about mixing this guy here so I can add, like, for example, these guys here could work out being in their favor. Kind of just trying again to make sure that our areas are blended in. And then, for example, here we could add this color and add that color there, kind of blending it in. And then for this color here, we know that that color blends in about 50%. So we can grab that guy here, for example. And then we can see about adding it here. We can see about adding it maybe here. I can see about adding it here. And I think here as well could work too as a rounded out bit. If anything, I might erase that guy there. Then put you about there and there. I think that works out. And respectfully, I wouldn't trust them with a toothpick, let alone renovations. I agree, Jack. And moves to the other room. Jack's his hammer behind him. Oh boy, let's see. Maybe there. Have you kind of go up here and here. And then again, let's grab our 50%, about here, here, and here, and here. We'll grab you about there, I think, and have you erase and go about here and here. I think that could work out fine. And then let's see about adding you kind of over here. So let's erase that guy there. Put you about here for our 50% Mr. guy here. Put you about there. Let's have you go about, let's see, here and here. Then we'll grab that color here. Then we can add that kind of there and there. Maybe we can then erase this guy here. Put you about there. Maybe have it kind of come up there. Maybe have it come down there. Something like that. This doesn't feel correct anatomically, but you know what? That's fine. That's okay. I like it. I think it works. Let's just finish up by rounding out these areas here. And then let's see what the time remaining. And, oh, you're on YouTube now. And how about this room? Don't tell me you like the walls in here. I do, Torrent. I like them both equally. I'll have you know. Let's go ahead then and have you do this guy here. And then we'll have you come up and down here. I think this will make a good idea, though. I do like the idea of having it the dark and light bits. So we'll grab the 50% here as well. And we'll see about adding some anti-aliasing. For example, we would add those guys there. We would then see about maybe adding this guy here, adding that guy there, maybe adding that guy there. So it looks like it's kind of rounding out a little bit. And then we'll grab this guy here. And what I'm thinking is we'll grab about the 50% of here too, and see about adding them in areas so it's not too similar. So let's see. Thinking adding that there, and then let's see about adding it maybe here as well. Possibly there could also work too, in that area there. And then let's grab this guy here, go about 50%. And I'm thinking again, we'll have that guy kind of go down there. Actually, you know what? It doesn't even need to go down that far. Let's move you to about here, I think would be a little bit nicer to look at. And then that 50% will go about here. And yeah, we'll do that guy there. Grab this 50% here. Go about then here, I think, for a 50% here. 50% here. If anything, actually, you're going to go back a little bit. And then we're going to put that guy about, let's see, here. And then you would go here. Something like that, I think, could work out well for the lips. And with that said, I think we're good to go now. That would be the lips, bro. And Pout's party pooper. Well, you know what? You can go to your own house, your own area, and tear down the walls. But you know, I like structure. The structure's very good, Torin. This will be the lips we complete off of, though. You know what? For being the first time I've drawn lips before, I'll take it. I'm not too sure about this dark area up here, but all in all, compared to where we started, I am happy with it. And I do feel like bit by bit, slowly, definitely one of these studies won't be good enough, but the hope is that over time, it can be possible. With that said, let me go ahead and save this guy here. I'll get some tea, and then we can continue now that we've completed the lip portion. Tasty for my tea. I think this is my last tea, what is it called? Tea bag. So it's unfortunate. I won't have any more raspberry hibiscus tea, unfortunately. I'll go ahead and save this guy. And now what we'll do is we will now attempt to draw the simplified smiles and mouth. So for our front facing, oh, you know, before that, let's actually take a look at some really detailed Pixelart lips, as I do have some references of those. Let's go into our PRF here. There we are. With that said, let me go ahead and move you to here and here. And raspberry what now? My tea. Raspberry hibiscus is the flavor of the tea. If we drag you up here, I can show you some lips made by Miru. And what you can see is, look at their lips. Take a look at theirs. What are things you notice about their lips compared to my lips? As I do think these are lovely, luscious lips. If we close this guy here, I close this guy here. Let me copy my lips into here, and we can kind of compare and contrast. This is where looking at other artists can help you understand, okay, what did they do that I didn't do? For example, I struggled a lot with figuring out how to do the area around the lips. And look, there for their dithering, how they did it. I used anti-aliasing. I don't think I did any dithering, but look at the dithering patterns I use here. Isn't that lovely? You can also see here that they also have some highlights on the mouth, as well as on the, what is it called, chins and the bits at the upper top. So it's interesting to look at. I certainly think so. As well as the shadows here you can see around. And it seems to be the case that in a lot of them too, that they have a darker line coming for this area here. So it makes me wonder, do you think adding a darker line in just that area there would add a difference to my pixel art? And I think these are the only lips I was able to find. These two here. Again, we have darker line, and this is by Zedliest. I think Zedliest. I found this off of Reddit. And well, are you out of tea? Maybe you need more storage space. And maybe a wall or two in the way. Smiles and points and slants right now. No destruction shall be done. Oh boy. And it's interesting too. And this is why I wanted to start off with drawing lips and figuring out the 3D feel, because I do think a lot of the times I can get stuck in thinking in terms of flat 2D and lines. So they help us before we even take a look at the lines. And I also wanted to point out this thing I found on Twitter by Icole, I think it is. If you look at the art, feel free to follow them. I do suggest it. And it's the idea of different styles in lips, and I believe it is as well. Let's see. A few different styles. So nose and mouth. Very common anime style. In order to make the eyes stand out, nose and mouth are usually winked. And then B, nose and mouth are emphasized, or at least as much rendered as the eyes. So this one is a study on how the difference between changing the nose and the eyes can change the part of a character's face, which I think is interesting too. Because we did a poll recently, I think it was during the nose study, where I asked if people enjoyed drawing anime noses more or realistic noses. And I think it was pretty 50-50, which I was surprised about. I'm looking at these. I think out of all of them, I do enjoy the anime study, but I can also appreciate the super realistic. So it's like, I think I enjoy, of all of these, this one and this one, the most of both of them. And so it's the thing of, okay, if I know anime style is more or less detailed in these areas, then focusing on making those areas less detailed is, I think, super duper handy. With all of that said and done though, what I'd like to do now, since I don't believe there's any other realistic lips, nope, not one bit, let's go ahead and break down some lips from a front-facing view of a game. So if I click on new here, we save that for that there, and then I go ahead and make this guy a little bit smaller. Let's take a look and see, now that we understand at least the idea of it, how are people simplifying it? How are people making the lips smaller? So if I go back into you here and we go back into you here, let's see. Oh boy, Clean. We'll go back into here. All right, do any of you have a game preference? We have here, let's see. We have Stardew Valley or we have Fields of Mystria. Any preference on which one we do? There's two different styles. We'll do both of them if we can. But preference with which we start on. And all I ask that I will now get some lemonade. As well as clear my nose as well. Just a double whammy. Let's see here. I'll click on that and okay, give me 1 second for my nose. We're good. My nose is much better now. And the Stardew people look funnier, don't they? The thing is, Fields of Mystria has more anime, I think, inspiration. But there's times where I think, for example, where is it at? That one guy, where is he at? It's faces like these that make me enjoy the charm of Stardew Valley. I wonder why. Oh, never mind. No, that's right. That should look great. Okay, so front-facing view. Let's take a look at someone. Let's take a look at some of the little bit pronounced lips. We've been doing male lips. So let's see about doing, you know what? Let's do Sebastian. I think that would be a good idea. So we're going to grab his face here temporarily, of course. We're going to... We're going to move his face over to our area. And let's just see, that was our... What layer are you? What layer are you? You're our finished lips. You're also the extra lip. So I'll put on there the other lip idea. So I'll just grab that there. You already exist. So we'll delete you there. Then we'll do a new layer here. And then we'll move that there. We have this layer here. We'll merge you down to this layer here because you are lips. Hold on. What layer? Okay, never mind. Merge. That's lips. Okay. And there we have that there. And there's not a moment in Stardew where everyone gets to needs to get that freaky. Oh boy. I didn't copy Sebastian properly. So let's see if I can copy him again. Copy. Are you going to let me copy? No, it's not going to let me copy. It doesn't want me to copy him. Let me copy him. He'll be fine. It won't let me copy. How odd. Okay, save. Yep, select. Something's, oh, right. My selection. I did make it subtract, didn't I? So let's see. Press that button and then go up here to not replace, what is it? Add to selection. Okay, copy now. There we go. Okay, so we'll copy all of you there, then go here and... Oh boy, we'll close this guy now. We don't need him. And we'll go back to this area here and area here. Okay, let's swap over to now this area here-ish. And looking at Sebastian, can we see the faces? Can we see that pattern with what lip we did before? I think a little bit. Hi, is it Snow Mallow streaming? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And I'm glad to know I'm not the only one who has days the software just says no to me. I tell you, it's a wild ride half the time, and usually it just takes a few kind words in order to get it to work correctly. But other times, no, it refuses, unfortunately. Let me go ahead and grab Sebastian here. Then what I'd like to do is I'd like to take a look at that. And yep, Snow Mallow like a snowman with a marshmallow. Oh, how adorable. That sounds delicious. Let me go ahead and enable Clip Studio Paint on here. Let's zoom out. What I wanted to take a look at was, do we see that idea of a heart in the factors of the lips? Can we spot them on Sebastian? Are they possible to see? Can we understand the detail behind the pixel art? I'm not too sure, but that's what I wanted to do a check on. Let me make him actually a little bit smaller. So let's grab these people here, grab you here, click on you here. Okay, so what I'd like to take a look at is if I grab you here, let's go back to our lips over here. There you go. Okay, so do we see those spaces? Do we see those spots that we see in real life? I say regular, realistic, real life, people mouth, that sort of thing. I don't know. Let's find out. I'll make you a little bit lower. So usually the mouth has that little heart. If I had to guess, I'm going to think that. And also from our look, we know as well that the planes of the face, the dark parts are the top lip and the bottom parts are the light lip. So if we're looking at this guy, what I'm guessing is that this bit here is the bit of the top part. So if I had to guess, I'm thinking this is the top part of the lip. So all of somewhere in this area here is our heart. And then we have the blue area. So I'm guessing it's like this here, and then that's the blue bit there. And then if I had to guess, I'm thinking then this here is the red or the pink circle. So I'm thinking probably that there for the rest of the lips there. And then if I had to guess, I'm going to guess that this here then is the rest of the lips. It seems to be the case. I'm guessing, or I'm wondering too, if you were to add 2 more pixels on the top, how would that feel? And I'm not too sure. I have heard before that if you're going to draw a super simple mouth, then the places that you want to pay important attention to are the corners, this bit here, the bottom bit, and a middle bit. And that makes a, oh, it does. Do you see the lip? That can make a simple lip interesting. Okay, all right then. Let's attempt this, shall we? Considering what I think this might be translation-wise, let's give it a go. So I'll go ahead and grab his lips here. Let's then go back into Aseprite here, like so. And then with that said, let's go ahead and zoom in, and we have the 2 lips here for comparison here. And it is interesting that they pay attention to the bottom of the lips than the top of the lips. There's not a lot of lines going through, which I think is interesting. So what we'll do is I will grab now this guy's lips here. We'll copy, copy that guy there. Let's then, or how can we do this exactly? Tricky. Okay, we'll grab the skin here. I'm wondering, how big are your lips, Sebastian? Your lips are about this big, 16 by 16. So we'll keep all the lips 16 by 16. And actually, we don't even need all your head. We can just, oh, it won't let me, hold on. We'll remove, this bit here. We just need this bit. Okay, so let's try 16 by 16 lips instead. See if we can translate what we're seeing. I'll go ahead and I will grab this entire lip guy here, as I think that's easier to do than anything else. So grab all of that there, grab that for just a quick second here, copy, then undo, and then let's drag you over to here. I'll rename you to reference, there we are. And with that said, I'll do another layer here for our reference up here, just so we can see. Okay, now, considering what we know now, I'm going to do something similar. I'm going to try to keep in mind the idea that the lips would be a single line instead. So this would be the start of our mouth. So let's see, that would be about, oh, hold on. That would be about that. That would be about that there. There we are. Let's go ahead and grab our symmetry tool if I can, and let's drag it over to here. And with that said, oh, hold on. Let's see. If that's said, let's go ahead and drag this guy over to about, I think here would be the 50-50 point. And looking at our lips, let's see. We know for certain that the middle part here, oh, the middle part also seems to be a highlight in such advanced shapes. Isn't it? Zoom enhance. So I'm going to grab, and it also seems to be the case that the colors used here are a total of 4, if I'm not mistaken. I see 1 color, I see 2 colors, I see 3 colors, and then 4 colors for the skin itself. So we show the top lip by this guy here, that line there, and then we show a little bit of a darker bit. So I'm guessing maybe this is where you would use the shaded part of the lips. Maybe something like that there for the shaded part of the lip, or maybe something more. I'm just trying things out at the moment. We then have this bit here for the side of the lip, and then you finish it off by adding a little bit of anti-aliasing, or you could also just do this here for the lighter bit there. Interesting. Okay, I think I kind of get it, though I don't like how dark that guy is now. Maybe that can work there. Maybe a little bit more, though. Maybe the dark guy is useful here, possibly. Let's see about adding that color instead. So this would be the top lip. And then what the idea is that this bit here is the circular bit. So all of this part of the lip. So I'm wondering then, since it uses this color, we'll use that color. And this is where you would add in that corner piece there to make it look like it's rounding out. Then you would add that bottom bit for the bottom lip, and then you add the other corner piece out there for the rest of the lip. Interesting. Okay. I then wonder, hold on, if I make a new layer here, I wonder if we can modify the shape a little bit. For example, maybe what we can do is add the top part of the lip. What if we were to add like the highlight up here, and then we were to do up here and here? How would that feel? It does add a little bit of a top lip, since that would be the top lip part. What I'm also noticing is that the light, so the sun, the lighting's coming from this direction here, and it's moving down here. That's why that part of the lip is visible. So if we were to do it in the other direction, then I believe the lip would look like this instead, for example. So now the light is coming from the other direction. Let's see. Interesting. Okay. In that case, it makes me wonder, if this is the top part of the lip, What if we then add in that highlight that I had before? So what if we were to do like this here, not there for the highlight? It doesn't look as nice as it once did. Maybe we can add a bit of a brighter color here, possibly. Maybe we can add the corner there like we did before. Interesting. You know what I think as well? Maybe the top lip is thinner because of the way we can see it. So because we see less of it compared to the bit that we can see of, maybe that's also why it tends to be thinner, which is interesting. Okay. Interesting. So then it makes me wonder, maybe if we make this guy bigger, so if we were to maybe, okay, let's try that idea. So let's make the top lip thicker, but also the bottom lip thicker. I want to try that out. So we're gonna grab our symmetry tool again, slide you on over, and let's just do this experiment here. Slide you about there, and then slide you about over to here and here. Good to go there, save that guy. Okay, so what I'd like to do and see about is if we move the lip to like down here possibly, and then we know that that's the bottom lip bit there. And if we're trying to keep our best with lower colors, let's see. We know that that bit goes there because it's at the very bottom, and then this bit here would go up a little bit more. So possibly we can make it go up a bit more like that there, like it's going outwards like the rest of the lips. Maybe we can even have it kind of go outwards here, but I don't know. I think I like this a little bit better. So we'll make this guy go up a little bit more here, possibly is what I'm thinking. Maybe we can even have it kind of go outwards more, or maybe even outwards here and have it go even lighter. So maybe we could go like a 50% here for the blending. So I might grab this guy here for that there, so it looks like it's coming out a little bit more. And then what I'm thinking is, like with the shading idea, maybe what we can do is then now add this bit here and here. So now that looks like it's kind of a little bit bigger is the hope. And then if we add that guy there, I think, for like a little bit of the anti-aliasing feel, something like that there for shading, possibly. And then what I would want to see about doing is if we add then here, oh, that's a little bit too bright. Maybe we add a color like there. Interesting. Okay. Maybe we can't add a little bit of a highlight. Maybe it's too tiny to add a little bit of a highlight. That was my hope with this, but I'm realizing now that that hope is being slowly crushed. Let's see. We add that there, and maybe if we do that guy there, maybe that guy there, possibly? Interesting. Okay, let's not do that then. If this guy here is that part, maybe what we can do then is see about adding a darker bit here and here. Possibly. Does it look like it has a highlight? A little bit. What if we then add in a little bit of a darker area, like here? Does that feel like it still looks like a lip? Maybe, possibly. This bit here would then be our darker area. So I'm wondering, what if we then make that the darker area? What if instead we make this the lighter area? So instead, save that guy there. This would be the lip, but the lip does feel like it's not round enough. So maybe we bump it up again here. Interesting. Hold on. That does look like a lip, doesn't it? Kinda, sorta. It looks a little messy, but it does feel like a lip. I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it and move it over there. You're getting saved. Actually, hold on. I have to undo that move. There we go. Okay. Save you. Now I'll move you. Okay. So what I'm thinking is, let's make this guy go out a little bit wider. So let's grab you here, and I'm thinking have you come out like over here, and have you come out over here a little bit more. So something like that there, and then have this guy go up a little bit more up there. And then I would want to move this guy up here possibly, and up there, and up there. Nope, I think that's fine. Have you kind of go up there and up there a little bit more, and then maybe remove that there. And then I would want to see about adding that top lip. We know the top lip tends to be on the darker side, so let's go back up to here. And now, if we were to add the top lip, since now the bottom lip is bigger, maybe it can feel like a topper lip. No, that doesn't work. Maybe if we imply that heart shape that we've seen before, possibly, maybe, if we add that guy there and that. Interesting. Okay, that's not too bad. That could work. That could definitely work. I could see that being a lip. Interesting. Okay. Maybe then what we can do, let's simplify it a little bit more, and then let's see if we can clean it up. So I'm going to grab this guy here. Let's move you down to here. Let's then see about, if we remove that bit there, then that's just the bottom lip. So maybe you'd have the top lip for people who have bigger lips. And then maybe if we go ahead and move that down there, that would be like a frown. Oh yeah, that could definitely work as a lip. I can see it, can you? And then maybe if we go down here a little bit more, ads, my goodness. Fine. Okay, run the way you want to do. Hold on, I just before we do that thing there, I'm curious to see about if we just do that there. How does that look? How does that look? It looks okay. It doesn't look. You know, it definitely looks. I'll give it that. Let's go ahead and let me get some lemonade while we're waiting on the ad breaks, then. Tasty, tasty, I say. Tasty, tasty. Alrighty then, let's go ahead and do some back stretches while we're waiting for the ad breaks to complete, shall we? Let's go ahead and let's start off by going to the back here slowly and steadily. If you break anything, if anything hurts or cracks, call Dr. Carl, but don't call me. I should not be held liable for anything that may happen. Do at your own discretion. Let's go back a little bit. And then we'll want to go to the right a little bit. And then we'll want to go to the left a little bit. And then we'll want to go to the back a little bit. There we are, there we are. And then let's do some neck stretches too, since we still have a little bit more time. Let's start off by going to the left here. And then let's go to the right here. And then let's see about going back a little bit. And then let's also go front a little bit too. There we are. And with that said, let's also go to the right here. It's recommended to hold this for about a minute or so, and I'm only allowed time for that. So you would hold this about for a minute. There's also not only by going to the right, you can also go down. So still holding the right but going down. That can be held for about a minute, and then you would also do the other side. So left a little bit here, and also down, like that. Interesting, interesting. With that said, give me 1 second to blow my nose, since we do still have some time, and I'm so surprised that it's already been 3 hours. If you would have told me when we spent most of the time on these lips, I would have been wildly surprised. Let me clear my nose. Give me 1 second here. We're all good to go, and let me get a little bit of sanitizer too. Alrighty then. This is fun though. I'm slowly starting to get why they do the things. I am slowly starting to understand why the lines are the way they are, and that was my hope. I didn't want to start off with learning just the lips here, for example. I didn't want to start off with this, because you can understand this, you can, but you might not feel the 3D, you might not understand. Oh, do you see that? There's a little bit of a highlight. But what I was going to say is that you might not understand why they have lines there the way they do. So I wanted to make sure that that was there. It looks good. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and Danny, I'm glad you think so. That's always really nice to hear, since I've never drawn lips before, so this is a lot of fun. With that said, ad breaks are just about up. So welcome back from the ad break. Shall we continue for our last hour of the stream? So what I wanted to say was, I noticed that there is a little bit of a lip highlight on the right, which is interesting, I'd say. It's so faint that you barely even notice it. So it makes me wonder, maybe without the lip highlight, oh, hold on now. Then do 50% for an anti-aliasing bit about there. And maybe we do it for there and there. Interesting one right there. Not too shabby, not too shabby, I'd say. Makes me wonder, maybe because this bit up here, should we do like a darker color? Like this is a brighter color. What if we then do like a darker color here? Or no, we do it here, right? To show that it goes down a little bit more, possibly? What if you add then the little heart there? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. All right then. Well, I think that is a good small lip, especially taking inspiration from Stardew Valley. All right, then let's take a look at now how Fields of Mysteria does their lips. So, Fields of Mysteria, anyone have a straight-looking lip that we can draw specifically? All of your portraits seem to be about 3/4, which is nothing. I know it's nothing wrong. Oh, you know what? Ulrich. Let's do Ulrich. Haven't seen you in quite a while. We'll go ahead and grab you here. Grab your mouth about here. There you go. Copy you here. About there-ish. And again, I want to see, just starting off, how big are your lips compared to everyone else's lips? We put that there. Not that big. Interesting. Again, about that 16 by 16. Pretty teeny tiny, which is interesting and good to know. So I'll shave you all off to be about there and there. That way we can have a good information there. And with that said, let's go ahead and see if we can figure out the why behind the lip drawing. So I'll go and save this guy here. We'll take a screenshot super duper quickly. And let's go back into Clip Studio Paint. So I'll click on this guy here. And with that said, let me go ahead and click on you here. We'll zoom out just a little. Yep, just a little bit, surely. And then we'll go ahead and paste this guy here. We'll then make you a little bit smaller or work. About there, I'd say should be good to go. Let's go ahead then and make you lower opacity, and I'll have to merge all of these layers at some point. We'll grab you there, zoom in a little bit here. So what are we saying? I think instead of trying to first do the top lip, let's see about the bottom lip. For example, what I'm noticing is I can very much now see where what is it called? Where these red bits are red. Yep, that's clearly red. Where the pink bits are going. I can see it a lot easier now. Not maybe the top lip as much, but I can see what they're trying to do for those areas. For example, I kind of see it going up here. So this corner here gets kind of stretched up a little bit. So something like that there, I think is what's going on. And then for the heart, I think it's a little bit trickier because it's not really noticeable. But if I had to guess, I'd say that this bit here is probably the heart. You can even kind of see it here with a little heart there kind of going out in that direction, or something there, you would say. So something like there could be even the lip there, and then you maybe would have this kind of going up here, and then maybe up here, and then maybe up here, something like that there. And then you would have the blue bit. So the blue bit would come down here, and then this guy here would also go up there. So something like this, if I had to guess, would be the answer just about. Not quite exactly, but I can see the smile behind his eye, the way it is, the why behind it, bit by bit. So we'll go ahead, I'll add that guy there too for the bit extra around, and then with that, I'll go ahead and copy you here. We'll then grab you here, make you bigger here, that way we can have it in references, and let's give it another go, shall we? So let's go ahead and I will hide Clip Studio Paint here, and with that said, Alaric, you're next on the chopping block. We'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and we'll go and click the right one in there. There we are. Oh boy, oh boy. And with that said, oh my, let's do a different skin tone. How about for this one, we do peach. How about like a peach? Let's grab this guy here. Now, granted, I'm not sure how well this is going to look. I'm still trying out that skin tone palette, but the hope is that the more times I use it, the more I can realize, that guy, yeah, I don't really like how that feels compared to other things. So we'll paste this guy here, grab those colors there, save that guy there, and with that said, and I come back and the first thing I see is John the Ear. Well, welcome back in. And my surgeon keeps giggling, the giggling chat. Am I in danger? What surgeon? Thankfully, I'm no surgeon. You know, I'm not authorized to do anything. Not that I ever would or anything, because, you know, I don't want to be held liable. We've talked about this. I said before I have a lawyer on hand at all times, because I always get accused of things that I never do. Never, ever, I say. So let's see. We know that this is going to be the bottom of the lip. That makes a lot of sense, the very bottom. And then, as I said before, we know that we have the two bits here. And then from those two circles there, you have the top lip. So again, it seems to be the case of you should always have the bottom lip bigger than the top lip. So you have the circles here for, if I zoom in a little bit, hopefully you can see it. These circles there. The circles is what I'm imagining going about here and then going about here. And then you'd have that corner that goes about there. And maybe would say about maybe there. We'd have a little circle, so maybe it can go up here, there. And then you'd have this part of the lip, which is going about the circle here. Then you'd have the triangle. And then you'd have this guy up here. So this would be probably the lips. Maybe something like that is what I would consider, maybe. It makes me almost wonder, or makes me almost want to do something like that, but that works too. That definitely works. And with that said, then what they do is a little bit of anti-aliasing. So let's give that a try, shall we? So if we grabbed our lip here, oh, he also has a little bit of a wider lip, so let me grab that there too. Okay, so we'll copy you here, copy you, let's paste you here. And also, I want to do some lips from other angles as well. That way we don't have to, we need to be able to understand it from all angles, shouldn't we? And I'm wondering as well too, why, or no, that's because of the Fields of Mystery style. They tend to use black for a lot of the outlines. If I go back to here, they remind me of a cartoonist style. I was talking before about outlines. Notice how this game uses entirely black outlines compared to the outlines I was talking about before. So it really does depend on the style you're going for, where these guys use 100% black, but for a game like Stardew Valley, notice how their dark colors are actually just darker versions of it. I think this is pure black, yeah, pure black for the eyebrows, but for the other bits, for example, his coat isn't black, it is a really dark blue. I'm actually surprised. I thought that was green. Doesn't that look green? My goodness, color theory at it again. Let me go back up to here. With that said, what I would want to do is I want to make this guy a little bit lighter. So what I'm thinking is, what if we grab this color here, and there's also this color here. That's I see. Okay, so my wondering then is it the case that the edges of the mouth are lighter because of the parts on the side? So the middle stays darker, which seems to be the case. Or no, the middle is lightest, and then it gets darker, which is interesting. If they do that for Stardew Valley too. So I'm thinking, right, this is the lighter part here. So you would grab this for the lighter part here, and then you maybe go darker here. So maybe you would go here, and then we would go there. And then maybe this is where you would have the darker color out there. No, that doesn't feel right at all. That does not feel right at all. And this is where me and shading sometimes don't get along well, which is unfortunate. Let's see. And if I had to guess as well, I think that this line here, so that dot there, has to do with anti-aliasing, if I had to guess. So what I want to do, and what I'm curious to see about doing, is if I save this guy here, the issue I think I'm having is that it's not dark enough. So if I make you just a smidge darker, let me slide this guy over here so I can see him a little bit better. I'll then slide this guy up by just a smidge up here too. Let's then go down here a little bit, slide you over a little bit here as well. Let's do something here. I think that works out a little bit better. So we'll have that color there, we'll have this color here then too. And then we'll grab this color, we'll go a little bit darker too. So down here, and I would think about doing something like this here a little bit more, maybe a little bit darker. So maybe that there possibly. And then what I'm curious to know about is that really dark color. Do you do a black? That I'm thinking it's just because of the style is why it's super duper dark. So if I'm trying to do a style, trying to make a style, how might I do this? I think what I would do is I would try to copy something like what we saw here, where the face, depending on the edges that show. So what I think I would do, something to try to feel out just styling and everything. I think what I would have happen is, I would make this guy, I would remove that there, and then I would see about adding, for example, I think a bit here and here to show that, hey, look, this is the lip side, possibly. Maybe we could see about adding, for example, here, maybe a little bit of anti-aliasing to the side so that it's not too noticeable right away what's going on. So maybe something like that there. Maybe add that guy down there, maybe add that guy down there, so the lips don't feel as concrete. And then what I'm thinking is, or what I'm wondering is, that bit of the lip, that middle bit of the lip is what I'm really curious about. This is just the smirk part of it, or it's not even a smirk, it's really more so of a smile. So maybe we can move this guy over here a little bit more. Something like that there for the bottom lower part of the lip. Maybe that could possibly work. And with that said, then you would have the darker bit for the bottom of it. So let's add that darker bottom bit. So I'm thinking maybe if we add this guy here and here, that does make it look like he has very thick lips. And if we minimize that, that would make it look more like thin lips. Interesting. It really does seem to be the case of the fact that the lower lip is where everything plays a part and everything, which is interesting to look at. That said, I would then see about adding that guy here, maybe also going a little bit darker, or maybe we would go a little bit brighter. So maybe what we can do is go down here a little bit, slide over a little bit more, do something about here and here, possibly for the very center. So the center here would be about that bit there, that bit there. Interesting. Okay. And then what I want to try doing too is if we were to do the face from a different direction, so if we were to do the mouth like this here, how might that look? How might that look? What I'm thinking is we start off with that line you see here, and then you go from there. So all of this line here would be the top of the face, right? So in that case, or the top lip's going around. So you would have this color here, and then maybe this color here. So something like that might work out. So this would be 3. Let's see, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So maybe 3, 3, 2 could work out a little bit better possibly, or maybe we could do like this here, bring this down a little bit there and there. Something like that could work out a little bit better. And this will be our top lip. And then after that, we know for certain that apparently, oh, right, we forgot the highlight, didn't we? So the highlight would go about here, right, for the lip highlight. And then for this guy here, again, we'd have the lip highlight right up below, so about there. Then we know that this guy here is going to be the bit that goes here. And then we know for certain that there's going to be the shadow. The shadow is going to go about all beneath here, or it could even go here, truth be told. Something like that there, I think could work out too. But I think, if anything, the lip bottom is going to have to go about here and here. And then we'll have to see about adding that bit there. And again, for the darker bits for the anti-aliasing, see about adding then this guy here for the line bit. If anything, I think maybe you would have it kind of go up a little bit possibly. So maybe like that could work out. And then this guy could maybe go down to show angry versus showing happy, like that go up there. I think that could work out, something like that. I could see working out for the side of the face. Let's see if we can find a lip like this in Fields of Mystria. If I go back to here, anyone want to turn to the side a little bit? Let's see. We have not really anyone. Though these guys kind of turn a little bit, but they're not really turned. Like her face is a little bit turned, and even here, look how small her lips are, and look how simplified they are for different expressions too. I think it's so surprising, and especially look, lips, 2 dots. You would think a face like this or a sprite like this that's super duper detailed would have super duper extra detailed lips, but no, super duper simple. But remember the thing we saw earlier. So where we at? This guy here that did their study, and they talked about how when it comes to more of an anime style, Anime styles tend to have a detailed eye, but very simple nose and very simple mouth, which is what we see here. Simple nose, simple mouth. She doesn't even have a nose. They just entirely removed it for more of an anime feel, which I think is super duper interesting. If we go back to this lady here we are. Hello, lady. We zoom out here. The thing is, this 2x2 mouth is the same size as like a Pokemon sprite. That's even, this mouth is bigger, which I find so surprising. Hers is 3 dots, the other one is 2 dots, and I do read that as well. Lovely, lovely. I think that's super duper interesting. So it really comes down to what are you trying to go for? In this case, since the characters here need to have a good expression when it comes to the mouth, you have to add the mouth, but you don't want to do too big mouths. So I guess that's why they keep it super duper tiny. Even here, big mouth because they want to emphasize the mouth, big and grumpy, compared to something like this where you need to show that the mouth is opening, so you have 2 sprites here. Okay, well, oh, you know what? Here we are. These guys can work out quite well. Let's do. And I'm loving getting to listen to your process in the art study. I'm so used to seeing posted art of someone's study, but hearing it live is helping me digest and learn so much more. I'm really happy to hear it. That always makes me so happy. It's the thing of, I have no idea what I'm doing. I have barely a clue, but I like trying to learn, and this is the first time I've ever drawn lips, so I'm giving it a good attempt and trying to break things down, since it's the hope of eventually, if I do enough of these, I can brute force my way. That's always the hope. And let's see here. This is a game from, and thank you for the redeem,
The
Chapel.
underscore Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
And that nod, I see that as well. And thank you for the redeem. I got some lemonade. With that said, I think we can say this sprite from Fire Emblem would be our best bet for getting a good idea of how you might do a face that's going in a different direction. So I'm gonna grab her face, I'm going to yoink it, and she's going to go to the pot. She's going to go to the pile. Here. There we go. Let's move her over there. I'm then going to swap her face to this direction here so we can see it a little bit better. And notice again, I'm using a lot more pickles. I'm using a lot more pixels than I really need to. So it's just surprising. And the thing is too, or at least maybe it's not that I need to, but more so that I'm making a bigger sprite than what this guy is here. I question and I wonder, how big is this sprite compared to something like Fields of Mysteria? So Fire Emblem, we slide it on over here. Ah, wow, interesting. They're about the same size. And I'd say, though, that the lips are a lot smaller and a lot simpler compared to, maybe you would say, for Fields of Mysteria, possibly. I mean, this guy has like a few lines, and she has a few lines less. I think she beats them. So let's see. Let me move you back to the right page. There we are. And hi, chump. Welcome to stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. I hope your day's gone well so far. And me, when I self-reflect on my burger topping choices. Oh, pickles. Let's see. Let me slide this guy down here. Let's click on escape here. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, if we copy you here, paste you here, oh, never mind. Let's go ahead and go to the correct layer here. Then now we're on the right layer. Let's go ahead and copy you here. Let's go ahead and paste you here. How might we modify this? Now, the thing is, she's not smiling, which is important to know. And another thing is too, is that the face's shadow, the shading on it, is doing a lot of the heavy work. So if anything, you would just imply. So for example, what I'm thinking is, let's remove this color, and we're going to just make it this half of the face. So something like this for dramatic light. Huh? All done. That shouldn't have worked as well as it did. Wow. My goodness. I wasn't expecting that. Those really look like lips now. My. Well then, I think we figured out the secret. Dramatic lighting. Let me go ahead and copy this guy. Slide over. I'm going to keep that guy there so I can remember the fact that my lips are starting to look like lips, and then all I needed was a bit of drama. Flair. I agree. Oh, that's lovely. Okay. All right. Now, the thing is, for her face at least, the darker parts I slid over to this area here. So they're more so there. Oh, interesting. Okay. And with that said, her face is also more inwards, though again, could just be the size of the mouth. But if we move that in a little bit more, like maybe here, possibly. Interesting, huh? Maybe like there we could do. And if we were to remove the smile, no more smile. Just a little smile. Interesting. Okay, wow, that did change a lot of it though. And if anything too, it seems to be the case of that the fact that the mouth kind of goes over a little bit, though I'm not sure how much I feel, how well I feel about that there, but I definitely think adding shading here it helped a lot. My goodness. Okay, interesting. Alrighty then. We've learned another tool is that adding dramatic lighting can help. Oh, you know what I wonder then? Do you think a dramatic lighting helps? And I think it's really because it helps imply the face rounding to give an idea of where it is on the head. Yeah, I think so too. This compared to this, all I did was add or change and update this guy here, the shading. It makes me wonder, for the other faces, do they do that too? For Fields of Mystery, at least, they don't have that dramatic lighting. But you know what? They don't have that flair for drama. Do they do it in Stardew Valley? Not really, I'd say. Oh, no. They do it a little bit in Stardew Valley. There, you can see it here on Alex. We cannot see it on the old lady. We can see a little bit of the lighting here on Lewis. I see not on Pam here. So sometimes it's done depending on the character here. You can see that it's not done for here. So it's interesting to note. Maybe the dramatic lighting's not done because of the way the direction of the face is. For example, he's facing forward, so no lighting. This guy here, he's facing in another direction, so there is a little bit of lighting. Oh, I think, yep, like you said, I think it is the direction of the face. When the face is turned, you add a little bit of shadow there. A little bit of shadow. However, she does not apply to those rules. But it is interesting to note, we didn't do much of a focus on lipstick, but take a look at her lips here. If we grab this guy here, we grab Stardew Valley lips here, let's take a look at Abigail. I go ahead and save this guy here. Let me put this on the reference layer here. I didn't mean to do that. Let's not do that. Let's go ahead and delete that guy there. Let's then go ahead and grab you here, copy you here, and then what we'll do is zoom in a little bit here, like that. Huh? Okay. Oh, hold on. I saw it for a quick second. Hold on. Where'd you go? Never mind. Fine. You know what? Sure. We'll go back here. I will make sure to copy, and Abigail defies all laws of lighting. Oh boy. I think it's her rock diet, if I had to guess. We'll paste it now. It's not letting me, or her lips are so far away. I don't know why, but you know what? Fine, Abigail. Fine. Interesting. Okay, so now that we have her lips on the area here, what I wanted to take a look at was, can again we see the direction? Can we notice the pattern here? And I can say, I think so. Let's just really quickly grab this guy here, back into my Batmobile here. We'll go back in Clip Studio Paint. Let's go ahead and zoom out here, paste this guy into here. Abigail, come on downtown to Lip Town. We'll make you about, I think that size there. Let's go ahead and click on OK here. We'll move you down here a little bit here. Then we'll make you about that, probably that size there. Okay, so lip-wise, Abigail, I do think I see what you're going for here. If I start off, I think the best way is I'm finding to be the pink parts. I think the lower lip is something you want to pay more attention to than the top lip. So we have here the pink, oh, hold on, wrong layer. We have the pink bits here. So the two circle here, that circle there. And then we have, I'd say that circle here, for example, those two circles there. And then you can even say here how her lips are turning out that way there. And then you have the other, let's see, other bit here. So that would go up here a little bit, you could say. And then this guy here, because her face is kind of turning a little bit. And then you'd have a little teeny tiny heart here. So I'm thinking probably it goes about here, maybe you could say. So all of that top line would be that lip there. And then maybe let's see if I can do this. The thing is, I'm not even trying to go for super duper accurate. I'm just trying to understand what's going on in the face and trying to get a good idea, feel at least. So it doesn't have to be everything. It just has to be something enough that I can figure out. Okay, I think I understand what's happening with the lips. Even here, I think I'm doing the entire face differently. I think I'm doing a face that goes like this way, if you can see it, and the eyes would go like here and here. Can you see it? I'm doing this, I think, in a different direction because her face isn't going in that way. But technically speaking, I still think those lips work. They look like they do. So you know what? Maybe we give them a try. It's not Abigail's lips. I don't think that's what's going on there. I think I did it a little bit too high up, but I do like the way it looks. You know what? Let's use it. So I'll go ahead and remove that guy there. Let's go ahead then and save this guy here. And with that said, I'll go ahead and I'll move you to up to here, about there and there. And then let's see, Abigail, for your lips, you do have some lipstick on, which is why I wanted to give her a try, as I don't think we've done anyone with lipstick yet. So let's go ahead and let's choose some lipstick. Since she is pale, let's choose a pale color. So I'll grab our palette here. We'll grab this color here, at least to begin and see. And I really do think, I don't know. I think it's helpful sometimes, the palette, but it's still a work in progress. So some of the colors don't feel as nice as I would have hoped. And for example here, these colors aren't as, they're very orange. Yeah, they're orange, they're brown. I would want to see about maybe moving them more towards red a little bit. So if I slide the saturation over to like a red, yeah, like that, there we go. something like that. And Gunded About, thank you for the stream. Have a lovely day, everyone. Thank you, Chapel. I hope you have a lovely, lovely day. And it's always nice to know the streams help get your morning started. So I hope you have a lovely and very productive day. Let's see. Yeah, purple. This is what I want to go for. Something a little bit more on the pink side. And the way I did that, for those of you that are curious, is I just grabbed here. I went to edit. I went to adjustments here. And I went to hue and saturation. Since I know I want it to go more towards pinks and purples, I just modified the saturation. Not saturation, hue. I modified the hue. And what the slider is doing is it's modifying this guy here. So for example, if the lips were in this area down here, if you can see in the bottom corner, what that scale does is it just slides everything over in this area. So that's what that does. That's what that guy is. That's why I knew what it did. But that said, let's go ahead now and go back to our layer here. So I'll call this guy lips 2. Lips 2. There we go. Lips 2. I'll also enable PureRef back again so we can see it. And with all of that said, I'll save that guy there. And let's go ahead now and see about that skin. So I'm just gonna grab this guy here as a base to start off on, copy you here, and then we'll do a new layer here, slide you over to here, slide you down here, then we'll go ahead and merge it down, then we'll do a new layer here, we'll go ahead and, oh, hold on, new layer here if it lets me, do that there and merge it down, there we are. So this will be the lips here, and then, again, it's a tricky thing. It makes me wonder if we would add, for example, dramatic shading here, or what we would do. I think a good start is at least either to do the pink area or to figure out the line of the mouth that we want to show off. Let's, in this case, let's start with the line, and I think go from there. What are we trying to show in this expression? This lady is smiling here, so let's see if we can get a little bit of a smile going on here. So we'll save this guy here. With that said, we have the line here, then the smile will go up here, and then it seems to be the case of maybe like a smile here. So something like this might be more of the expression we're looking for. We know for certain that the top lip does not really get shaded, though I think because she's wearing lipstick, that's why it's a little bit thicker than the other guys. So we'll keep that in mind. We'll first try to do it without lipstick, and then let's try it with lipstick to see what difference that makes. So we have this guy here, that guy there, and that would be our darkest color. And then after that, we have this guy right here, and this is going to be our lower lip. So it depends. I think here, right, we know that it's usually going to be either maybe a head. So maybe you would add it about here, for example, or maybe you would do about here for the bottom lip. I think this could be a bottom lip. It could definitely be a bottom lip, for example. I think there. And I do like the kind of squiggly pattern we've been doing. I have been enjoying that. So maybe we can do that squiggly pattern here for that bottom lip area there. I don't know though. I do think it's interesting how, for her lipstick, how it works is that there is an outlined area. So what I'm saying is, for example here, it looks like this for the lipstick. It's something like that for the bottom. It looks like, guys, hold on. If we do that there, you see it? Or hold on, if we add like a pink there we go. Now it looks like a tongue is sticking out. Or I guess it would be more of a red, wouldn't it? So it'd be more like that there. Blim. Oh boy, let's go ahead and remove that there. And I'm curious to see. So if our lips are this color and we want to go for like a red, let's choose a color here. Or do we want to make our own imperfection? Let's see here. Let's do, how about like a greenish color? I was going to choose them off of here, but I don't know how well that palette is going to suit it, since to be the case, I'm not too sure if this is too similar. The thing is, we're dealing with pinks and purples, so maybe more of like a, the area here. Area here is what I'm thinking. So maybe we could do this blue. I think this blue could work. Something like what you see here for her blue. So let's see. Maybe we can do blue lips like that, possibly. Or let's do, how about orange? Orange, yellow lips? Tricky. Let's do pink. I think I like the idea of pink lips. So maybe do this color here, possibly. And I love it whenever you're imagining a character nostrils as their eyes. It has the same vibe as this. Oh yeah, it does look like nostrils, doesn't it? We'll do this color, I'm thinking, and then let's go down here a little bit. Let's slide it down a little bit there for like a darker color. So maybe something like that could work. Maybe a little bit darker, so maybe about here and here for something like that. And then maybe we can go even a little bit darker here, a little bit darker there, or something like that for our variation in colors. And then let's go back to our lips too. And what I want to do is I want to copy this guy just so that if we mess up a little bit, we'll have that guy on standby here. I'll also slide this over so that you can see both of them good to go there. Save this guy here. Okay, so we know for certain that, and I think that's the way it is here too, is that the idea of the bottom of the lips are darker here because this is the shadow area. Then this is the lip color. So this is the lip color, and then this would be the lip highlight. and then this is the lip outline it seems to be the case of, which I think does make sense. It does still look like a tongue though, oh boy. And then I think this is some anti-aliasing we see around the side of the mouth. And then I think here too, the outline lip. So this would be the lip color here. Now it makes me wonder why they wouldn't choose, or no, they do. They choose to use this color as the outline. I was right, okay. And then you'd have maybe that color here as the back bit there. And then you'd have a darker color here, which we've seen before, where they have a darker color here for some of the outline edges. So if anything, maybe we have this guy here, and then maybe you would do this color here and then have it kind of go up in space depending on the lightness there, possibly you could say. So I'll do that there, I'll do that there. I do like the idea of some of the lips not being colored, so maybe we could do instead something like that there, possibly to make it look like, but I don't like the way that looks up there. Something like that I think looks a lot better, so we'll do that instead. And then for her as well, you see that there's a lot of anti-aliasing going up there, so I'm gonna add maybe this here for the top of the lips, but remember, the top of the lips are in this area, and I added them in the wrong area. So truth be told, they would probably be here and here, most likely. And then maybe we can add like a darker line here to show off the other edge of it. And then maybe this guy here would go down and a little bit up more. So maybe it'd be more so something like that and that there. Possibly, it could work. Maybe we can even add the lighter bit there and there for like the top of the lip. Can you see it? I do see it. It's not a reference, but I do like the way it looks. I can at the very least say that. Maybe we can even add that there and that there for the top of the lips there. Maybe I'm getting a little bit too crazy. Let's see. Then maybe if we add, because I know our center bit was lighter and the other areas were darker. So you know what? Let's keep that as it is. You know that the bottom of the lip tends to be on the darker side. So maybe we can do this guy here for the darker bit. So we know that that area there tends to be on the darker area. And then what I'm thinking is maybe now we can add to the darker shadow here since the face is kind of turning. So maybe we can add, again, like what we did, maybe the magic will work like it did before, something like there and there and there. Fill that in there. Not as much. And I'm guessing maybe it's because of the shading, or yeah, shading. It's less implied here compared to what it was before. And what I want to do then, lastly, is I'd like to copy this guy here, paste this guy here, and then I want to see about adding some anti-aliasing. Maybe that'll pull this piece all together. So what I'd like to do is I want to grab this guy here. Let's go about 50%, and I want to see about smoothing things in. So I'm going about 50% here because this area feels a little bit too bright. So what I would want to do is add a dot here for that area. I would then want to add a dot about here, I'd say, because we want the tips of the mouth to blend in. So as it's going upwards, it's getting a little bit brighter. I would then see about maybe even adding one. I'd say that's good there. And hi, Panda Mistakes, or no, not mistakes. Mechansas, maybe? Mechansas? Welcome in the stream, welcome in, and please correct me if I'm wrong. That sounds wrong. If I did it so, and I can certainly try again. I tend to butcher names, so I can 100% try again. And you have so much energy and positive potential, you can power one of those data sensors. You know, surprisingly enough, I've heard something similar to that before. Except last time I think it was nuclear power plant. Glad to know my reputation, it precedes me. Oh boy, I'm going to add a dot here because I want to blend these two colors together so that they don't feel too simple. And then after that, I'm thinking I want to add like something here. Something here feels not quite right. Maybe if we go about 50% here, we could add that guy there, possibly, though it might feel a little bit off too. I don't know, I don't quite know. We'll see about adding a dot here, I think, and then we'll grab the mixture of this guy, so 50-50 a bit again here, so 50-50 there, 50-50 there. I think we'll add then another 50-50 here, and then we'll see about adding another one about here and here. So maybe we can put you about there. That could also help to kind of blend things out a little bit more. After that, what I'm then thinking is, if we add a 50 guy about here, possibly, we could also see about adding him here in the corner, too. That could also work, but I don't know about you. I think it's okay. It definitely doesn't feel too nice as I would have hoped, but that's all right. Let's see about adding now a 50-50 to, or, you know what? Maybe if we grab this guy here, hold on, and that guy there, because it's in the highlight area, so maybe because it's brighter. So what if we were to do something like this here? But no. What we remember is that the top of the lip would be darker, right? And not straight out of Yap Central. Impressive, really. I've never seen someone talk this much and not lose their voice. The thing is, I've been strengthening it. What do you think I'm doing right now? It's a workout. I think I've been, well, yeah, it'll almost be, I think, a full 2 years of working on or doing streaming if I'm not sick or something else. And I've been able to maintain it over, I say as my throat. Hold on, let me get some tea. I think I jinxed it. Okay, as I was saying before, I started off streaming and I talked very quietly. honestly. And ever since then, I've been slowly over time getting a little bit louder, and the more I've gotten more comfortable with streaming. And I think the excitement has helped a lot, and slowly over time getting a little bit better at just I guess you could say the tenacity, the concentration. And maybe I've been turned to a ventriloquist. There we are. I can word, I assure you. Let's see. I would then want to add like a 50% about here. So let's add a little bit of a 50% about there. And I definitely do think top versus bottom, I like it a lot more. I can't say that much. What I'm curious about doing is, like what we saw here for Ulrich. Ulrich, he had a line here, I think, for anti-aliasing. So it makes me wonder, what if we were to do like a line here and here, and then we were to do, hold on, this guy here, and then we do 50% here, and it's going to instead be actually you here, and then you there, like that? I take it back. I don't like it. I think that could possibly work here. Maybe we could put that there, but I don't think it works out well. I take it all back. Yeah, there were a lot of regrets. I think you're fine there. Yeah, I think you're, oh, actually, I like that. I do like that. I do like that. Okay. I definitely do think adding some anti-aliasing did help out a bit. That is what's going on in our face a little bit, though. I think I went a little over, but I definitely think it looks like lips, and that was always the point. So you know what? I'll take it. We have about 30 minutes left before stream is over, our entire 4 hours. So let's let that time go a little bit crazy. I'm starting to slowly understand lips. I think it's working. Instead of doing some more examples, let's try to apply what we've learned to some things that we've been wanting to do. Or I say we, really it's all me. Oh me, oh me. Oh boy, I do have some sprites that I've been wanting to add some lips to an update. So what we'll do is, first we'll try to do the character of my game. I think we can modify First, we'll try to modify this the character of my game, and then we'll go back and we'll see about modifying her lips here. Maybe there's something we can do to add to the feel of this lady here. This lady is the combination of the previous streams we've been doing with studying. We first started off learning how to draw, I believe it was the face, and then we learned how to draw the ear, the mouth, the nose, the eyes. Bit by bit, we've been constructing her, their time and place, and so I'm hoping we'll do her. And don't change the character, they are perfect. Oh, of course, he's perfect. He doesn't need any changes. But nope, he's staying the exact same way he is. He's beautiful. Oh boy, let me go ahead and grab the sprite for the lady here. Let's see if I can find the folder. The thing is, organization and me, sometimes we get along, sometimes we don't. It depends. It definitely depends. Are you an image? You are an image, unfortunately. Okay, that's fine. Are you an image? No, you're not. Lovely. Okay, let's see if we can add a lip or mouth, more mouthy here. It's a very simple compared to like the shading we've done before. But I want to see, can we update her mouth here? And he has 1 ear, 2 eyes, and a mouth, and a briefcase. What else could the man really need? He has an ear out for business. I guess maybe we could add a nose to him, possibly. So what I'd like to do is I want to grab Gabby's face here. Top, yep, okay, maybe we just grab your head. You'll be fine, Gabby. Let's move you over now into our lip study here, do a new layer here. Gabby, where did your head go? Ah, there you are, lovely. Okay, so now that we have her head, let's see about adding some lips to her. That's what I want to try to do. So for Gabby here, I think she would have lipstick. She's got, and there she goes with the decapitation. It's not decapitation. It is just it's just a matter of a temporary removal that doesn't have any harm or nothing. Let's go ahead and bring Gabby here into Clip Studio Paint, and let's draw out first by oh boy, let's start off by first seeing about adding her lips here. So if I make you a little bit smaller here, well, oh, you know what? Let's do 2 at a time, since I do plan to upgrade the workout lady too, or Katie, right? We called her Katie. So let me grab first Gabby here. Let me also grab Katie for our references here. Katie, let me grab you here. This is you with your new ear. Kathy. Oh, I called her Katie. Oh no. Well, now she's Kathy Katie. Yep, that's what it's going to be. Let me go ahead and paste this guy here so I can also have you there. And now, she didn't remove the head from the body, just remove the body from the head. Completely different. Hold on, now there's not a difference at all. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. We'll click on it, okay. We'll paste this guy down too. Where'd you go? Yeah, I thought I copied you. Hold on, let me see if I do another screenshot. Grab you, copy you here. Kathy, you are also getting modified, hopefully for the better. I don't know, yeah, and that sure sounds a lot like surgery. I assure you I have no degree in character inspiration, movie Antoinette. We'll go ahead and merge these guys down, lower their opacity, and let's see about just lip shapes. With the knowledge that we have, can we improve them? Let's start here with Gabriella. Now, we know for sure that either we're going to do a simple line or we could do like 2 lines, it depends. I think a 2-lined mouth would fit her a lot nicer. To begin, we know for certain that we have our circles and also our red bit here. So let's see, shall we? And hi, rat with a piece of bread. Welcome back into stream. Welcome in and welcome back. I hope your day's been well so far. Let me go and slide back down here. So, what I'm thinking is, her nose is about here, and we'll probably have to move the mouth up to like here instead, possibly instead of going lower. We can always say. What I'm thinking is, we put the lip here, so the lip would go about here, I think, and then we put the lip about here, so the lip would go here, I'm thinking, and then you'd have the little heart would go about here, right? It'd be probably about there, and then there, and then after that, you have the blue arrows, or the blue triangles, so I'm thinking probably going to have to do this here. Phil, it really does feel like I'm doing the surgery marks. Now that you've said something, how could you? Oh boy, we're then going to have this guy go up here, a little bit here, maybe a little bit smaller, but these are just ideas. I'm trying to see if I can apply the knowledge that we've used so far. So let's see, I want to add like that guy there, and then I'm thinking I'll probably add this guy here for the lines here, probably something like that there, and it probably won't go this up now that I'm looking at it, probably like that there, but again, just getting a good idea of what it'll feel like. So something there. It looks a little off, definitely. Most likely it's because this would have to come up here and it would have to go like there, most likely, I think, if I hide this guy here. That doesn't really look like lips, but that's okay. That's all right. That's the whole point of this, is that it doesn't have to be nice. It just has to have a feel to it. Let's go ahead and go to this one. Wow, practicing without a license too? Can't believe you do this to poor Gabby. Hold on now, we've been over this. I'm not practicing because I don't have a license, and that would be very illegal, which I am not at all, and couldn't be. I am not at all. Let's go ahead and see about this guy here. So for this one, I'm thinking we can start off by figuring out the direction of the lips. We know that this is going to probably be about right here, right? This is the face of it. So maybe Kathy would enjoy having a slide bit here. So this could be dark, that could be dark. I think that could help. And all this to add 2 brown pixels. Yep, 100%. That's the thing. I want to get better at understanding why we add those specific pixels. That's my hope in all of this. So while it might seem like a little bit tedious, especially when you could just add a line, my hope is to understand what goes underneath and why the line exists, so that anytime I want to apply a line, I can imagine what it is exactly. So let's see. We have this guy going out here. We then have kind of this guy here again. So I'm thinking probably here, then right? So probably here, and then we have the blue here. And that she can't be committing crime. She doesn't have her crying glasses. Hold on, now I don't have any crying glasses. Oh boy, I don't have any, I assure you. Let's go up here, go back down to here. I'm thinking here and here, probably right. And then we could probably add the orange line here and then the orange line about here and here. This is what I'm thinking at least. And these were not crying glasses. I just want you to know that. Thank you for the redeem. But these are big brain glasses, not crying glasses. Very, very different than what are those? Big brain glasses. That's a big difference. Let me go ahead and grab Kathy here for her mouth adjustments. We'll grab you there, then we can go ahead and move you there. And alien lips. Indeed. The idea is not to be accurate, as I also haven't used this program in quite a while, so my lines aren't going to be straight. The idea is to at the very least hope, okay, I think I get it. I think I do, so we'll see. I'll grab their lips, I'll grab their modifications, their notes for the board here. And with that said, let's go ahead and try. First, to start off, I'll grab these guys here so we can have a before and after. And I'll grab Kathy here, slide her down actually. About there, I think could be fine. We'll grab all of you guys, copy you over, slide you over to about here, I think could be fine. And with that said, Gabby, let's actually slide you over a little bit here. I think Gabby will be the easiest to start off with. I say, and then she's very difficult. You know what? Let's hope. Gabby, let's give you a try. Do you about there? Good to go. Okay, so from our knowledge, from what we know, let's zoom in here a little bit more. We know it's probably going to be, at least for this guy here, probably 3 lines for the lips, the mouth. We don't want to go too much. So what I'm going to do, and the thing is as well, she's wearing lipstick at the moment. So I want to see, can we possibly implement that lipstick idea? I don't know, but I'm willing to try. So first, let's start off by moving her mouth up a little bit more. I think that will be helpful because this is going to be where her mouth's going to go, and then the bottom lip. So we know the lower lip's probably going to go about here and here. So it's just a matter of, do we have references for characters that have thinner lips but have lipstick on? Anyone have thin lips with thin lipstick? You have thicker lips here. Let's see. Anyone else with lipstick? If not, we could always, I guess yes, you guys, you here, you're kind of a lipstick. So let's see. Interesting. You know what? Let's grab you for reference. Fields of mystery right here. Let me copy you here. Let's go back over to here. We'll put you into reference here. And me. Oh boy. Let me click on you here. Lovely. Okay, so what I'm thinking is we know at the very least when it comes to these areas that this bit here tends to get a little bit lighter at the edges because of the whole idea of it being the corner. Or actually, I think I've seen it have the lighter edges. You can see here, it doesn't have a lighter edge. It has a thicker middle. So I think it depends. Let's make this guy lighter for now. So this will have a lighter edge. This will have a lighter edge here, possibly, we could say. And then we know that it's going to probably be also a bit of a darker bit here, maybe, because of the darker bit on the lips. So this is darker because it's at the very top. This guy would probably be a little bit darker, but not too dark. So maybe we can go up a little bit more here. And are you sure the skin palettes are correct? I see 4 colors on the bar, but 5. Oh. Hold on. Let's see. 5 colors on the thing. 4 colors. There should be 4 colors, I think, if I'm not mistaken. 4 colors, right? That's 1 color. This is 2 color. This is 3 color. And then this is 4 color. I think it's 4 colors. Please do correct me if I'm wrong. I could certainly be. I think this is 4 colors in total, though, if I'm not mistaken. But 5 colors on the cube thingy. Let's see. That's 1 color there. That's 2 colors there. And then that's top left is a different color. Oh, did I never? I don't think I ever went back and modified that one. My goodness, is it just this one? Did she ever find out their color right? No, I'm so forgetful that I didn't realize. Yeah, that, oh my. Thank you for catching that as well, Check. You know what? I'll update that right now. That should be that color there. And I think now we're good to go. That's that color. That's that color. Yeah, that's that color. Okay, okay. Yep, I'll go back and I'll make sure to modify these guys here as that should be that color there. Yep, some of them, not even some of them. Oh, yeah. I'll go back. Thank you again, Check. Hold on, let me grab my sticky notes here just to make sure. Character color palette wrong. Character CHARACTERPALWRONG. Character palette wrong. There we are. And hi, Failed Doctor. Welcome in, and welcome back. And hello, Eris. Wish you very good luck in your game dev endeavors. Thank you indeed. Oh boy, and welcome in, Voipit. I also don't think I don't know if I said that before. I read your message, but I don't think I gave you a welcome. So welcome in. And if I did already, welcome in X2 then. Let me go ahead and click on here. So let's see. I'm thinking we go for something, and her lips are more on the browner side. So I want to see if we can keep it that kind of dark purpley brown. So I'm gonna go over here and a little bit lighter here. And no worries, it's not like you do art for a living, right? And how do you even see that through the stream? Can you elaborate what you mean a little bit on, Chum? Do you mean this the skin palette here? I uploaded it to Discord so people could look at the file directly if they wanted to use the color palette. So when you select, you'd be able to see it very easily, super duper easily. Oh boy, it's the things I think to check and then the things I don't think to check. It's my heart. I'll go ahead and I want to add, I think, a line. Tricky. Okay, so we know that the bottom lip tends to be a little bit lighter, right? Or darker lighter. I'm wondering if we do this guy here and then we do this guy here. Maybe, I don't know. I think maybe we can make it a little bit brighter too. And with that said, let's go ahead and up this guy up a little bit more, over a little bit more. And what I'm thinking is we can maybe possibly add that guy in there. And then, let's see, because if we go up here, what we notice is that it's a singular line usually, and then maybe a little bit thicker at the bottom. Oh yeah, okay, let's try that. A little bit thicker at the bottom. So we could technically maybe go about here and here. I don't like that though. What if we do it here and here? Not too bad, but it looks like her mouth is opening. Okay, you know what? Let's see. Maybe Galby can get some juicy lips. What if we move this guy up by like a little bit more about here, possibly? I'm wondering. Okay, we'll move you here. We'll then go back to here. Then we'll grab you here, slide you up here a little bit. Beautiful. Oh boy, let's slide you back down a little bit more. Oh boy, we'll slide you down. I think that'll have to work there. And then let's see about adding like that there, possibly. And then let's see about doing about 50% there. And then I might give her a tongue. Oh my, let's see, and the tongue. Oh boy. If we grab that color there, and then just do that. There you go. Let's see. I'll go ahead and save that guy there. What I wanted to do was see about adding a little bit of anti-aliasing around the side, but I don't know how well that feels. It feels like it's too thick, and I do like the way the simplified one feels a lot more. So it makes me wonder, maybe in this case, the lipstick makes it a little bit too tricky to try to modify. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not too sure. From here, I'm thinking we could add possibly like a darker color. Yeah, that's way too much lipstick, Gabby. You don't need that much, truth be told. You don't at all. Maybe we can move this guy over here, and if we add that there and there. Interesting how adding a few pixels here and there. What if I remove then hue and here? Yeah, interesting. Okay, what if then we move this guy to here and here, possibly like that there, move that there, and if we make that into 50% about here, possibly, what if we then grab this guy here, do it about 50% about here-ish, maybe about there-ish. Let's see, grab this guy here, and maybe your porch is a bit too small. That's what I'm thinking. I do think it might be the case that it's a little bit too small. It could also be the case that just, she looks like a zombie now. It could also be the case just because she's wearing lipstick that it feels a little bit off, as the hope was to apply things. I do think though, truth be told, I'm not too opposed to something like this. That's not too bad, but it does make it look like her mouth is opening. It makes it look like her mouth is opening super duper wide, and that was not the goal at all. Not at all to make it look like she was opening it wide. Oh boy, let me go ahead and remove that there. So it makes me wonder, can we spot any references where the mouths are super duper, like this here? Maybe something like that there, super duper simple. Let's see, that is a single line, and then there's two lines there. Okay, so my wondering then is, maybe we do this guy here, do that guy here, do that guy then here and there. But I don't like how, and then let's scream! Oh my, yeah, it's interesting. Hold on, yeah, there's a single line there, but maybe because of the sizing of her face, it might be better to go for a smaller thing. That is an interesting note, isn't it? And last thing, Costco hot dog seeds. Oh, let's see. If I go ahead and add you here and here, I'm wondering if we maybe up the brightness on this guy here, so that guy here to that guy there, add something like that. Ah, you know, funny enough, it's the same exact mouth, just about. Maybe if we add then like a highlight color here, so maybe if we go up a little bit here, up a little bit here, we add a little bit of a highlight here, possibly that could help just a little bit, maybe. And then maybe we can see about also adding in like a dot here and a dot here for the mouth. But I don't like that. I think, truth be told, Gabby might be, and maybe it could also be the colors. You know what? I think it's the colors. I think it's the colors that's making it look like her mouth is that type of shade. What if we make it not pink? What if we keep away from pink? What if we go like for a lighter purple, like a purple like that there? That might be, and you can maybe try making the bottom line the color under the eyes. Ooh, that's a fair point. Oh yeah. Yeah, that could work. That could definitely, hold on. If we do this guy here, that they, oh, hold on. Maybe that there then possibly. And then maybe if we do a 50% of this guy here, like that there for the line. No, that's a little bit too much. That's a little bit too much. I think you're onto something. I do think that looks nicer than the left one, a lot nicer. Maybe now we can go a little bit brighter on here on the side. Still keep it purple, so don't go for pink. Grab this color here, go for that there. And hi, Red Unix. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And thank you for the follow. Thank you. We do this guy here. No, Big Brain Timer, Big Brain Glasses Timer is up. Thank you again for that redeem. Let's see here. And then we add in this color here. We go for a bit of a brighter color here. Maybe a little bit brighter, so we up it a little bit more. So it's got this color and then that color. So this color, those two colors there. Maybe, possibly, maybe then if we add this color here and here, that could possibly work. Maybe? I wonder. It's tricky. It super duper is. It makes me wonder then, if we just remove that black there, maybe that works out. And oh, it's like lip gloss now. More neutral coloring still, but looks more done than the done up than the original. Yeah, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me, I think, Kim Possible. If any of you remember that one. Let's see. Let me see if I can find a picture. Kim Possible. Kim Possible. There we go. Where she has the signature dark upper lip. If I grab you here, grab you up here. This, where her lower lip doesn't have any color, but it's only the upper lip that gets the color. If I zoom in here, this is an old show here, where her lip is darker than the bottom lip here. That's not too bad, I'd say. It makes me wonder then, maybe if we add like another darker color at the very bottom, possibly. I can see. I definitely do like it a lot more than the left one. The left one's a lot simpler, and I do like it for that. The issue is just, I wanted something a little more. I didn't want it to feel just like a line. And I thought it was her money. The amount of times I've heard people say that. Many times, I tell you. Let's see about maybe if we make this guy in here 50%ish there, like that there, possibly, and then we make that 50%. Maybe that can work out there and there, maybe? Makes me wonder, for this here, if we do that, it makes it look like a sad face, but it does look like a lip. Interesting. It could also just be the case of her face is so simple already that it feels like it's not really doing much, which is what I'm wondering too. This is an old image, so it also could be the case of, because of how simple the styling is on her face, you'd have to add some extra details, for example, maybe like eyebrows here to make things feel a little bit more alive. And poor pouting face, too cute. I'm glad you think so. The whole point of Gabby is to be sad but cute. But I think, all in all, it's a small change, but I do like it. I think her lips have been upgraded. Alrighty then, let's take a look at Kathy. Kathy, welcome into the parlor. Let's see what we can do for you. Let's see, grab this guy here. And then what I'm thinking is, we know where her nose is, we know where her lips are. Let's grab this guy here, and we know that we want, again, lipstick again. Why do I keep doing this to myself? We'll grab this guy here, we'll slide this guy down a little bit more, we'll slide it over here, so hopefully you can see both of the mouths as I'm working. Now, when I drew these two dots, I did this because I thought it was a good idea. Now, it makes me wonder, is this supposed to be, and I didn't know this at the time, I just drew that because I thought it looked nicer. Is that the chin or the lips? If we remove it, like here, it doesn't make too much of a difference, I think. And I'm wondering if we can save the real estate area and instead focus on this area here. And we've upgraded from lip implant surgery lingo to making parlor and lingo becoming legal here. Hold on now, no. I don't want any legal jargon here. Oh boy. I'm wondering, maybe we can move up her face about here and here, up to there and up to there. Maybe we can then add, let's see. I do think the location that our lips were at were a good idea. I do like them there. The issue is just, Kathy, you know what? Let's not give you, you know what? You're not getting lipstick anymore. You're getting removed from the lipstick. No lipstick, sorry. We're doing this here. Yep, we're doing that there. Okay, I want variety. So that's what we're doing it. Okay, so with that said, it's sometimes suggested to do that there. I think that could work out. What I want to try, and what I think could be a good idea to do, is instead we're going to do the trick we did earlier, which was the idea of having half of the face in darkness. So what I'm thinking is, she has a smirking smile with like this, a smirking smile. That's a nice way to think of it. I'm thinking what we can do is have this guy kind of go backwards here, or let's see. Let's have the nose maybe go back by like one over here. Possibly, maybe have this guy go up a little bit more, have this guy go down a little bit. Oh, look, actually, you're gonna have to go there, I think. And then this will go here, and then this will go here, and that'll go there, and then you'll go here. So something about here-ish, I think might work out a little bit better, and then we'll fill this guy in here, fill that guy in there. We'll still need to figure out the nose, though, unfortunately. But my hope is that the mouth can look a little nicer, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm doing things that I'm not thinking through at the moment, so let's take inspiration again from these guys here. We'll go ahead and have them flipped. So let's flip him. Hold on. Let's grab you here. Flip you around to be here. So flip you over. Never mind. It's going to be Shift H, right? Where'd you go? Oh, I see. Why, huh? Yeah, that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted it to do. It didn't want to do that before, though. Copy, undo, flip you back to there. Let's then go ahead and put you here and here. Oh, where'd your nose go? Kathy, you're missing a little something there. You might want to go back, and there you go. Okay, here we are. So for these guys here, the idea was that we did have a darker area for some of the lips. So we also had a third darker color. So let's go ahead and start off by just swapping this guy first here for that area, for the darker one there. And then it seems to be the case of you have the darker lips, and then the darker lips have that kind of cross section. So I'm wondering, do we want to move the nose up by like one here, possibly? And that way we can have area for the lips. So what I'm thinking is maybe we can have the bottom lip here, and then maybe we can do even, let's see, maybe we can do that there, but I don't like that, so we're not going to do that. Maybe then this here would be the lips, so that would be the lips about there, possibly, do you think? Lips would be about there-ish. We would then see about adding like a little bit of a gloss here. So let's go up a little bit, slide over a little bit. The gloss might be, oh, actually, never mind. That's not a good enough gloss. Possibly up here and here could be a gloss, so maybe we can see about adding like something there, maybe something here even. See about maybe going 50%, so maybe about 50% here, maybe grabbing that color here and doing about 50%-ish there. That could definitely work. I can definitely see that being a thing. This guy here then is the darker part of the lip, so maybe we might say that is a darker part there, possibly. I think it's a little bit too dark, but we'll see. We'll certainly see. We'll then add this guy here, and with that said, we'll also do this color here and here. And then what I'd like to do is I'd like to, as I said before, wanted to do it, but I didn't do properly. I'm thinking we do this color here, And then we added about, I think, here possibly. And again, I'm doing things that I'm not thinking through. Let's look at Alex. Alex here, what do you have going on here? Your nose pops out towards the sun. And then you also have a little bit of a highlight there. I see. That's already, my goodness, hold on. Let me go and slide over here. I believe there was someone else that we could use for reference. Lewis here. Okay, so seems to be the case that if we go to Kathy here, we're going to need to have the nose a darker color, or we could also, if we go to Fields of Mystery here, I believe you also had a face that was turned and you didn't have any shading, which is interesting to see as well too. So maybe what we do is go a darker color here for the nose. So we'll grab you here, so the nose gets a little bit of a darker color here for now at the very least. And now we can have the bit go up here. So I'm thinking, let's see. Possibly we can have you go there and there and there, and then fill you in here. Interesting. Okay, then maybe we can move the nose down a little bit, back and over. Possibly we can make her nose go here and here, possibly like that maybe. Have it kind of go inwards like there. That would definitely show off more nose. We could also do that there too. Interesting. Okay, hold on. Maybe then we can go, let's see. Have you go in a little bit more. I did like your more button nose, so maybe something about here and here. Maybe have the nose kind of come up here and here. Possibly, could definitely work. Though it feels like the mouth would need to go back a little bit more. Possibly, maybe the mouth would go here, do you think? I think it would. I think either there or here. Actually, let's do there. I do like that a little bit better. We know that underneath the nose is probably going to be also darker too, but I don't like the way the top lip looks. If anything, great. Oh, the top lip. That would not be the top lip, would it? Would it be like here and here then, do you think? Like that there? Nah. And the face could go work on a male character too? Or this face could work on a male character too. That's good. The thing was, I wasn't going for anyone specifically, but I tend to draw female here, so we ended up going with the female. Let's see. Have that go there, have that go there. And then what I'm thinking is, we have this guy go here and here, so it's not too highlight the bright on that area there. So then we have those guys there, and then that would be that bit there that's highlighted. And then I'm wondering maybe we have that guy over there and there possibly. And then let's see about maybe now we go that 50% for the anti-aliasing, and Kathy will get that guy to go there. And then afterwards, we can see about adding this guy here a bit, and then going about 50% here. So you would go about here, possibly there, and then you go maybe here, maybe you go also here. And then we can see about now adding the 50% to these guys. So we can see about doing like perhaps something like that there, 50% there for the nose. But I don't like the way that feels. If anything, I would want to see about having this guy kind of go inwards a little bit. So possibly having it kind of come down a little bit here. Possibly we can have it go up a little bit. So like a little bit of a zigzag here can maybe work, but I don't like the way that looks. So maybe we can have it kind of coming inwards. Something I do remember, and I don't remember what it's called, but I remember the nose or the eyes kind of having like a corner or like a little triangle. I don't know what it's called. So you know what? We're not going to add it since I have no idea what it would be the name of. But I want to do something like that there. And I definitely think the lips look a lot different. Adding that shading too definitely helped. Whether or not it worked out better, she doesn't look the same as the thing. Maybe if we slide the nose over, that'll help. So if we add the nose like there, maybe that can help out a little bit more. I think that it still looks like her. I think that definitely helped. And then we add maybe the color, let's see. Add that here, add that there, and add that color there. Something like that to show off that it's kind of rounding around. I think that can work. We add then like a 50% here, so grab this color here, have it kind of go up there, or maybe even go up here possibly for the blending of the nose. Yeah. I definitely think, oh, hold on, we forgot. We need to add a mixture for this color, which is going to be these lines here. So all of those guys would get mixed in as well. Yeah, wow, that's surprising. It feels so weird how just adding a little bit changes a lot about her. The only issue I'd have is that I know that this bit here has to be highlighted. I just don't remember how, but I know that this bit here I think has to have a little bit of features to it, like a little square or something. Because it happens to be on the face. It doesn't happen to be on this one here. But I know, I do. I just don't know how to do it or what would be the right application to use. Maybe we can do something like that there. Maybe add a little bit here and here. Possibly. But you know what? It's all right. What we'll do now is yep, ad break as it's saying at the moment. So we'll go ahead and what we'll do is, let me grab a mixture of these two colors here. So we'll add that color here, add that color here. And I'll just hope that that's correct enough to feel accurate. We'll also add in here another 50%, I think about here and here-ish for that area there. If anything, I would want to see about adding a little bit of a darker tone in this area here, for example, something like that there, that there. Could also, I think, add a little bit of oomph, but I don't know how well that feels or if it feels like it would work. So I'm just going to add that there for the moment. Yeah, you know what? Sure thing. And with all of that said, we'll go ahead and take the ad break. And then when we come back, we'll take a look at if anyone's drawn some pixel art for us to look at. So ad ad break starts now. Oh, before I forget, I also want to add a little bit, and difference is quite major. Well done. Thank you, indeed. That is always super duper nice to hear. I want to add, let's see, that there, and then that there. Hold on, that there. There we go. Okay. And then maybe we can add like a 50% for that guy there and that guy there. So then that we go there. There you go. Okay. There you are, Kathy. We go there too. Yep, there you go. Okay. Yeah. It's wild to think of where this started and where it's going. It definitely feels more like a person, and it definitely feels like there's more detail, which is super duper weird. I think the only thing I would think to change now would be the bottom of the eyes, below the eyes. I think this area here doesn't have enough going on to feel like something. If we look at our references again, what are they doing for below the eyes? Below their eyes, there is a little bit of detailing going on. So, you know what, maybe when we come back from the ad break, we'll add a little bit below, and she looks even happier now. Oh, that's always good. You know, she does have I think her smile was moved up a little bit. It still is going upward, so I'm really happy to hear that too. Did we modify her eyes for the eye study, or did we ever make her eyes part of the eye study? I do not remember if we did. It doesn't quite feel like it. Her eyes don't feel like we did modify her for the eye study. It looks like she has a bit of detailing for her eyes. Not quite as much as I would have thought, though. Let me go ahead and close this Gabby here. And just looking at all the differences between when we modified the heads, she really is coming along quite swimmingly. I think next time maybe we have to make her, and now she has a proper chin. Oh, you want to say proper? Oh, hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Now, I know I don't usually have an issue with the chin, it seems. It's usually the forehead where I get a little bit confused. But this where we at? I think this here, where was her? Nope. Okay, you know what? I think we actually this was a lack of forehead. Lack of forehead, I say. And it's been a slow progress, I can say that much. And I'm glad to see this slow. I think this yoke study here is where no, this is what I wanted to show off. Oh my, we've come so far, I can say that much for sure. Let me get the rest of my lemonade now. Ork. And then let me also clear my nose a little bit too while we're waiting on the ad breaks here. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Let me mute. We're all good to go. And hold up, zoom into the skin palette on here. And forehead, where forehead, I ask you. And yeah, zoom in on the skin palette. Is it wrong again? Hold on. Is this color here? Yeah, and then that color here? Yeah, and then we have this color here. That color's not getting used anywhere, it seems. Yep, this one's also wrong. I told you. Maybe I did the skin palette at 3 a.m. That's what I'm starting to think. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome. You have not missed a bit. I was just talking about how far Kathy's come as. This was her first iteration when we were still trial and erroring, and I think she's definitely come a long way, wouldn't you say? I really enjoy how she's turned out. First, we focused on the neck and the trapezoid area, and we've been going bit by bit. And if I go for Korea surgery, I will tell you one better. There will be signs. Let me go ahead and close you here. This is the head study, and then this was the ear study, and then let's go ahead and close this guy here. Slide all the way over to and I'm surprised we weren't able to make it to the expressions, which is a little unfortunate, but you know what, it's fine. Next week we'll do a teeth study, which I think should be a lot of fun. Wait, was that Brom? It definitely was inspired by Brom. Let's see if I click on you here. Here we are. Lovely. Okay, I was saying how I wanted to just lastly do a little bit of a touch up underneath her eyes and see if we could add a little bit of shading around here, possibly, maybe a little bit, because I think that'll help it feel a little bit more alive. It didn't feel quite right before, so I'm wondering, maybe if we add a little bit of shading here, it might feel a little bit nicer to look at compared to the lack of an eyeline part below the bottom. And I definitely think so. I think it definitely helps, don't you say? Yeah, I think that's lovely. The only thing I think the change would be, that's it. I think that's completely it. Lovely, okay. Maybe we just make that black here, this black here. Okay, we're all good to go then. I'll add that guy there. I don't quite like the eyes anymore, and it makes me wonder, if I were to modify the eyes, how so? Would I be able to do it at all? Hold on, let me just try this before we do our check. I want to modify the eyes in the sense of having you come up here and she's fine. All right, she's okay. She'll live. Let's then grab this guy here, go up here a little bit here, slide that guy down here and here. Actually, we'll do that there. Then we'll grab this guy here, go about 50% about here-ish. And then I would like to grab, let's see, grab you about here and you about here, grab the 50% here, and she's ascending. Oh boy, let's slide this guy over here as well, I think, and have you go about here and here, I think, as well. Then we'll move you to here and here, have you go there. And then I want to see about adding you there, adding you there, adding you there. I think I like that a little bit better. Let's see, have you kind of slide over here and here. Oh, hold on. Have you kind of slide over here, have you go up here a smidge, and then maybe have you kind of go down here a little bit. Something about the eyes is bothering me. I just want to see if we could quickly modify it a little bit. How are your eyes done, all of you people? Your eyes don't actually have a bit to the bottom. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, hold on. In that case, it would then be the fact of doing something like this here, then that there, and then be that there. Something like that, then it seems to be the case for the eyes. And how's it feels when the cards in front don't turn off the high beam? Oh boy. Let's then see about adding in that there and there. Possibly we'd see about doing like that maybe, and then we'd add that there and there. Maybe that could be the case of doing something like that there, and then I would see about adding in that kind of there, and then maybe we could do this guy here, possibly, and move that to like here, maybe, and actually, let's add a little bit of that there. Maybe then we can add a little bit of that there. This then I think could be a darker color, though I don't know how dark we could do. Something like that there, I think could be a little bit nicer to look at, something like that there. So it makes it look like she's like a cool lady now, like her eyes are going flat, but I think it looks fine. We can add that going there, that going there. I think that's a-okay to do. We can even see about maybe making that guy go over a little bit down there. I think that's fine too. That's a-okay. And oh, hold on. You also need to kind of be over there a smidge, just about. Have you kind of go over there maybe as well, like that. Okay. And with that said, I also wanted to see about just changing her eyes up a little bit. We know that... Oh boy, let's go ahead and have her eyes go over to the side here, shall we? We'll have them go over here, and then we'll have them go over here. So all three for big eyes here, I think, and actually... Please endure suffering. Oh boy. We'll then grab the darker color here that we're using for this part of the eye. So I'll do that there. And then let's go ahead and add that guy there. I got that there. Yeah, okay. And then what I've seen before, what I've been enjoying as well, is I've been enjoying adding like a darker outline for the edges of the eye. So something like there, that there. And then what I do is I then grab like something like a color here, and we see about adding it for the very top here, something like that there, I think. And hold on, we need to add the highlights, don't we? So the highlights can go about... Yep, you're looking beautiful already. Look at you go. Oh boy, don't tell her that you'll hurt her feelings if you say otherwise. You wouldn't want to hurt her feelings, would you? Oh boy, let's check here. I just want to see about this here. Kathy Bean! Very quickly, hold on. Let's just go back to here, grab the eyes. Yeah, just and then we'll do that there, and then we'll do this here, put you there, just very quick. Oh, hold on. Very quickly, drag you over to here. This is what I wanted to do. There you go. Okay, let's just go back to here. Go back to here. This poor lady, what have I done? We'll grab the eye highlight here. We'll then grab the line here. It seems to be the case that we'll go back to like here-ish. We'll grab the eye that goes here and here. Though we'll see about adding the eye to about like, see, yeah, you go there. It seems to be the case. Oh, this is the wrong guy, isn't it? Hold on. What eye am I looking at? Yeah, that's the wrong guy. Hold on. Yeah, wrong area. I know it's wrong, Kathy. Yeah, I should have known. I should have known. Oh boy, let's add that guy there. I think that no, I like that there. That's fine there. Let's then add the highlight I was trying to do earlier, but I got a little confused. The spirit was there though. The spirit was there. Let's let this guy here, add this guy here. We then add the white bit to here. We add the white bit to here. And then let's see, we add the darker bit here. It seems to be the case of there and there, like that there. So I don't know how I feel about that. That's a little tricky, I'd say. We add that there, add that there. Yeah, you know what? I'm actually not going to do that. I'm going to add you here, add you there and there. And then I'm thinking about adding like a little bit of a highlighty green about here-ish. Add that there and add that there. There you go. That's all I wanted to do, Kathy. That's all, I assure you. It was not going to... See, it clearly it didn't hurt you. You're fine. fine. Tell everyone how fine you are, how healthy you are, in fact, and how much more living you are, even, really, truly. I'm thinking and I'm wondering, compared to the two, I think the dark bits in her eyes are a little bit too dark. Maybe that's why I don't like it. And I definitely want to mess around with this a little bit more off stream, as we're doing a nose study or mouth study, aren't we? Lip study. Moments later, okay guys, so Kathy will be wearing sunglasses from now on. And don't worry, the LASIK has gone perfectly. Don't give me false hope like that. This poor lady, what have I done to her? I don't even know anymore. And living on an Airstream in question. She'll be fine. All right. I think we're done for today. Thank you for the raid, Rodrigo. Welcome in. I didn't know you streamed. Welcome in all, and I hope your stream is lovely. My, hold on, that's news to me. Let me copy this guy here. I am so curious now. What do you stream? Let me click on this guy here. Let me go and click on this guy here. Then let me do a shout out. Rodrigo is a great member of the community, might I add. Let me do /shout out here, /shout out, and then do @Rodrigo. Rodrigo, there you go. Don't mind me. I was getting a little bit sidetracked with their eyes. Chaos, no, hold on now. That's not true. Oh boy, thank you for the raid. I understand you have to raid and run, but by all means, stay if you'd like. Hello, I am Aseprite. I'm a pixel artist game developer. I try my best to learn Pixelart to put in my games. Today we studied how to draw lips, ignore the eye, hold on, ignore the eye. And hi, Bobber, welcome to stream. Mother, I can no longer stand. Mother, I can no longer see you. It's dark. You're laughing at me. No, it was the noise. Okay, we're all right.
Check 14 just redeemed breathe.
Okay, it's okay. We can breathe. We can totally do that. I think energetic was an accurate description. I'll take that. And welcome in Commissioner School as well. And it's I'm so cold, Mother. Return my eyes. Fine. Hold on. There you go. I don't know if I like that. Oh boy, let's just do this here. There we go. All right, breathing can be done now. All right, you want to take that breath in? Yep. Hold it. Deep breath out. Then another deep breath in. Hold it. Then another deep breath out. One more time. Deep breath in. Hold it. And then deep breath out. Alrighty, are we all calm now? With that said, we've been for the past few weeks now studying Pixelart related to portraits. You can see that this beautiful woman here clearly has so much life with her in her eyes. We've been working on her for the past few weeks. We're trying to learn how to draw Pixelart portraits. So we've been taking a look at some references from lots of different games here. You can see Fields of Mysteria as well as Stardew Valley here. And we've been slowly, bit by bit, building this lady up. We started first by working on how to draw the neck area and the chest. And then we worked on how to draw the head. And then we worked on the hair and the mouth and the eyes. And today was about the mouth. So we've been just slowly trying to draw some Pixelart lips and learning about them. And calm here? No, we don't do that. And she's just saying... Oh boy, and your pain will end. And Mother, it's so quiet. Today we did mostly lips. Unfortunately, we're at the end now, so we're going to take the look to see if anyone's been up to any Pixelart and that they've drawn. And then I will bring forth the end of your great suffering maybe someday. We're lazy here again. Okay, we're okay.
Okay? We're all right. We can breathe. It's all right.
Shall we see if anyone's drawn any pixel art at all, right? Focus, business here. Clearly, we're all serious people. Let's take a look if anyone's drawn anything in the Discord. And study with me, Tag. Who in the right mind would be able to focus? I made it. Aren't you focusing? Aren't you clearly in a focused environment? Oh boy, let me go ahead and click here into planning. And don't worry, Kathy, you'll get eyes off the camera when you're not a distraction. She's beautiful, don't you lie? And Eris, think about unfunny stuff. Think about death, pain, bananas. Disgusting. Let me go ahead and do exclamation on here, D-I-S-C-R-D, and let's see if anyone's drawn any lovely pixel art, shall we? If I click on this button here, and alright, don't be staying here, she's wow. Hold on now. I am as calm, as collected as they come. I want you to take that back. Oh boy, if you click on that there, what you'll be able to see is the Discord here. And what you'll do is you'll navigate. How dare you don't like bananas? They're disgusting. What do you mean? They're awful. Well, I mean, you know, if you like them, that's okay. But personally, you can have all of my bananas. How about that? Fair is fair. What you'll do is from the welcome page, you'll navigate down to the Pixel Art Study with Me. And what you'll see is that these are the previous Study with Me we've done. So we've drawn trees, hands, and if you'd like, feel free to as well, if you've drawn, for example, a character attack animation that you like to share, maybe next time we do an attack animation, we can take a look at it too. So depending on if you've drawn an attack animation, or maybe you've took some time to draw some crops, feel free to put them in here. The idea is that the more we do these Study with Me, the more over time that you'll be able to see people do different styles, and you can think to yourself, yes, I like that. And you laugh once and never leave again. And what about banana bread? Nope, not at all. Nope, nada. The only time I can tolerate bananas is if they're in smoothies. Smoothies is okay. Smoothies are all right. What you'll see is at the very top here, we have the pinned character, our character mouth and lips. So you'll post your art in there. Let me make sure I don't spoil myself, so I'm going to click. Hopefully I'm in there. I'm then going to scroll as much as I can. Okay, it worked. Now the question is, if I click full screen, are you going to make me see everything again? Closing my eyes, clicking that, just double checking here to make sure. Okay, we're all... Ow! I didn't even press a button. It did it on its own. Oh boy. Alrighty then, are you ready to see the lovely art of the community? Good job, I'm doing my best here. Alrighty then, let's take a look at what everyone's been up to. We can see here from Definitely Not Kai, I believe that's from Pala, right? Welcome in to stream, Pala. Welcome in. Take a look at these luscious lips and scroll click is the bait. It got me in the end. Take a look at this and how they separate the lips. I think this is lovely. As well, getting the highlight, I think this part here, very tricky to do. I like how it's one pixel here to emphasize it, as well as the fact that you were able to get the lines of the lips too, Pala. I like here though, even there's, I could say, maybe perhaps a little bit dithering is going on here too, and the idea of the dots, the back and forth blend between. I think this is lovely, especially if, I don't know if you've done any lips before, but I do think these are great lips, especially since you also had the compare and contrast, and ooh, very accurate. Yeah, I agree, 100%. I also like how you did the skin area. It reminds me of the muzzle we were talking about earlier when it came to muscles. But that said, well done. Let's see here. Next up we have Ame. If I click onto Ame, we have mouth. Let's see here. If we click on you here, we first zoom into here. It reminds me almost like a little upside down heart. I think it's adorable. I also like how you added the darker bit here. I struggled with that part and yapping. Yeah, straight yapping is what it feels like. We also have the bottom of the chin here. I was struggling to figure out how to do the lighting. I might have to go back and do it like that too. And I also like here, this bit here. I don't know what you call it. That part of the lip, of the mouth. Let's see. If I just hold on, if we click on PureF here, surely I have somewhere on PureF what that part of the mouth is called. But give me a second here. Let's see. That part of the mouth is called the philotrum. That's what we're going with. I like how you did that. I think you did a great job. A Cupid's bow. You know what? I like that better. We're calling it the Cupid's bow from now on. It makes sense because also this part here, hold on. This part here feels like a heart. So the fact that this is Cupid's bow, yep, I'll take it. 100%. I think you did a lovely job, Check. Especially since you used about, I think, one color here. Yeah, one color. And yeah, I do think these lips are detailed. I think it's because of the fact that you have shading down here. And I like how here too, I don't know, I can't tell from this distance. It almost feels like you have anti-aliasing possibly right there. Me? I do
think so. I do, and very subtle. Yeah, I do think so too. And again, look, there's a little bit of a highlight there. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a little bit of a highlight there and a little bit of shading there too. I think it's lovely. I think you did a great job, Check. Well done, well done. And I like here too how you can see that as well. I do know, we at one time out of these studies, we're going to have to do a attempt at drawing talking animations. I did have on here, we didn't get to it because we were going to look at expressions, but if I bring you up to here, there is an area somewhere up here. I know I have it. I remembered using it, or I remember putting it down. Here we are. At some point, I would like to try drawing different letters and words. I think it could be fun, figuring out how to do like yap animations. You can see here, this art is by Blubber Muffins, and they add different animations for a mouth. I think this would be fun to do. I see. Let's go ahead and I'll click that there, and I can't draw like that. That's... Oh. My apologies. I could have swore. Well done, Nami. Mother, I can finally see. You know what? This character doesn't have eyes, so technically speaking, this character can't see either. Well done, Nami. My apologies. I thought that's a check up there, but apparently my eyes aren't working either. Oh boy, well done. And then now we have a check and cartoony blood. Can you see the light, sweetheart? Can you see the light, sweetheart? Like, click on here and let's see. Is there somebody? Why are you making me look crazy? Is there somebody you forgot to ask? I hope that's not Kathy on brand. It's off brand completely. Look at that crazy smile. I don't have a crazy smile. And look at Bobby. He looks evil there. He's an innocent little thing. And on brand never stood a chance. Poor Kathy. This is lovely, Check. If only it... Why does Bobby have a fork and spoon? Wait, what have you made him do? He has a spoon. Exactly. Oh boy. This is lovely, Check, but at what cost? Oh my. Oh boy, we're good, we're fine, we're okay, we're all right. Nom. With that said, thank you to everyone who participated. It's always lovely to see people make sane art, not insane. You know, clearly all of the art here is very serious. So look at the serious face. You have those too. The teeth are what exactly? Next week, what we'll do is we'll be studying how to draw the teeth, as I think that can be important for drawing portraits. And then after that, I don't know. I mean, teeth next, maybe tongue. We can do a tongue study. And mother is all I see. Oh boy. Oh boy. With that said, yes indeed. Next week, we'll do a study on teeth. I think that'll be a lot of fun. And we do serious business here. Of course. Serious. Official. With that said, let me go ahead and bring you back to our chatting screen here. There we are. And give me 1 second to clear my throat here as my laugh has made it so I'm almost coughing. Hold on, where's the laugh? All right, we're all good now. Oh boy. With that said, if you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around for the raid. It's always a lot of fun to find fellow pixel artists, and what we'll be doing tomorrow is we'll be doing more dev work, so game development, if that does interest you. Otherwise, next week, same time, same place, from Friday to Sunday, from 1 to 5 p.m. EST is when I usually stream, and I think you nearly killed her. Oh man, you have a killer laugh. Oh, sorry, I'm in a killer's laugh all time now. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here, click on that guy there. Okay, and I appreciate your stream. Your art is seriously captivating. Thank you, Panda. Thank you. And thank you for the follow as well. I do hope you enjoy your stay. With that all said, I hope to see you all very soon again. I'm going to go to the end screen and then I'm going to come back on Twitch. So if you'd like to stick around for the raid, please do. It's always fun seeing if we can find someone we haven't raided before. As pixel art is a very finite thing. I don't ever see a lot of it. So the hope is that the more we do the pixel art studies, the more all of you can do pixel art, and then the more references I have. See the trade here? We both benefit. With that said, said, I hope you all have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, and I hope to see you all soon, alright? Bye-bye!